It's time to go local for your footy. This is EFL Saturday. Let's jump straight into the warm-up.
Wet and windy weather, but hot and heavy football awaits us this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, with today's EFL Match of the Round taking us back to H.E Parker Reserve for a mini elimination final here in Division 2 between Heathmont and Mulgrave. All of this, of course, can be heard and watched on the EFL Facebook, YouTube, the SEN App and then Eastern FM from 2 p.m. Thanks to Eastland. Matthew Fodia here, being joined by Ryan Long and Scott Hardy for the pre-game show, where we'll talk to both coaches, run through the Oracle's predictions and everything else in between. Scott, Ryan, it's an exciting day. The weather seems to have subsided for now. We've had a couple of wet days leading up to it, but the ground is in pristine condition, and it's our first look at Mulgrave since 2015 as a broadcast game, so an exciting time for that club as well.
Yeah, greetings. Thanks for having us. I was slightly disappointed the sun's coming out, because normally when it's raining, that's when I was playing my best footy back in those days. So it probably was around 2015. Look, it's cleared up. I was presuming it was going to be a sort of scrappy affair, but with this sun coming out and drying the oval, it might open up a bit more than what I first thought.
It might be a day for small forwards, Ryan Long, with the sun out, but the surface is quite firm. Bit of moisture might skid through. A couple of goals out the back, you think, today?
Yeah.
Your sort of goals?
I'm not confident the sun will stay out.
No.
But I've checked the radar and be out in the boundary today, so I think there will be a couple of showers here and there. But hearing from a few people at other grounds, their ground's not holding up as well, and there's a bit of a mud pit. So this is in pretty good condition and set up for a good game. And I always love coming here. I think this is probably the third time I've been here this year. There seems to be a bit of a premiership reunion behind us with all the Heathmont flags, or the past players. So always good to see. And I think this is a massive clash. You said we haven't seen Mulgrave for a long time, and this is probably a bit of a shock, if honestly, at the start of the season, if you said they're probably 5 and 7, I think, and competing for a final spot, I don't think anyone would have backed that. But a 5 and 7 now, considering where they were, is probably not up to standards, because they were on such a roll.
It will be interesting to talk to Ryan Webster when we do get a chance in a few moments' time. But yeah, it's a very... We've been talking about enigmas all pre-game off air, Scotty, just in normal conversation. And Mulgrave's season has been a bit of an enigma, and we'll ask him about it, because they went with a 3-game losing run, then a 5-game winning run, and now a 4-game losing run. So they're just sort of working, and they just need to get the timing right. Yeah. They might surge to an unlikely finals push.
Yeah, it's the key word for the week, enigma. We probably need a key word every week, but at the moment they're just struggling to find that form that put them in what was looking like good contention, and now
they are obviously still the only team to beat South Belgrave. So
yeah,
so whilst that remains,
but it's interesting what happened on that day, and obviously looking at the past, last week they'll be kicking themselves that they had that loss. That for the most part, from most conversations, they controlled the game, and it was a game of sort of two halves, and unfortunately they don't come away with the 4 points.
Absolutely. Before we jump into some other games, Ryan, there's some news, but you're our Baronia man. Seems like they're going to be well down on their selected 22. A few rat tests being passed around last night. Yeah, the
COVID and illnesses off the top of my head. I know Damon Fairchild out, that's a big one. Fletcher Duke won't be playing. I believe Harry Burge is also looking unlikely. So that's a few key players off the top of the head. I think Duncanson also. So when you're playing East Burwood and you need your full-strength side, and I think we've seen the difference between Baronia at their best and Baronia at their worst.
Well, you mentioned that last time we were here was Baronia, and I'm speaking to a couple of Heathmont officials, that they had Baronia as the best side they played this year.
Well, I think that's because I think that the footy that they showed then, the game against South Belgrave, which they lost, I think that is their best, and that's their trademark sort of style. If they can get to a final series with a full-strength side, I've always said I think they can win the flag. The problem is they're probably just too inconsistent when they don't have a Mellis or a Leggett out. Other sides can probably expose them.
Well, we'll move on to that division in a second, because we're Division 2. We'll be talking about that all day. We'll go quickly, as we said, Ryan Webster's a couple of minutes away. I think just got a bit of a sort of half-time address. I'm not sure how coaches talk to their players a lot these days, Scotty.
They do.
When you were running around in the Mulgrave Magoos, how much did the coach talk to you?
Oh, very rarely. Just pointed more to the bench.
Anyway, you mentioned a couple of interesting games around the traps, and there's none more interesting than the South Croydon Roval in Premier Division. South Croydon have a 7-game home streak. Their last 7 games are at home. Unfortunately for them, their rooms don't look like they're going to be completed anytime soon, nor to the original designs, which is something that the club isn't exactly happy about, understandably. But if they can get on a roll, they'll be pretty ominous form come the finals time. And they did okay against Roeville last time out. Roeville burnt them in the last quarter. So, we saw South Croydon last week. Marcus Bazaglo is, but he does know that their defence is their issue too.
Yeah.
Because, as we said on the weekend forecast last night, that they're one of the better attacking teams. Their midfield, their star players are there, but you had a first-hand view down the boundary last week. They do open themselves up to being scored against.
Yeah, they do. And look, I guess the thing that they can sort of back themselves in is that they've got the run sort of through the mid. King last week was just huge. Pardon the pun, he is a huge individual. But he really controlled that game, and then they could do what they wanted.
And he was stacking on Callum Sparrow first game ruckman, whereas he's going to Nick Schoenmakers, who's been arguably the ruckman of the year this year. So it'll be interesting to see whether that's a different task.
Yeah, for sure, and it gives them another challenge. I think they're a different side sort of to when they last played. I think they're on the improve, that's for sure, and their record's sort of showing it, and they're leading into what a great way to sort of finish where you've got 7 home games.
Well, it can sort of be if it was Blackburn last year, they would have hated that because they couldn't win
at all.
Yeah. But Ryan, it is interesting that how things could open up for them.
It is, but I feel like last week I don't think we learnt anything new about them. I think that's exactly what we thought. They're probably a really good side when they're on going forward. You can talk about King and players like that, but obviously a few defensive issues, and when they cross goal, and you've got to be accurate with your kicks there, and they just weren't, and they were lucky they weren't punished in the end.
And that's the thing, I guess, depending on the weather conditions today, whether that's going to play a part. If it stays sort of sunny like this, then they might be all right.
Well, we're joined now by the first of our coaches, Ryan Webster, and Ryan, it's been a big week for the club. I saw the email chain that I received. Everyone's very excited to get the broadcast team out to watch them. So how many boys have been to the hairdressers and, the solarium this week?
Yeah, I think that was a running joke this week as to who was going to go get a bit of a trim. I saw it go around on Facebook, so I think Nick might have been...
No, I have spoken to Nick. He has been to the barbers.
He's been to the barbie. I think Robbie Ross got into him too, saying, go get your hair cut. So we'll see what happens.
You guys were one of the clubs we spoke about during the pre-season, actually seemed to be fairly realistic. A lot of clubs, in March are talking finals because everyone's training really well and hasn't seen the opponents. But my read was you guys seem to be fairly realistic. But have the goalposts moved since you sort of that middle year run where you were the form side of the comp?
Yeah, I think the goalposts probably haven't moved, but everyone's expectations are probably higher. You win games of footy, so immediately everyone has much higher expectations, which is probably where we've probably stopped a little bit in saying that. But when you talk about it, this will be the 25th game of footy this squad's played together. So, and we've only had effectively 1.5 pre-seasons together. So what we've been able to achieve so far, although it's been good but not great, is a massive step forward for the footy club. So where we've come from to where we are now, it's only positive. So we'd like to have won more games of footy, but I think we showed, especially in the life of the first half last week, we've got the ability to match it with any side of the competition.
Yeah, and as you said, you can obviously physically match it. You've matched up against some decent competition and given them a good run for their money. But where are you sort of hoping to find that sort of extra 10%, or just from the younger boys, or sort of more sort of from coaching on the sort of sidelines?
Yeah, a bit of both. The guys are still learning our game style and our game plan, and we're asking them to play a pretty hotly contested style of footy, which to their credit they've played most weeks. It's just hard for them to back up every week and for 4 quarters. Which is because they're young. But if you look about it, our best ball winners, our best players so far this year, like Jack Davis is 23, Jackson Jervisoni is 22, Connor Tilliard's 20. So we're expecting them to play a high level of contested footy, and they've got to back up every week. So they're just getting a little bit tired, which is understandable. But to their credit, we can't fault their effort. And like I said, last week in the first half is the best style of footy and the best half of footy I've ever seen them play. We just need to learn to do it for longer. And probably just not get that, a little bit slack in the mind when effectively we've got sides covered.
Is that what you focus on during the week? Sorry to butt in, Ryan, but is it when you, from coaching, because I'm sure 10 years ago, coaches would focus on the fact that you gave up the lead, but it seems like everyone's starting to shift. We see it across all sports that you actually start focusing on, the second half was poor, but the first half was really, really good. What did we do right? How can we repeat it?
Exactly right, yeah. You just need to show them, some of the footage of the things we did in the first half, and that just keeps them keep growing their confidence. As I said, they're such a young group. They just got to keep learning If they're a little bit older, we've been playing together for 5 or 6 years. I could probably tear a few more shreds off them in regards to how they played in the second half. But because they're a young group, they're learning, and they, to be honest, like we'd love to be in a better position. But we're the only team to beat South Belgrave. We played a sublime
something to hang your hat on.
Yeah, definitely. We played a sublime half of footy last week. So we're playing some really good footy, and that's what we've asked them to do. And like I said, this 25th game of footy that this squad's played together, the club is going to be in a good spot, in years to come if they can keep delivering on what they've been delivering on so far.
And what has been probably your assessment on the last few weeks? Obviously, you came off those 5 games in a row where you won, and you were really looking good inside the top 5. Is it what you said? Just put it down to a bit of experience and not. Still that you're quite young as a group overall? Is it more due to opponents or what's probably been the big assessment from the last couple of losses?
It's probably all of it combined. Probably still learning to win when we get into tough positions, which is what happened to us early on in the year as well against Ringwood and East Burwood. So we've been up in both games against East Burwood and just haven't had the knowledge to win the game correctly and just gone into our shells a bit. So there's that part of it. But in saying that, the teams we played against are all good teams. Like, you can't give them an inch. Like, you let them get 1 or 2 and it's almost all over because they're really good sides. East Burwood is a great side. Ringwood are a great side. South Belgrave lost 1 game. So there's no 1 or 2 minutes where you can just take the foot off the accelerator or the mindset's not quite right, because teams just get hold of you. And once they get a momentum switch, it's hard to get it back. So that's what we're teaching them at training. We're doing a lot more scenario stuff at training now, learning so that if this happens, this is what we do. If this happens, this is what we do, or we try and do it. But we're just trying to, implement those sort of processes into the young group. And as I said, they're only going to get better, which is great.
And just on the last time you played Heathmont, I think Boothie obviously stole the show with 7 goals, but I think you talked about at the time the ball delivery inside to him was just good all day, and it was hard for him not to take marks in that. Is that the sort of style of game that you want to take into today on Heathmont's deck?
Yeah, I think so. We're trying to play a good contested style of footy, and when we get it right, we're a pretty good side. And as you said, it's hard for any defensive setup for any team to defend good ball movement. But in saying that, though, your ball movement's no good if you don't win the footy. So we've got to win the footy first, and then we've got to execute our skills right, and we've got to hit our leading target. So it's a whole process. It's pretty simple, really, but it seems to always get complicated. Yeah, it always gets complicated in games. But if you can win the footy, execute that first skill, and get going and get moving forward, well, then you give your forwards the best opportunity to get hit on the lead, and you don't give team defence from the opposition side allow them to set up. So the slower you move the ball, easier for opposition sides to set up. So that's the main hope for today. So.
And you've obviously, like you said, you've got a young club, and it's transitioning, but you've got some real servants of the club. Obviously, Boothie, Dean, Sam, and Boothie's still kicking goals like he was 5, 6, 7 years ago.
There's 2 of them running around at the moment, 2 in the Magoos.
Yeah, so look, you've obviously got quite good sort of culture around the club, because those players have remained and obviously are showing the younger brigade, I guess, how to play footy or what they expect from Mulgrave. Are you getting that from that leadership group, and then the young bucks sort of following in what they're sort of providing to the club? Yeah,
it's probably 2 ways. Like the senior guys like Boothie and Dino and Sammy Cass and all that lead by example, like they have done for many years. So the young guys have followed how they do it, but the young guys are also bringing their own enthusiasm and how they're doing it, and then Boothie's, Dino, Cass and those older guys are feeding off that, and that's why we went so well in the middle of the year. Like Boothie speaks to me and goes, mate, this is exciting, like how good's this? And the boys are building a heap of resilience. Like, we haven't played at home forever. Yeah. We've talked about it before, but ground redevelopment, then
and when
COVID.
You have played at home, it's either been no crowds allowed or no crowds can get in.
So we played maybe 5 or 6 games there last year, no games this year. We're at Wellington Reserve where we can only train once a week. The club rooms aren't good, and to everyone else, all the other coaches credit, they're like, how do you guys do this? Like, it's pretty tough. Like, you're once a week here, you got no social rooms, we can't have any functions. So the culture the boys have brought this year just within themselves has been super. So you can't fault them in that.
Just on that running theme, and I know I joked off the top that we haven't covered a Mulgrave game in close to 7 years, but the club is sort of, it's sort of hidden away in terms of, it's a consistent club. It's been in this division for a while. It doesn't bottom out. Is that something that the guys at the moment, they're doing a pretty good job in terms of social media presence and the recruiting? The list management's been really good. You've got an exciting midfield, some exciting players. Is that something that is a genuine effort from the club to try and build the image and build the brand so that it's not just Mulgrave, there's actually something, like Boothie said, something exciting? Because they have been a good consistent club for a long time, but a lot of people would just brush over them if they were reading through the paper or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. I think the club's been great in what they try to do for us as a playing group, as a coaching group, and then you know what it's like. If you want to obviously recruit players, but you can't recruit players when you've got no club rooms, you've got no ground, and you win 2 games for the year. So I'd much prefer, like we've been doing, is playing really good footy. Yeah, okay, we'll get beaten, but there's that excitement factor, and like we're playing some good footy, and that also breeds confidence. Like even today, like if the blokes are able to deliver what they delivered on the first half, last week, well then we're in with the game.
Exactly,
win with the shot, and you just got to keep building that confidence and not dwell on the negatives. Yeah, you got to teach them about the negatives and how we can be better in those areas, but you just got to keep giving them the positives and say, lads, look at what you did here, or this is what you did here, and this is amazing. Like play like this for. As I said to him before the game today, you're probably never ever playing, 2 hours of perfect footy. All right, but if you can get 3.5 quarters, well, you're going to win.
Enough.
You're going to win more games than you lose. So that's what we're trying to do.
And pleasing though that home away from home down sort of Wellington Reserve, like you're obviously doing quite well there. You're getting the wins, and I guess then going forward for looking forward to next year, which I presume is when the rooms are supposed to be completed and have something sort of similar to this sort of setup. It then feeds into hopefully recruiting more players that may have not sort of seen Mulgrave as I guess the club to be at. Is that sort of where you sort of see where you're going with the boys, like to sort of say, well, we're doing all right in a not perfect situation, but once that club room and the ground is fitted, it's going to be a great place to play.
Yeah, 100%. And the thing is, as I said previously, the club's been fantastic. What they've given the players and what they've given the coaching staff, and we've looked under every rock to make sure we've got shipping containers, we've got taller facilities, we've got all these sort of stuff to make sure the boys are as comfortable as they can be at training. That's what they've been trying to do, and that's what we've got to do. Like, and the thing is, you can recruit players, but the good thing for us is that every single player on our list effectively, or who's going to play today, is effectively homegrown. So that's the other big thing for footy clubs. You don't want blokes to leave. You want blokes to stay. So if they're Mulgrave people, Heathmont people, South Belgrave players, whoever club it is, you want those players to stay. Yeah, you want to, straighten your team up or sharpen up a bit with a couple of recruits who want to come to your club, but you want to keep your nucleus of, core footballers who, live and die by the club.
Yeah.
So that's what we want to maintain. If this group sticks together for 2 or 3 years, like they'll be a super football team.
Yep.
Super football team.
And just one more on your game style. I spoke to a couple of people from Boronia, and they were I gave you a lot of credit to the pressure that you put on, especially without the ball. Is that sort of a thing about the younger guys, is that they're quite quick and they're quite happy to work when they haven't got the ball and really put on the defensive pressure to the stop sides?
Yeah, definitely. And I think, most games of footy today is a transition game, because you make mistakes, you turn the ball over. It's how quickly you can defend that, because you never play perfect footy. So that's what we try to teach them. Like, what can you do once you've got rid of the ball? If you're not impacting your area, where's my man? How can I block an exit? Where am I going to impact next? Because that's the thing, because the ball comes back just as quick as you get rid of it. And if you can defend quick, well, then you at least stop a team centre forward rather than trying to defend from your goal square. So that's the big thing for us, and that's the same Boronia. Well, we kicked 1 goal 5 before they had it inside their 50. So the boys know how to play. They just got to do it a little bit more often for longer. So, but that's the positive thing. Like, I can't fault the way they've gone about it. And as I said, the club's been great. My small coaching staff's been great. We've got an assistant coach who's the runner. So it's we've just got to keep building.
It's saving some salary cap space though, paying
yes,
for 2 roles,
yeah.
one man, 2 jobs.
Yeah, well, we don't get any gate at the ground, no functions, so we don't get many people staying after for a beer, so we're a bit light on.
Absolutely.
But we're getting there.
Well, Ryan, thanks very much, mate, for joining us on the pre-game. Like I said, it's an exciting time for this club. Seems to be going in the right direction. Of course, I say all this stuff about it being in the middle of the road for a while, Scotty. It was less than a decade ago they were playing in the top flight. So has got some great roots in this competition. Good luck today. Hopefully, for your sake, you can play at least 2.5 quarters of perfect footy. That might be enough to get you guys back in the top 5.
That'd be good.
Ryan Webster there, Mulgrave, senior coach, joining us on the pre-game show here for the Eastland EFL match of the round between Heathmont and Mulgrave. We're going to go to a quick break here, and on the other side of that one, we'll talk more about the games around the traps and talk to Heathmont coach Nick Rutley.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back to H.E Parker Reserve for a big Division 2 clash here between Heathmont and Mulgrave later this afternoon. But it's the Eastland pre-game show at the moment. We just spoke to Ryan Webster, the Mulgrave coach. Gave us plenty of insight, Scott, into your great club, mate. You know, the Scott Hardy, they might name the new rooms the Scott Hardy rooms. No, it was great insight, because, and they've got the man there. They've got, you know, the coaching appointment is a big thing in all sport. You know, we look at the AFL and so on. But in local footy, it's even more important because they are sort of the messiah figure still. It's still that old 80s, 90s thing where if you get the coach is doing a lot more than at an AFL level where they purely just work on tactics. And if you can get someone like Ryan, who's he's a well-polished man, but he's a great speaker. He's an exciting guy. So when he sits down and goes, "Do you want to come play footy for Mulgrave?" A little bit of it is like, "Yeah, I'm in. Yeah. I'm in. I haven't played footy in 10 years." I'm like, I wouldn't fancy going down and running some 500s. So they've got the right man there, I think.
Yeah, definitely. You sort of hear him speak, and he speaks after every game on their socials.
That's another thing when I mentioned the brand question too. That was one of the things that, like, their social media game, it's probably not as important as some people think, but the fact that they do that and you hear from the coach each week. Last year when they weren't winning games, but he's doing a mini press conference.
Yeah.
You sort of go, "Oh, well, yeah, they lost, but by the sounds of it, they're going okay."
It's a great addition because it just gives that honesty to the club and it gets
transparency.
And it gets people involved. Like, as a spectator, you go, "Oh yeah, I can sort of see it," because you obviously miss out on those chats on maybe Tuesday night or Thursday night, and sort of come game time, you listen to him and you go, "Oh yeah, I can see what they were actually trying to achieve there." He's honest in his reviews, obviously speaking to us quite openly. He understands the list that he's got or the younger sort of brigade, and obviously looking forward, and probably I still didn't realise that they were doing it as tough as they were in their sort of conditions.
I think the thing, and before I would have asked the question or made the statement before we had the Heathmont PA set off with the inside here and the outside here and the inside and so on, but the way that they're handling themselves with grace this whole period, there has not been. They've spoken when you ask them about how tough it is, but at no point do you hear Mulgrave complain.
No.
At no point, Ryan, do you hear them go, "Oh, well, we're not playing at our home ground."
Yep.
Or, we don't have rooms. Or even then, I was just talking to them, they've been having Thursday night dinners sitting around in the change rooms. So At no point do they complain, and that feeds through to the players. Because if your president and so on are complaining, it's an easy out for the players. If everyone in the hierarchy is going, okay, internally they're going, this is shit, but we're going to keep moving on, it feeds into the players, and they've not taken a backward step.
I think it's something that a lot of people underestimate, just how important to have those sort of off-field things go right, and to not be able to even train at your official home ground play there. It's a real, it can leave a real toll on you. So the fact that they've built a pretty strong culture, that the boys are happy to play each week, they're happy to train wherever they are, and they're competing on the field and enjoying themselves off the field, shows sort of the improvement they came from. And especially, we looked at last year. I can't remember off the top of my head how many games they've won, but it was one or two, maybe three at the most.
Not many.
So to see the improvement that they've done so far is really incredible, and that's partly, I reckon, has to be due to what Ryan Webster has brought to the club, and that's why I'm really excited to look at some of the younger players like a Connor Tilliard today, who's I think, did he win his best and fairest last year? I think he may have.
Yeah, well, he won the first best and fairest that wasn't won by Dean Sikulis
six times.
In a decade.
Yeah. Six times Sikulis.
Dean had 7 or 8 in a row,
and that's what I was trying to, articulate in sort of saying, well, you've got this sort of position where you don't really have your club sort of set up, but going forward, geez, it must be exciting to look at what's coming ahead for them, and having that sort of set up, getting back to the functions, getting people involved, and obviously creating this little, creating, I guess, this growth, and sort of saying, well, look, at the moment, it's still, we're still a little club sort of thing, but given another couple of years, we're sort of going to be on the up and up. And like you said, Matt, it wasn't really that long ago that they were,
That's what I mean. When I coming through at Lilydale as a sort of 16, 17, 18 and going and watching, the Mulgrave were around. Now, they were never testing finals or anything, but they were in the top flight. So, and I think that, and even then when they went down to Division 1, they were similar sort of 3-4 wins. They were always in it, and then it was the restructure that actually caused them to end up in this division. And like I said, it's a hard place to sort of recruit people. We have got Nick right there over the show. He's getting absolutely accosted by our commentator and banner on it for today. I don't know if you can see. I don't know if you can see him over my shoulder there. You got Besto. There's a few boys actually cornering him, so I might try and chase him. If you guys are on camera, people, I'm going to have to do 2 jobs at once here, Ryan. We'll go back to Division 1 now. Mitcham Bayswater is a big one for me, because it's a big chance for Bayswater. Mitcham, we speak about COVID. They're basically the whole back 6 is out, Scott, Mitcham's. And Bayswater in form, if they can get this win, they'll move likely equal with not likely equal with Wantirna South. They'll keep pace with Wantirna South, and they play the Devils in a week or so's time. So it's all setting up for Bayswater quite nicely.
Yeah, you're right. And Scotty, I thought, we probably almost just about ruled out Bayswater probably maybe 2-3 weeks ago. But the fact that Division 1 is that tight from about 4th to about, I think, even 9th. Even Lilydale and Montrose are tied on those 4 wins. So Bayswater have done something that other clubs haven't in that bracket, and that's win the games that they need to. And that's put them into a real chance. And if they win today, you can see him challenging Wantirna South for that 5th spot.
Obviously, last time they played, it was Wantirna South at home, but they're a different beast at home. We're now joined. I managed to drag him away from the adoring faithful of the rest of the media team. We've got Heathmont coach Nick Rutley.
There you go.
Ruts, who's in, who's out? Each week, you guys, I don't think you've played the same 22 once this year. So
no, we haven't.
Who's in, who's out, what's going on? ACL epidemic at the club at the moment.
Well, first of all, it's nice to see a little bit of blue sky and some sun. I was packing some snow peas earlier. I'll tell you what, she's pretty cold. But so it's nice to see some conditions clear up. Ryan Young comes back in.
That's a good one.
So he played really well against the base, and we started getting back from injury, and then he had COVID last week, so that was unfortunate. And that was our only change. Outside that, last week we'll stay reasonably healthy, which hasn't been a factor for us all
not
season.
Been a strong suit all year.
That's what we were just talking about behind us here, where it's been like, I don't know if it's division-wide or football-wide, but I think everyone is battling with the same stuff. The injury, the illness, and the continuity from week to week is just really, really difficult.
Yeah, I don't think there's been many clubs that have had... we haven't seen the really big sways, although Boronia and Mitcham today have had to make big changes due to illness, but it seems that every week 1 or 2 blokes get trickled down, and it's never much consistency. Back to the on-field stuff.
Yeah.
How do you adapt tactically then with constant change? Is it because... It's not like, because it seems like you guys have lost anyone over 6'1" this year. So how do you adapt tactically to the way? Because as much as we all carry on, tall guys do sort of structure up a whole footy side.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and I think Probably segueing off the back of this question as well, it comes down to what's beaten us this year, and I don't think we've been beaten by youth or anything like that. What's beaten us is experienced, strong body football players. And then you try and look at our team and go, okay, well, who have we got in that sort of mould, which is difficult because you're a young up-and-coming side, and the guys that probably do fit that role have been injured or they're out for the season. So you're just trying to change things week to week to get balance, and as soon as you get it, it seems like it gets ripped out from under your feet. So I think we've got some really good balance today, but I want to be careful as well, because last time I spoke up in this same spot, I was pretty bullish. And then,
well, I was bullish too, and it went pretty
Hannon
bad.
Hannon and Mellis went nuts. 60 touches between them. So, look, in regards to the season where both teams are at, we're now in elimination final phase every day, every week. And Webby's the same, Clarkie's the same out at Baronia, and Stance is the same at the Basin. So, I mean, we felt like we contributed to nearly ending the season before last week, and now they're in the 5, the Basin.
Well, that is the weird one we've been talking about all week. We had the red alarm button being pushed down at the Basin, and now all of a sudden they're in the 5. They look to be the favourites to finish 5th. So it is a weird season, isn't it, Scotty?
Yeah, for sure. And look, obviously last time you played Mulgrave, it was a loss, and obviously you've spoken about reviewing sort of your process and sort of seeing where that change is coming from. Where are you hoping today to see that change and a bit more of the contest, I presume?
Yeah, the contest word is a big one. So they start really well, and they work very hard both ways. So, and it's been a constant theme with them throughout the entire season. What we've noticed in the last month of footy is that they have been dropping away after half time. That's not necessarily meaning anything to us in regards to, you can't just roll out and think that's just going to happen for you. We need to be really within striking distance or be in front for the early part of the day and stop them starting well, and then back our processes into the second half of the day and have it in the back of our mind that we can overrun them. I think they're pretty young. They've worked incredibly hard on their contest method, and I know Webby spoke about that at the start of the year. Their contested stuff around the footy has been really good, and we see that. And then you've got guys like Jerzavoni, Davidson, Siakoulis, and we've also noticed that I think it's Griffin James.
Yep.
He's really flying under the radar. They've got some real good workers. And then the old fossil down forward, mate, he still knows how to catch and kick. So
when you mentioned experiences beating you, I'm sure he was one at the forefront.
Yeah. He's probably sitting back going, I can't believe I'm still able to do this. But with that 2 years of gap with COVID, and then him still being a really smart, experienced player, gets in the right position.
Still got an incredible leap too.
100%. And the midfielders that I just reeled off that can get the ball into him, she's a pretty easy game.
Do you... Obviously, I think Connor Tilliard had a really good game for them last time you played them, and guys like Siakoulis. Do you sort of put focus on putting time into them, or do you just go to your midfielders and say that today's day you win the ball out, you make them chase you, and you make them earn everything they get, and sort of focus on your own ball movement forward?
Thanks for bringing him up, because he was the number 1 against us last time. I spoke to Webby after the game and said, this kid, and he said, he was thereabouts last year, but this year's just gone through the roof. He was easily best on ground when we played him last. And it's a really good question, mate, because if you try and run with all of them, you take away a lot of your game. So we just need to be far more accountable, and especially off the back of last week, we're letting Jackson and Wadley and that do whatever they like at times at stoppage and contest and Collier. We just need to be really accountable both ways. We watched some tape and saw how hard Ringwood go from contest, defence to offence. We want to try and replicate that a bit today.
And is that something a couple of weeks ago, a really important win against the Basin and probably a low-scoring game? Is that something that worked well for you that day, that your midfield did get on top?
Definitely was, yeah. I mean, they're good players. You've got Bo Veta and guys like that are very good. But we off track a little bit. If we want to take that game into isolation, it was really just about Drake, and Van Leeuwen went to Drake. So Wade would have, on average, 25 to 30 touches a game. He had 12 touches that day, and Drake had 1. So that was the ball game. We just knew if we could cut the head off the snake, it would go a long way for us to winning.
And you've spoken again about sort of development with younger players and building that time spent together as the season sort of progresses, and obviously you review it and you look at previous games against Mulgrave. You're finding those younger players getting involved in that review and can sort of see the change that they need to make and probably out on field as well?
Yeah, it's a great question, because at training you speak to them as if they should know in regards to terminology. And then some of them will turn around and go, what do you mean by that? And you go, geez, you can't get upset at the time, because you've got to go, how much footy have these boys missed? And then how much development was going on before that time? It's actually frightening in a way. So we nearly had to strip it right back and just go absolute bare basement basics and just re-educate a little bit. And I think I started to talk about that last time we spoke, or definitely in an interview throughout the year, that we've had to strip it back and go a little bit more foundation basics, and then rely on our top-end talent to do a bit more, I guess, game plan method and add a bit more terminology through them and try and get that to filter out to the team.
Yep.
It's not an easy, you're a 4-hour-a-week program at local.
Yeah.
There's a lot to...
We spoke about, and that's why it's important to have the right people in place. We're speaking about your coaching, I don't know if you take offence to this, but you probably had a pretty cruisy ride in terms of the teams you've coached up until this year, really. Obviously, out at Wandon, it was the dominant side of that area before it blossomed out. Then you've coached interleague sides and NAB League W teams. So, again, players who, if they aren't at that high level of thinking, they're in a system where they want to try and get to it.
Yep.
And then last year's Heathmont side didn't have as many injury worries as this year, and the competition wasn't as strong, and you were destined for a final series.
Yep.
So this year's probably the first year in probably 5 or 6 coaching seasons where it's been almost every turn there's been another obstacle.
Yeah.
What have you learnt about yourself as a coach, especially this season, but I guess in the last 2 at Heathmont?
Yeah, no, you're spot on. You're absolutely spot on. It's been the most challenging. When we played East Burwood, one of the supporters rang up and said, I actually don't know if you can coach.
How to get your number? You got to take that off the website.
I do like him. He was blocked after that, though. But that's just the passion of community footy as well. And they're all riding the bumps with you. And there's a particular group of people that you allow to have that interaction with, because they're always up here. They're up here Thursdays, they're up here Saturdays, putting their money over, memberships and everything. So they're along for the journey, and that's what community footy is. But for me personally, in answer to your question, what have I learned about myself? Just got to talk more and delegate more. Even in those Wandon years, Matty, where you were covering that competition, if we were having bad patches, I'd go real insular and try and fix everything myself. And what happens then is you just go down the doghouse and keep going down that rabbit hole. But if you start delegating more, talking to your people more, and you also start looking at through different lenses, nothing's ever as good or as bad. So I've tried to, in our darker times this year, just tried to tap into my assistant coaches, talk to my players, and just have more conversations about us to try and make us better. So that's probably the biggest thing I've learnt, mate.
And obviously looking around, it's a fantastic sort of setup you've got here. And I was talking off air to Ryan about local footy sort of turning into this sort of place to be rather than going into town, whether that's COVID related or whatever. It's more about building a facility.
Cost of living.
Cost of living, lettuce. It's about sort of, getting those people involved and you being probably accountable as well, and sort of coming up here and saying g'day and having those chats and everything. Yeah. Have you found the supporter base here to be really inclusive and sort of get behind the boys and the club?
They don't miss anything, mate. They don't even miss the cabbage. They've replaced cabbage for lettuce up here. But it is very much a community, I guess, hub. Yeah, you're spot on, mate. So, and all those contributing factors and what gets taken away, and the more relaxed atmosphere, and they do get to be a part of the furniture a little bit. They get a peek behind the curtain, and we take them along for that. We try to do our best on Thursday night. Sometimes we'll do reviews and have everyone watch it and having dinner, and our women's team has been brilliant, like their attitude towards their footy and their commitment. Win, lose or draw, they're just up here happy. Our netballers can come across on Thursday nights after they train and get involved. So, yeah, the environment and what we have here in regards to the building, and if the people can't see or don't know what we're talking about, it's just a brand new facility that's had a lot of money tipped into it, and it just revitalises everything. It's a place that people want to come. So all those things are going really well. Our numbers throughout our teams are good. Our juniors need some help there, but we're trying to work on that and bridge that gap between senior and junior club. But outside probably the 2 p.m. win-loss record, things are going well here, and it's off the back of the community spirit that we have.
And speaking of that, back on the field, you may not have the big boothy sort of up forward, but you're sharing it around enough. Brown's got 15, Rippingale 15, Stevens 12. So you're finding enough of the footy, and obviously, hopefully with those three I mentioned and probably the extras, just getting that consistent score, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. The last one you mentioned, Stevens, he's an X factor and he's out for the rest of the year.
With the back. There's a rogue, well not rogue, but it's an unusual injury.
My bad.
But Brown and Rippingale, we're going to have some reliance on them. So probably today you probably see Cam Evans and Finn Brown swapping ruck forward and just staying deep and having a bit of a mortgage on the goal square there, and trying to get some representation forward. If they can catch it, great. If they can't, bring it to ground and let us get involved. And then we can set up the ground behind that. And just, I'll look at the teams that are going okay or are having success. Smith,
Smith, Garner, Robertson, Booth, and then East Burwood have got Barlow and Marcus Young. So each team has got and you look across all the divisions, each team has got at least one noted person that holds the structure, and I guess that for you guys in the basin and even Templestowe, you have struggled to sort of have that consistency in that deep role. But I know Ruts could talk about footy for ages, and I know these two could. But we got to go to a break here on the Eastland pre-game. When we come back, we'll dive straight into this one, all the other games around the grounds as well. And Ruts, good luck for the rest of the year, mate, and today, mate. And hopefully we can talk soon.
Thanks, guys. Lovely as always. Take care.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back to H.E Parker Reserve for a mini elimination final here between Heathmont and Mulgrave in Division 2. Both sides sitting just outside the top 5 after the Basins win last week and their respective losses, but you would assume with the Basin playing South Mulgrave, the winner will jump back into the top 5, and it's incredible to think about how, that 5th position, it's just a fluctuating, perpetual motion of who's going to sit in it. We'll roll back into the Oracle. We've spoken to both the coaches. We've spoken pretty in depth as well with both coaches. They were really good with their time and very eloquent speakers. I think, Ruts, as he said, he's been on a fair few times in his 2 years, but Ryan Webster, particularly good orator. And some clubs, you can struggle with that on the coaching front, so it's really good from our point of view to get some more, maybe media trained is a loose term, Scotty, but eloquent speakers.
Very much so.
But someone who remains a mystery is the Oracle. And no one's really keeping track of his strike rate, to be honest. I need to go back and actually look at his strike rate. But he does give us his tips each and every week. And, I've given away the gender there. But Premier Division, we spoke about South Croydon Rover. We said on the podcast last night, the Oracle's got South Croydon winning by 3 points. Tell you what, I wouldn't surprise me. I think you still got to lean Rover away. It's got Parker, which is beating Noble by a goal. Again, wouldn't surprise me, but I think you got to go the other way. Bourne beating Blackburn comfortably. Bourne did forfeit their reserves today, so you would hope The COVID hasn't run through them. Norwood 2 beat Vermont by 10 points, 47-37. I tell you what, I reckon he could be on for the scores there as well. Bit of rain at Mullen, not really a high-scoring ground. Couple of sides that are just bare bonesing it at the moment. Doncaster-Berwick, Doncaster by 2 points, 52-50. I reckon that's pretty bang on. And Donny East, North Ringwood, Donny East by about 5 goals. I reckon the Oracle's having a pretty good day there, Scotty.
Not bad, not
the
bad.
The Park Orchards Noble one and the South Croydon Roval might be the turn. I reckon the Oracle's going to get minimum 4.
Yeah,
He'll get 4, and the margins might be a bit generous, but
Park Orchards have got quite a few outs this week. They've got no Armfield, no Everett,
and no Prosnack.
So and for Everett and Armfield out, that's quite a few goals probably.
Yeah, absolutely. Division 1, we spoke a little bit about Mitcham Bayswater and how big that game is. I don't know if the Oracle brings into the fact that there's 5 defenders out for Mitcham, and it'll be interesting to see the matchup. So Sam Howell has come into the side. He's been playing consistent footy in the reserves. He's going to take, you'd assume, Treeby. Down there in the forward line, and Jake Tilley's gone from the wing back to the back pocket. From all reports, he's going to play on one of the smaller forwards. Hasbrook or Hasbrook is.
I think it's Hasbrook. I was listening before
Hasbrook
to the Friday podcast. I think it's
Well, we had Rochi on last Sunday, and he said it, and I need to go back and actually listen to it. I want to get it right, but I also don't want to offend. So if I have offended Paul there, we need to make a call. But he's a danger man. You watch those highlights of Bayswater last week. He's not overly tall, but strong in the core. He took a couple of really good contested marks, and then kicks. And he's an opportunist. He takes his chances. So I honestly think Bayswater will get up here today. Now with the COVID news of Mitcham, small ground, so it suits the fact that they're midfield strong. And I reckon with defenders out, Treeby and Paul. Paul H could have really big days, but the Oracle's got Mitcham winning by 2.5 goals. Again, I guess on form you got to take that. Montrose to beat Upper Gully by 3 goals. I think generous to Upper Gully. It is at Upper Gully though. East Ringwood to beat Beaconsfield by 4 goals. Mooroolbark to beat Ludo by the same margin, and Croydon to beat Wanty South by a goal. That's another one to keep an eye on, isn't it, Scotty?
Yeah.
Because I can see Wanty South moving into 4th spot on the ladder with this win, and Croydon to be in pretty big trouble because their percentage is woeful. It's in the 90s. If they lose again today and Bayswater get a win, all of a sudden they're under real pressure.
Yeah, I had Wantirna South. I just really like the way they've sort of been playing the footy of late.
So they've turned the corner.
They have. Croydon, look, obviously would like that win to just give that extra gap, and then obviously in that Mitcham game. So there's plenty in it around there. But yeah, Wanty South.
We talked about scoring probably being a bit of an issue for Croydon. They're still not getting those high figures.
I think
no
Croydon's,
Constantino.
Top of my head, I think Croydon's goal scoring. Yeah, Constantino's a big miss, but you can tell how much they've missed him because he was the leading goal kicker in the division last year, and now Croydon themselves they can't hit the scoreboard at all, Ryan. I think, what are they there stats-wise? Are they the second worst offence?
I think they are, actually. So I think even in those wins in the first when they were banking them up in those first 5 or 6 rounds,
so
they were scoring
now,
50, 60 points.
They're the second worst offence, so they're obviously better than Upper Gully. The only team they're really close to are Bayswater and Beaconsfield, who both don't really have key tools.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Whereas Wanty South, on the other hand, are the 3rd best offence. They're the worst defence other than Upper Gully, but they're a bit of a South Croydon in the way they're playing in terms of they're happy to open the game up. And with Marcus Jordan, Jack O'Keefe, Kai Barlow and Liam Hewitt up forward, there's plenty of firepower. So if it's a high-scoring one, Wanty South comfortably, I think, but if Croydon can make it a scrap, they might be able to bring into it. But it's an interesting game to keep an eye on. Last time, of course, Wanty South gave up a 4-goal half-time lead to lose by 5 points. If they won that one, they could be comfortably inside the finals. Division 2, obviously, Heathmont Mulgrave here. The Oracle's got Mulgrave winning by 5 points. I think this one could go either way. It's a genuine toss of the coin game. Mulgrave look, though, to be closer to fuller strength given the kind of guys operating in the reserves, but Heathmont are winning the reserves comfortably, so harder to say there. And Heathmont, I think they're going win-loss at the moment. From
on track for a win then today.
They're on track for a win, but we said that last time as well, and Brony thumped them. The Basin and South Belgrave, the Oracle's got South Belgrave by about 50 points. I think that could be close because the Basin have been very good at home, but South Belgrave play on a small ground themselves, so it's not like they're going to be, in unfamiliar conditions. Eastfield Baronia, the Oracle's got Baronia by 8 points, but given your news, Ryan, at the top of the show with Baronia, 6 or 7 players out with COVID, that could be a bit bigger, especially at Eastfield.
The only thing is, from all reports, Eastfield right now, that is an absolute mud pit right there. So
really?
Yeah, apparently. So it would, if the rain comes, there might be a bit of a slog, which is probably Baronia's best hope, and if they can keep it within the contest for the majority of the game. I wouldn't count him out.
Okay. I wish that I wish that they had full strength, because it really then shows the gap between third and fourth, because that points differential is quite is growing.
They did a number on them last time.
It's almost like you don't want to say this, but it looks like there's going to be a prelim final. Ringwood and East Building are going to probably play 3 more times this year. They'll play one more in the home and away season, and they'll play the qualifier, and they'll likely play the prelim.
Not to be too bro in your focus, but I reckon they play better from. I think they'd rather finish 4th or 5th like they did in 2018
and get on a run.
Yep.
But you never know, they might come up against a rampant Mulgrave.
Wow.
Or the Basin, who have got a pretty good record against them this year, but that's something for another day. Ringwood to beat Oakleigh District, and Templestowe to lose to Knox. That's interesting from the Oracle. I've got Tempe winning that one. So, again, the Oracle, every division, there's just one game that he's going against the tide.
It's all right.
But he's the Oracle. He's got this different view on the game, different perspective. Division 3 is an interesting division. And Tom Langford, I guess, put it best in the article this week, written by, again, I think it's Will. I'm going to go with Will on this one. That Waverley have got the benefit of being pretty much safe in top spot. But every other team's got something to play for each week, Scott. All teams below 4th are playing pretty much to avoid relegation at the moment. Ferntree Gully will still claim they're trying to make the finals, and Coldie are just trying to make sure that they don't drop out. So it's an interesting division at the moment. And Glen Waverley play Coldstream. Out at Glen Waverley, Coldie have only won 1 game away from home, so a danger game for them. And Glen Waverley obviously need a win. They need to get some wins on the board somehow.
Yeah, and going back, I know we hopped onto this about the Ferntree Gully train, but this is up against Warrandyte. So if they are what everyone says Ferntree Gully is, they're the best side we've played against, this is actually the time, because that change is.
Yeah, well, the Oracle's got Ferntree Gully winning by about 6 goals, and Coldstream winning by 5 points in the 2 games we're talking about, Ryan. Ferntree Gully have to basically win every game, but like Scott said, if they do that, they'll actually be taking points off Donvale, Coldie, Warrandyte. So close the game.
Yeah, I think the problem is they're probably just that. Coldstream can probably wrap it up in the next 3. They've got Glen Waverley, Fair Park, Scoresby.
We need to do the maths.
The 3 wins there would be enough, I think. Even if they lost their last 3, that should be enough to get them in. Ferntree Gully would have to be absolutely.
We keep talking about this. One of us is actually going to sit down and figure out. There's a ladder predictor on Sports CG. I might jump into it during the break between the pre-game and the actual.
But I just want to see, not so much even it's great to sort of look, they might make fun, but I really want to see how they play against those top sides, because
they tested them all.
That's what everyone has said, and obviously didn't get the points, but they're now in this different realm where they're on this roll.
Headspace.
Yeah, exactly right, and momentum.
Other games, Fair Park and Donvale. Donvale should win comfortably. The Oracle's got them winning by 30 points. Scoresby, Waverley. It's at Scoresby, but you still think Waverley should win fairly handily. Oracle's got them by 13 points. So the Oracle's got Coldstream, Donvale, Waverley and Ferntree Gully. Incredibly, all 4 away teams winning. Are we all in agreement?
Yes.
Yeah. There's no. The only game could probably be Glen Waverley, Coldstream, but you can't really tip against. I find it hard to tip Glen Waverley at the moment, and I find it hard to tip against Coldstream at the moment. Yeah. So you can see where the Oracle's coming from. And then Division 4, Croydon North, Emlock and Chirnside. The first time these guys played was 1 point. There was a shot in the siren that was missed by Croydon North, but then they played Queen's Birthday weekend. Chirnside won comfortably. It seems now Croydon North are just running out of a bit of steam, and Chirnside are gearing up for finals, Scotty.
Yeah, and that's it, and it's sort of going to be, is Sylvan back to the way of old? Was that loss just a blip on the radar? They obviously had a 200-point, or whatever it was, 200-point plus smashing last week, and Kilsyth come up against them this week. So it's sort of like, well, what's Kilsyth going to deliver? Obviously had a disappointing loss last week. I think I picked Kilsyth to beat Chirnside, but
so that's what I mean. And if you go off that, Chirnside beat Kilsyth handily, and then Croydon North lost to Kilsyth handily. So we should see Chirnside win pretty comfortably.
I can't get a read on Chirnside Park, because they're 3 games clear of 3rd in Surrey Park, and their best footy seems to be good enough, but they're that far behind Sylvan.
I think you could draw a comparison with them and Baronia to an extent, although Baronia's season is a bit different because they lost to Templestowe, but Blackburn in Premier Division, they're the kind of side who are going to get the advantage of finishing, in their case, 2nd, but Blackburn will probably finish 6th because they just win the games they should win. And Sylvan, like I've said in and under this week, Baldwin probably won't be that fussed if Blackburn finish 6th, and Sylvan won't be that fussed if Chirnside keep beating everyone below them, because they'll happily play them in the grand final. But Surrey Park, on the other hand, obviously Sylvan are worried about them because they beat them, but they can't get past Churney. So they're sort of that weird enigma, Scott.
Oh, yes.
That we can't, you can't get a read on them. Even Ringwood, they've lost to both South Barrier and East Burwood. but they smack everyone else. So it's maybe the teams that have that really good system behind the ball that's too hard to break down for weaker teams, but they don't have that X factor to maybe test your top teams. Surrey Park win handily, and Sylvan Kilsyth, a similar sort of result, although the Oracles only got it being 2 goals. But
if that could happen, that's a good win. That's a
great performance. That'd be a big result for them if they got that close.
Yeah, so I guess looking at this now, like I said, the big games out of today. What do we think we're going to find out? I think we're going to definitely find out in Premier Division that we can officially rule out the loser of Norwood Vermont after today.
Yep.
Incredibly, if Vermont win, they will likely move into 6th again because Blackburn play ball. And in Division 1, we're going to find out who's not the real deal, but who's the 4th seed when Croydon and Monty South play, and whether or not Bayswater can take their chance. Today, we're obviously going to find out between Heathmont and Mulgrave,
where they sit.
Well, again, the similar thing to Norwood Vermont. You would say the loser is probably out of it, not technically, but just the way the cookie crumbles, they're probably out of it. Division 3, we're going to, like you said, Scotty, we're going to find out if Ferntree Gully are genuinely going to make a run at it. And then down in Division 4, it'll be just, can Chirnside land another big win and get some aggression on their game?
I think just touching on Premier Division, I think if Vermont do beat Norwood, I think they're probably the big challenger to Blackburn.
And they do play
in last round. And they also play... I think they play Park Orchards also on the run.
Yeah, so they both teams play Park Orchards again, and obviously play each other in round 18.
And the Sharks do have 4 top 6 opponents to play on the run home, which makes it quite difficult. They can beat them, can't they?
Have been sort of stooged by their draw. Had them playing, I think, Rowville twice, Donny East twice.
Yeah.
But those 2 sides finished in the bottom quadrant last year, but have then obviously turned into top 4 sides.
Yeah.
So the teams that were meant to be their easy double ups have actually turned into tough double ups. So Park Orchards have actually. Besides, I think they played North Ringwood twice. That's it.
Yep.
So they've actually got they've actually ended up having a really, really tough draw in the end, the Sharks, which is a bit unfortunate. But that's the way, it's a cycle. Australian rules football teams rarely stay down for long, so it's pretty hard to fixture in an even fixture.
Yeah, hard with Park Orchard, like I said, those outs at the moment.
Oh,
I don't know how long
I had them really pushing Noble today, but maybe not with all those outs. We've got to go quickly, gents. Quick tip. For me, because you two are still going to be on after this one, although Ryan will be down the boundary, I think I'm going to go Heathmont today. Just here, I've got them winning this one. Ryan, Scott can hold off. Ryan, what do you reckon?
I'm going to stick with Heathmont, but I really do think this could go either way.
Yeah, I think it'll be a 70 to 80 point-ish sort of game, really close. That's been the Eastland pre-game. We want to thank, obviously, Ryan Webster of Mulgrave, Nick Rutley of Heathmont for being great guests, Scott and Ryan. Beautiful weather. That was a very eloquent pre-game, like I said. That's one of my most used words. It just flowed beautifully. Some great questions, some great answers, and some great Oracle predictions. We've got to thank the Oracle too, whoever he may be. On the other side of this one, we go break. We'll be on Eastern FM 98.1 as well, but you'll be able to catch us on EFNL Facebook, YouTube, and the SEN app. Heathmont and Mulgrave. It's a mini eliminator. The loser is probably out of the finals. The winner will likely be in 5th after this weekend. And until then, we'll catch you on the flip side.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
On EFL Saturday, it's time for the match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local for your footy.
And a very good afternoon to everybody. Welcome out to the H.E Parker Reserve. We've got a cracking game in prospect forward today. Mulgrave against Heathmont. And I'll tell you what, there is plenty riding on this one. For the winner, they stay alive. The loser, it's pretty much season over for 2022. Hello and welcome to the big match this afternoon. My name is Brett Best and I'll be calling the game alongside my co-commentator, who we'll introduce you to in just a moment. And coming to you, of course, all our usual platforms today across Facebook and YouTube. And a good afternoon as well to all the crew listening on 98.1 Radio Eastern who have just joined us, and of course on the SEN app. Time to welcome the rest of the team to the commentary today. A couple of learned gentlemen on special comments today. They couldn't be with us, so we've got these two blokes instead. Scott Hardy and Will Faulkner. Afternoon, guys.
Afternoon. Good to be here again.
Yeah, thanks for having us and thanks for the introduction.
Yeah.
My co-commentator today is a man who I've had the pleasure of calling on a number of occasions, and he's back again. Steve White. Steve, welcome to you, mate.
Thanks, Brett, and I'll give these gents your home address and car registration later.
Oh, now come on.
I thought it was actually pretty good, but anyway, got to burn the rookies a little bit. But anyway, thanks for having us out. Pivotal clash, 6 playing 7th, and basically do or die for respective clubs as we enter the business part of the season.
The rest of the crew not quite ready for us yet, but Paul Duconi's back on scores today. Looking forward to that. And the two boys doing the hard yards out on the boundary will be Jared Beanland and Ryan Long today. Boys, let's go around the panel and get your thoughts on this one. Two sides that are, you'd probably say, only just going. They're not exactly in top form at the moment, but it really is do or die. The winner probably stays alive. The loser will probably done for the season, you'd think.
Yeah, well, I'll put my 2 cents first, but as we talked about off air, Besto, obviously COVID and injuries really ravished Heathmont this year. I had them in the top 4, as I'm sure a lot of people
most people did. Yeah, exactly.
They were my disappointing team, but at the same time, early in the part of the season, Mulgrave were the real upstarts with that string of 5 wins. So I'd like either of these teams to stay in finals contention. Whether both of either or are going to stay in remains to be seen, but I still think it's going to be a pretty good game, despite the depletion of both lineups.
Yeah, well, it's what it is. I mean, I was talking to a couple of gentlemen downstairs, our very own Brett Davidson, and we were saying the same thing. It's just going to be one of these things that you're going to have to deal with this year, Scotty. I mean, you could conceivably get to a grand final and lose half your side to COVID. I mean, we're just going to have to. It's unfortunate, but it's sort of a sign of the times, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the way of the world, but at least you've got the crowds to sort of support you and back you, and they've got a good turnout here today. We've got behind us a past players and premiership sort of reunion. So, look, it's going to be an interesting contest. Two clubs that will probably match up very similar. I guess the only thing we'll be asking is sort of, can Heathmont sort of find that scoring? Obviously haven't scored the highest, and then in Mulgrave, if Booth is on song and if he kicks a bag, because last time they met, Boothie kicked 7 and Mulgrave had a comfortable win.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask you about that because it's Booth or bust really for Mulgrave. He's got 35 goals this season, and I think the next highest goal kicker, believe it or not, is Dean Siakoulis, and he's got 12. So Booth really is a key factor, and if they can shut him down, Mulgrave could be in a bit of trouble today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a one-way avenue, as we saw earlier in the year with Booth kicking 7. I think just the conditions are a lot better today, than what they were early in this morning. So I think they'll probably be preparing for a lot more sort of one-on-one contests. Earlier today, they would have thought maybe getting the ball to ground, and he may not be as much of a focal point, but I think, as you said, he's kicked 23 more goals than anyone else in his team. He's clearly pretty big for them, so if Heathmont can shut him down, I can't see why they can't come out victors today.
So do you see either of these sides playing finals? I mean, whichever one wins today technically is still alive, but you'd hardly say that they're flying. Heathmont, we know about the injuries. They would have been probably everyone's pick to play finals before the season started. It's hard to believe that they potentially won't be there. And Mulgrave, well, it's pretty dicey for them as well. Can you see either of these sides playing finals, Scotty?
Oh, look, it's within the realms, but it's just the consistency at the moment. Obviously, Mulgrave have dropped off from that form that they had. I think it's now 4 losses in a row. Heathmont are going win-loss, and I think they're up to supposed to be a win now if they follow that trend. It's just that consistency, and then obviously the teams above at the moment with Grosvenor and the Basin are probably just the superior sort of teams.
Well, interestingly, of course, Heathmont's last win was back in round 11, so just last week they beat the Basin, but Mulgrave haven't won since back in round 8, and with due respects, they beat Oakley District, so it's not a great form line for them, is it?
I think at this stage of the season, we're coming to the point where if you want to make a run for finals, and you're talking about the grand final just before, like this is where it starts. You can't really leave it much later. Obviously, this is a must-win clash for both teams, but this is probably the game that sets them up if they want to have some form of success, or ultimately, the big success of winning a grand final. I think for both teams, it starts today if they want to have, any real shot at it.
Mulgrave next week plays South Belgrave, so with due respects, if they don't win today, I mean, they have to win today, but even if they lost today, they're unlikely, you'd think, to win next week. It's away as well, and Heathmont have got Baronia, who are not quite as good as they have been in the past, so some tough games to come for both sides.
Just to quickly interrupt, just with Mulgrave and South Belgrave, Belgrave's loss is against Mulgrave, so they've at least got that wood on them.
That's right. Steve, what are your thoughts for this one today? I mean, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, look, given the circumstances, as we last 5-6 games to go, I think as Scotty mentioned there, the pattern of win and loss. Obviously, Heathmont, I think have a lot more to play for, given the expectation on them prior to the season and the depletion of the lineup. I'm not trying to save my bias of what team I support in the EFNL, but I'd just like to see a competitive game between the two. I don't think Mulgrave are going to play finals, despite how good they were earlier in the season. I think they surprised everybody, as I said. I think the Jets are going to get up this afternoon. I think it's going to be about a 2 or 3 goal margin. It'll be scrappy, I think, because it's not, obviously we're down to second players and on some of the lists. And I think Heathmont just have that edge in terms of not just the coaching, but also just the skills level. I mean, obviously you've got Siakoulis and Booth on the other side. I'm sleeping Heathmont by 2-3 goals.
2-3 goals?
Yep.
Scotty?
I'm going Mulgrave by 10 points.
Okay.
I'll go Heathmont by 3 or 4 goals. I think, as touched on just before, the expectation of them at the start of the season, I think that probably plays a part today, and of ultra importance. If they're going to do it, make finals, today's the day.
All right, Heathmont for me by 3 or 4 goals as well. The ruck battle today will be an interesting one. You've got Campbell Evans for Heathmont, and I think he's up against, who's the ruckman for Mulgrave? I think it's Booth. No, it's Carden, sorry. And Carden is he's a bit of a makeshift ruckman, to be honest. He's been sort of thrust into the role. How do you see that falling, Steve?
I'll throw to Scotty actually first, because he's the Heathmont insider.
Oh, no, not Heathmont insider.
Sorry, Mulgrave
insider. Oh, look, I guess that's the battle there. Heathmont, going back to Heathmont, they pride themselves on contested footy, and Mulgrave have got quite a young side, and we were speaking to Ryan, obviously, pre-show, and he's sort of saying that his boys, they're young and they're trying to find that consistency sort of through a 4-quarter performance, and probably they just need that strength sort of through the middle, and I think that's where they're sort of struggling a little bit in sort of just keeping that flow. They generally start quite strong. And then sort of fade away. So as long as they can sort of have that battle in the middle and get the win from there, and they need to win it in all 4 quarters, because otherwise it's going to be a very tight contest. We've all sort of said within two goals. So that's where the battle will lie, I think.
Well, the midfields for both sides, you'd probably say that Heathmont have got slightly the better midfield, particularly with a beast like Ryan Burley in there. Obviously, that's going to be a big marker on the game today.
Yeah, absolutely. As was just touched on before with the contested ball, sort of something that Heathmont pride themselves on. It could be scrappy in the middle. We're looking at a fair bit of mud out there. The rain's done its damage the last couple of days. So if they can win the contested ball and I think giving their forwards good delivery today is going to be key. So running out of the middle, contested possessions, that'll do the job for them. But it'll be, as you said, very good battle in the midfield.
Steve?
Look, as you talked about Burley, I mean, Finn Brown sort of moves around. I've seen him being more utilised. When did he make his debut? 2019? We were calling him back 2-3 years ago.
Right.
He sort of moved,
he's been around for a little while, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, he's just sort of been used more. I think, the missing Bajramov earlier in the season is a big loss. He was one of my favourite Heathmont players, I think.
He's certainly. Bajramov was in great touch, but he's as I say, that's just one of the many players that have unfortunately been forced out with injury. So, you just got to make the best of a situation. It's no good crying over spilt milk, as the saying goes. And
even the vets like Robbie Savoury and Wade Van Leeuwen, and that sort of is an opportunity for them to sort of lead. I mean, but look, hoping for a good game of footy, closely contested either way.
So just watching as the Mulgrave side run out onto the ground, the Mulgrave Lions going through onto the ground. Ground conditions are pretty good. Looks a little bit soft out in the middle, but you'd have to say it's in pretty good order considering it is the middle of winter. You can't really do much about that. But it's a nice ground, this one. I mean, it's certainly great from viewing, and the wings are quite nice and they're fast. So who's that going to suit, do you think, Scott?
Look, I guess prior to obviously as we were driving in, it was raining cats and dogs, and I really thought that sort of probably is going to lead to Heathmont's favour. I'm only leading sort of towards Mulgrave now because it's sort of blue skies. That's set up towards Boothie up forward. If you can sort of keep that consistency, and obviously you've got young Jack Davidson as well, who's been scoring a few goals for him up forward as well. Look, I still think Mulgrave, just with that probably a little bit more sort of youth to probably spring forward, but again, it's a real coin toss. I'm really struggling to sort of see where the difference is going to be.
Yeah, there is some experience in both sides, of course, as we talked about. Dean Siakoulis on the Mulgrave side, and Robbie Savoury, he seems to have been, he's another one who seems to have been around forever. Just a good workman-like player, isn't he? Good tradie player.
Yeah, and sorry.
No, you go.
We're obviously finding that as well. Speaking to the coaches, just they've got the few sort of experienced bulls, and then it's all the youngsters underneath them. So they really need their leaders to sort of stand up on a day like this, which is going to be a tight contest.
Good stuff. All right, we're going to go to our first break, or our next break, should I say, and we'll come back and continue our build up to this one in just a minute.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower
from a start in this one. In fact, I think we're going to go a little bit early by the looks as the umpire is in the middle and he's getting set to send us aloft. So we'll be underway. There's the siren and here's Steve White to get us underway.
Thanks, Besto, as the Rucks go at it. Carden versus Evans, knocked down onto the far wing. Charging in for it, there's Nelson Lane. Packer players converge, picked up by Corey Williams. Pumps it forward now here for Mulgrave. Contested footy, no one can get a clean purchase on it. As they scoot away now into the forward 50 though. Numbers there for Heathmont and a pretty comfortable mark there for Brown. Just at the edge of his own goal square. Decides to switch the play and go into the forward pocket. And they build from the back there, do the Jets. Short passes on, goes there to Lucas Grierson there, wearing the 14 and the long sleeve this afternoon. 14 to 15, Jets attacking numerically. That's Jordan Haynes now, kicking it out onto the flank. And another mark taken. Less than 40 seconds played in this first quarter as the umpire urges his play to play on. As a kick now in towards centre wing. Players converge, moving for the back. Good mark in the front there by Campbell Evans. Taking the mark there. About 70-80 from home. Decides to switch the play. Alone by himself there is Caleb Quirk. Has to go quickly there. Pumps it into the forward line. Target is Brown. He's going to be out juked though. And we got a free kick. Chopping the arms, but it's going the way of Mulgrave. And I think that's Jordan Falloon who's got the footy. No, sorry, it's Zach Bonney. He switches the play now up towards the edge of the centre square. One-on-one contest. No one can get a clean handle on the footy. It's going to beat all comers over the boundary line and a boundary throw. We might quickly go down to our boundary riders. Ryan Long and Jared Beanland are standing by. Gents, what's the vibe like down there? Maybe not, they can't hear us. All right, well, here comes the boundary throw in, straight to the edge of the centre square. Tapped over the shoulder, trying to rove the footy. There's Baxter Lease. We'll go to the boundary side in a second. Here's the loose footy there, chasing it. There is Braden James there for the Lions. Hand pass out, and away come Mulgrave through pedal. His kick out towards centre wing. It's a foot race of sorts, and a good mark taken there on the far wing. I think that's Harry Isaacs. His kick now in towards the edge of the square. Almost taking it behind his back there was Jackson Collins. The ball goes to the ground on the edge of the circle. Let's go down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Yeah, g'day, gents. Jared Beanland here and Ryan Long down on the boundary alongside me. No wind to really speak of. It's a little bit chilly. The clouds look like they're going to be holding off on the rain for now. Yeah, back to you guys.
Thank you, Jared. So conditions holding at the moment out here at the H.E Parker Reserve as the ball is out of bounds on the far side. So we're just waiting for the umpire to throw it back in. No score in this one as yet.
It looks like Harry Isaacs got the matchup on Adam Booth, so going to be a tough day for him.
Indeed, and it goes. Won by Mulgrave. I think he got to the front spot that time, close to the boundary. And Lee it was who tried to get his hands on it, but couldn't do so, and the ball is out of bounds. So umpire to throw it on again. Nice little spot of sunshine, but how long it lasts, who would know? This filling out period in the early stages of the game. There's the ball back in. It was Carden may have got the tap there, I think. It's gone in the way of one nicely, but it's been given away, and here's Lease. Lease puts it onto the right boot, and he goes long into the pocket. He may have overcooked this, but it's there nicely gathered by Van Leeuwen. Van Leeuwen, the handball, goes to no one in particular. That's, I think it was Savoury over there. Another handball out towards the wing. It's been turned over, nicely done there by Hanning. Hanning goes inboard. Little handball through, little kick inside, and that's going to be... It's all a bit untidy as the ball goes inside. They're at 6s and 7s. Quirk couldn't get his hands on it. Now it's towards the boundary. Over there was James, and James goes down on the footy.
In the back, I think.
And he's drawn a free kick by the look. So free kick to... In fact,
free kick to Heathmont.
Yeah. And they'll be able to bring the ball out of defence.
So the Jets is the kick up towards centre wing. One-on-one contest. It's a good spoil over the top there from Hanning over Robbie Savoury, and we'll have a boundary throw in. Dead on centre wing, far side of the ground. 3.5 minutes played. No score here between Heathmont and Mulgrave here out at H.E Parker Reserve. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on SEN YouTube and Facebook. Here comes the boundary throw. To do the rucking there is Evans. Won't give that one to him though, because he was beaten by Carden in that contest as a pack forms. Burley applies the tackle, as does Evans. We'll have a ball up about 10 metres to the left of where the boundary throw-in was. So not much of a breeze to speak of, as alluded to earlier by the boundary riders, but a good day for footies nonetheless. No rain to speak of yet, but I won't curse my words. Here's Burley's high up and I'm going to mongrel punt in towards the direction there. Hansen couldn't pull it down. Ball goes loose onto the deck. The Lions trying to pump it out now here through Peddle. He gets collected there by Quirk. Good tackle, and he's won himself a ball up inside his attacking third of the ground.
Great forward pressure by Heathmont. Mulgrave struggling to find it through the middle and looking out wide.
Then winning the tap there was Savoury over the top. I think there's a rucking infringement though. And it's a free kick going the way of Mulgrave. And they play on quickly. Trying to elude his man there is Davidson. His kick out towards the flank. Uncontested mark on the far side. I think that's Falloon. Plays on quickly, puts it a right stabbing pass, cut off the easy mark for Declan Brown. He puts a right kick onto his in towards the Brown direction. That being Finn, couldn't juggle it down. Good job there at the back by Bonnie. And he forces it out over the boundary line, and we'll have a boundary throw in. Forward pocket here for the Jets, looking to get on the board. 5 minutes played here in this first term. Neither team has scored. We'll be bringing you all the scores from around the ground this afternoon with Paul Iaconi in the Sports Centre, Score Centre I should say, not getting ESPN in it, I don't think, in Australia. Here's Hansen now, his handball over the top, trying to pop it out there was Cassiano, and well, real traffic jam over there, over on the far side. I don't think that ball's going anywhere. It's set back into the hands of the umpire as it stacks on the mill, and we'll have a ball up.
So still no score in this one, but it's been a good contest, good tight contest. Both sides just filling each other out as the umpire gets set to throw it up again. Up it goes, and one of the Heathmont players got shoved out of the way. I think it was Eckert. Now the ball goes forward, and it's been through the hands over there. Nicely done though, but it's Mulgrave come forward again, and it's gone through. Sorry, Scotty.
No, sorry. Heathmont will be very pleased keeping it in their forward half. Mulgrave struggling to get it out.
So first score of the game, it's a minor score as Mulgrave bring the ball back in. That's a kick down to a better 2-on-1. Nicely done there by number 16 is Quirk for Heathmont. But he's on the ground and he's going to be well and truly wrapped up. Gets a bit of a pat on the back from one of his fellow players. Good contest. And the umpire says we'll have it up again. So up it goes. Trying to weak his way to the front spot there was Carden. He went past it though, and it's Heathmont who bring it forward. Kick inside 50 to about a 2-on-1, and that might be a free kick going the way of Heathmont, is it? Let's just wait for the umpire.
Blocking out.
It is. So it was Eckert, I think, who got blocked. He's too far out to score, so he's just going to try and kick it to the hot spot. Here he comes, Eckert.
Oh, good kick.
I tell you what, he's given it a good nudge, but it's... I almost had to eat my words there because that's gone through for a minor score. Second one of the day, and it's Heathmont by a couple of behinds.
So, 2.7 minutes played here in this first term. The Jets with the two minor scores out here at H.E Parker. The ball coming back in towards the Bonnie direction. Can he take the mark? No, he can't. And that's gone over the boundary line as the pressure there from Declan Brown forced it. And we'll have a boundary throw in, adopting the OH&S safe balcony pose here on the balcony. I hope we don't get the camera on the balcony there. That'll make a meme of the year for the EFNL media team. In it comes, boundary throw in. I'll give that one there to Evans. Poked out there by Lease and taken away now here by Mulgrave through Tilliard. His kick in towards the half-forward flank, and Jets with all the numbers, but they couldn't handle the footy in the end. James Bird now, one-on-one contest, going to be tagged out by Siakoulis, who sees it over the boundary line. Boundary throw in about 45 out from the Mulgrave goal, near side of the ground. There's a couple of changes and coming onto the ground now for the Jets, Matty Heron. So, boundary throw in. Evans to do the rucking contest. Over the top there was Leolis. Loose footy on the deck, trying to grab that one up there was James Bird. Not much in front of him, as there's a sea of Heathmont Jets jerseys, and they converge over the footy. We'll have a ball up. Let's go to Paul Iaconi in the Score Centre.
Sorry, I'm doing stats.
Stats Centre, sorry. Well, you get 2 paychecks that way, Paul.
Yeah, Heathmont are dominating the clearances 5-1. They're getting on top in the inside 50s 5-1. So they're looking good going forward at the moment.
Thanks, Paul. Paul, the stats/score/whatever else we'll assign to him. We'll assign to him this afternoon.
He'll be doing the cleaning after this.
and the catering.
Well, yeah.
Looking after OHS as well.
Yeah, I'll be filing a report later and not reporting it to the insurance company. Here's Tilliard now trying to get onto the loose footy. Good tackle applied there by Burley, but it's almost into Mulgrave hands. No one can get it as a soccer off the ground. Trying to go another soccer off the ground there was Falloon. But again, the Jets just converge, gobble up that football and get themselves a stoppage. 25 metres, 20 metres directly out in front.
So like a game of soccer at the moment, 2-0, no goals as the ball goes up. Cardner gets the tap down for Mulgrave. Siakulis was in there too, but it's gone back into the tight stuff and a bit of pushing and shoving. Handbags at 10 paces. Ekit's got the ball, gives it off, and here's a shot for goal. How's it looking? No, in fact, it's not a shot for goal. It's a kick out, sorry. I'm at the wrong end of the ground. Completely lost my bearings here for a minute. So here they come forward. Heathmont long kick forward. Over the top there, it was Hansen who couldn't get his hands on it. Bouncing towards the boundary line and just sees it out of bounds.
Oh, you talk about moving the goalpost, mate. That was at least been 40 metres.
It's a big ground. Heathmont will be happy with this, keeping it low scoring. Like I said, Mulgrave normally start quite strong.
So low scoring it certainly is, as the umpire gets set to throw it in on the far side of the grounds. Just a bit of directing there from Ryan Young, trying to get himself into the best position. He did get the front spot, but Carden may have got the tap over the top. Heath might get it out though. The kick forward goes over the back. Through the hands there of Finn Brown, who had it and then lost it. On the ground, diving in there, trying to get it was Lease, and I think that'll be a baller. No, it's come out, unbelievably, can't believe that came out. Snap towards the hot spot, ball bouncing around. Mulgrave desperately trying to get hands on it, and in the end it's been rushed through, and that'll be behind number 3. So 3 straight plays, no score. Mulgrave with their noses in front, or say Heathmont with their noses in front on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So Mulgrave to bring the footy back in here by Bonnie. His kick travels quite the distance, but a good mark. Dragged down at the back, they switch the play in towards the centre of the ground. Poor kick though, and bumped out of the contest there was Verd. The Jets have the footy, nice shake and bake there from Williams. His kick in towards the Brown direction. Eckert had the back spot, almost paid there by the umpire. Picked up now on the route, puts it on all right. Hanson's got the first here for the Jets. And he's put these Heathmont club up by 9 points. That's the first major of the afternoon. 11 minutes into the first quarter. Heathmont 1-3-9. Mulgrave yet to score. We've played 11 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Boys, I've just been watching the running patterns of Heathmont behind the ball. I've noticed there's been a fair bit of looking towards Lucas Grierson, number 14. They've been trying to get him as free as much as possible. There's been a lot of directing behind the ball, trying to get him free where possible, which I've found quite interesting. But when he's not playing free and he's had to man up on someone else has dropped back and been by themselves.
So Heathmont doing all the scoring, 3 behinds and a goal now. 9 plays, no scorers. The ball is back in the middle. Up it goes. Knocked down there by Evans out of the middle, but it's been wrapped up, and that'll be a ball up. Taken there by McDonald's. So Mulgrave have certainly been in this game, but they haven't managed to trouble the scorers just as yet as the ball goes knocked forward. Now here they come again. Heathmont, little shake and bake there from Wynn, but he got caught, managed to get it away. Was that a free kick? No, says the umpire. So Mulgrave with a chance now to get it out towards the wing. Spinning and going, a little kick down the flank there. Can they hit a target? Not at the moment, and it's out of bounds in fact. And so we'll have a throw in around about centre wing.
We spoke about the ruck contest at the start, and that's where the game's sort of be going to be won. Heathmont's doing a great job out of the clearances here.
So speak of the devil, it was Evans who got the tap. It went right over the back. Mulgrave, though, managed to get their hands on it. The kick forward, trying to find a target. No target met, though, and it's gone out of bounds, just in front of Hanning, sorry. It was trying to chase it. But Mulgrave at least at the right end of the ground, and a chance to maybe open their account if they can win a clearance here.
Good start from Harry Isaacs as well. We've had 1 intercept mark and 2 spoils so far.
So in comes the boundary throw. Finn Brown to do the rucking. Voided him, but we got a ruck infringement as Corey Williams was off to the races. But we're going to have a free kick here going towards the Jets. And it is going to go to Finn Brown. Just on his own half-back flank. Plays on quickly now. The Jets stream through the centre. Takes 1 bounce, takes 2. And here's the kick now in towards the Hanson direction. It goes over his head. Holloway's going to go loose with the footy. Picked up now here by Evans. Top prop. Great tackle applied there by Peddle. And Peels for holding the ball, and we got a whistle regardless. Free kick downfield, and it was paid. think by the back umpire in the end, because the front umpire said play on. But Mitch Peddle's going to play on quickly now here to Bonnie. Bonnie takes one bounce, so I'll risk it like a biscuit. Here goes out, puts it onto the right in towards the half-forward line. Brown's there for the Jets, gets tackled himself, manages to get a hand pass away, and the Jets reverse the pendulum and come back on the attack down centre wing. The kick, running back with the flight beautifully there was Brown. His kick stops and surveys the scene up front. His kick now in towards, it's all Mulgrave jerseys at the end. And Collins almost made a meal of that. There were two players, Collins and Peddle, and Collins, the mark was paid in the end, and made his teammate work exceptionally hard for it. 14 minutes played, 1-3-9, the Jets leading. Mulgrave yet to score as they go to the back pocket now and start from the back as Davidson's kick now just taken there on the third grab. That was actually Davidson there, apologies. That was Collins before with the kick. And now here's Burley back the other way for the Jets in the Eckert direction, takes it right on the chest on the edge of the circle. He's looking for targets. Hansen pretty well marked up. Evans calling for it as well. Decides to play on, goes by hand. Here's the centre ring cast now, but it's all going to be Mulgrave. Or will it? Again, miscommunication at the back. They clean up brilliantly, though Bonnie, who took one as he got the kick away. Going back with a flight. Nice mark there by Lucas Grierson. He turns around, puts it right onto the right boot. And not taken. Hand off now here to Finn Brown. Brilliantly shakes one, shakes another, gets a hand pass away. Here's the kick now coming in from Van Leeuwen. High up and under. It's going to go right, but the mark's taken. And Evans, I believe, has taken that one right to the right post. Almost made that more difficult than it needed to be, Heathmont. But Evans has taken the mark, and he'll line up for, hopefully, as the Jets is concerned, their second major. In he comes off the right boot. Nope. And he's put it through. Well, that deceptive angle from our commentary position.
Optical illusion.
But it looked like it went to the behind post. I didn't want to prejudice the decision. 2-3-15. Mulgrave yet to score. Let's go to Paul Uconi.
Heathmont keep dominating the inside 50s. They've had 8-2 inside 50s, 5-1 clearances. They have had to earn their goals off the ground. They've only had that one inside 50 mark so far, which was just then. So they're doing well, Heathmont.
So I'm off to get a new pair of glasses because I could have sworn that went to the left, but as you say, Steve, optical illusion. It must have just swung back at the end. We're a little bit obscured by Bruce's...
The goalpost moved again.
Yeah, Bruce's mic sock sticking out as the ball is into the contest again. I've got to blame something as the ball is.
Well, there didn't seem to be much argument from the Mulgrave players, so they were right up close.
Just don't mind me, mate. I'm as blind as a bat. So if it goes one in the middle by Finn Brown, as the ball goes forward, nicely scooped up over there, Mulgrave, trying to get their hands on it. That's in the back, I think. No, the umpire said play on. That might be in the back. No, Savoury it was. Sorry, it was Van Leeuwen on the bottom of that. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So still waiting for the first score from the Mulgrave side. 2-3-15 plays, no score. Heathmont in front at the moment. Mulgrave not that far off the pace though. Perhaps the score not telling a true reflection as Heathmont get it forward again on the boot of Quirk. Kicks it forward. Going back there nicely was Collins, did well. Little handball over the top to Hook. You can see the slippery nature of the ground in some parts as the kick goes forward by Davidson. Now towards the wing. Oh, that's a good mark. That's a great grab over there. I think that might be Booth. Yeah,
Booth will be happy with that. Isaac's been talking to him non-stop in his ear, so he'll be happy with that mark.
He has had the wood over him early, I think, but this, good first opportunity for both.
So he's had a phenomenal season, Booth. He's kicked 35 goals. The next most on the list for the Mulgrave side is Sia Koulis, who's kicked 12, so he's basically almost trebled his tally. And they do rely heavily on him, the big man Booth. So let's see how he goes. First shot of the day, and a chance for Mulgrave to get on the board. You'd think they will either way anyway. And he comes, kick on its way, and let's have a look at the umpire. He was moving. I think it's gone through.
Great kick.
It has. Beautiful kick by Booth, so he gets the first of the day. It's goal number 36 for the season, and Mulgrave finally on the board, and they trail on the Bendigo back at scoreboard 2-3-15, 1 straight 6, and we're coming up to 18 minutes in this first quarter.
Boundary.
Scotch boundary sound.
Yeah, that's the sort of delivery that Ryan Webster was looking for. Kicked 7, I think, last time they played each other, and the ball delivery team was perfect every time. So that's the sort of entries that Mulgrave will be looking for today.
And Isaac's still talking to him in the goal square, so it's going to be a great contest between those two all day.
Going to save all the best sledges, still 3 quarters to go as the kick now off the centre ruck clearance. Here it comes now. I think this is Burley streaming in. Here's the kick off the right. Oh, and straight through the middle, straight off the draw and straight onto the scoreboard. Other Jets, that was Declan Brown. My apologies. He's got the third of the afternoon here for the Jets. 3-3-21, just like that, instant reply. Mulgrave 1 straight 6. And, well, that was easy as you like. Finn Brown back into the ruck, already proving for some influence.
That was a great tap. Behind him, got it back. Nice little bounce set up for them in the middle, but that's almost as good as you can get in the ruck after a first goal from Mulgrave.
They're going to have to work out their centre clearances, Mulgrave, after this break, because we've spoken about it. They're getting dominated, and that's a too easy goal. Ryan Webster will be furious with that quick turnaround. Absolutely. So Nick Rutley, on the other hand, will be delighted. He was saying that Finn Brown would spend some time in the ruck today, and that he is, and doing a pretty good job too, as they win the clearance, Mulgrave, but no chance of getting it out. And the umpire says we will throw it up. So we're just about into the time on it, the end of this first quarter. And at the moment, after a pretty tight start, it's Heathmont just starting to get their noses in front, starting to dominate. Free kick goes the way of Mulgrave. I think that's Carden, is it, who gets the kick forward. Inside 50, what they could do with a goal just before the break, but it's not going to come at the moment. Marcus taken there, and sweeping handball across from Isaacs, and they're out here, Heathmont, as they go down the flank. Goes through the hands, and it'll go out of bounds on that far side. So, weather holding at the moment, a little bit of grey above us, but no rain. Let's hope we can get through to the end of the game. 2-3 plays 1 straight on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. As the umpire sends it in again. Carden trying to work his way to the front spot. Ball comes down. They get it forward. Mulgrave back inside 50 again. Terrific grab over there. That's
not given.
Not given. It was Hanning who took the grab.
That was rough.
He's absolutely can't believe it, Hanning. He's just looking at the sorry, it's not Hanning. It's Tilliard. Unless there was a touch off the ball.
Yeah.
Didn't appear so, did it? It looked like pretty clear, but the umpire says nothing doing, and he's got the best view, well, allegedly. And a free kick to Heathmont. And a free kick going the way of Heathmont, and they will clear. So a double whammy there for Mulgrave. Not only did they not get the mark, now they've conceded a free kick.
So Savoury to bring the ball back into a contest. Good play there from Van Leeuwen. Sorry, his opposite number, Jackson Collins. That's gone over the boundary for a boundary throw-in. So a bit of a waste there for the Jets. But Mulgrave, well, we're into time on now here in this first term. 3-3-21 plays 1 straight 6 out here at H.E Parker Reserve. Brown back into the ruck, give that one to Carden. Good tap from him. Still a contested hot potato. Goes by hand now to do the lines. Here's the kick in towards the forward line. Booth can't get a clean handle on it. Plenty of Jets players there. One of them is Isaacs. He manages to get a hand pass out, but it's all Mulgrave. A quick kick there from Griffin James. It's not going to be of any effect there. Here's a handball over the top, right in front of Siakulis, and he's got the second there for Mulgrave. And they close the gap to 9 points now as we're in time on. 3-3-21, Mulgrave 2 straight 12. We played 21 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Great to see one of the long servants of the club standing up there, and that's what they're looking for, that leadership from the old boys, just to stay within the contest. So, crucial goal, Dean Siakulis getting one just before the quarter-time break, and it's brought it back to a 9-point game. We're starting to look a little bit ominous for Mulgrave, but they're still very much in this. It'll be interesting to see what Ryan Webster does at quarter-time, if he makes any positional changes or what his thoughts on this first quarter are. I'm sure our boundary riders will be all over that. As the umpire throws it a mile in the air, I thought it would never come down. Carden got the tap into the hands of...
Sorry. But Paul Yukoni.
Heathmont are impressing in the tackles so far, so their tackling's good, and they're starting to even up in their clearances. 7-3, so they're starting to get some ball out the middle.
Thank you, Paul. So they kicked forward. I think it was Brown that put it onto the boot. Long kick forward. It's been kicked again. It's off target. Shot at goal there, but it's gone through for another behind. So they're getting plenty of those this afternoon. Heathmont is their fourth 3-4 plays 2 straight on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 22-12, and we've had 22 and a half minutes gone in the first quarter.
I think that was Eckert's third scoring shot. He hadn't kicked a major yet, though. But he's been in the play.
Very, very lively.
Yeah.
It's been great.
So to bring the footy back in is Sam Cassie now. As players streaming forward, one of them is Bonnie, but he's pretty well checked there by Nelson Lane. Here's the long-range kick out towards the half-forward flank. Coming over the top there was Evans with the spoil. Loose footy, tackle applied by Carden there on Evans. As they've been doing the bulk of the rucking duel. Evans interchanging with Finn Brown. But they will collide again now here with this ball up. Carden with a double hand, Brown with a double-handed tap. It's going to be grabbed right back into the umpire's arms for another ball up as Ethan Wynn was trying to burst through. 23 minutes played now here in this first term. Evans wins the tap again. Going to ground there was Haynes, couldn't get it cleanly. The Jets trying to get numbers in front of the footy. Trying to burst through there with the football is, I think that was Rauskas. And what a free kick, I think, is going away to the Jets. As it looks like Holloway's got it. And Holloway, he's way over the mark there. He handballs back now here to Win. His kick in towards the forward line. It's all Mulgrave. And a pretty comfortable mark taken there by, I think that's Jordan Falloon. And he plays on quickly. Goes by the right boot. Cassie now by himself, just hugging the boundary line. And Mulgrave content to slow the play down as not really much on offer upfield, more in the back line than around the forward line. Here's the kick now down the centre wing in front of us, commentary position. Plenty of Jets players, great hands there by Campbell Evans. And he just, in turn, steadies the ship, decides to switch the play in towards the mud patch in the centre square there. And going back with the flight, taking a good mark there was Hansen. I think we've got almost a free kick. That was Wade Van Leeuwen, excuse me. His kick out towards the edge of the centre square, and here come the Jets. Here's Declan Brown onto the right boot, in towards the centre square. It's got the distance, but it's just to the left, and another minor score there for Heathmont. They move to 3-5-23. Mulgrave 2 straight 12. 24 minutes played on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Mulgrave just need to work out how to get out of this back line. Heathmont are trapping them in, and they can't get anything.
So we're nearly 25 minutes played, so there hasn't been a lot of goals in this first term. Just the, what have we got? 5, sorry. So may not be too much more time to play. Nice mark taken over there. So Mulgrave maybe with an opportunity. That's Carden with the footy. Sorry, it's Booth. Beg your pardon, Booth. So Booth, he's got 1 goal today to add to his bag for the season. Goes to a teammate, finds him too. That's Carden. So they're taking a bit of time. I need to get on with this because they don't want to get beaten by the siren. It's almost like there is the siren, so right on cue. As the kick comes inside, it's not going to count the mark, and it is quarter time out here at the H.E Parker Reserve. And a pretty interesting first quarter it is too, but it's Heathmont, after a tight start, who have their noses in front. 3-5-23, plays 2 straight on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Here's Steve White with the goal kickers for the first term.
And putting me on the spot, Brett Best. I was trying to get a drink, no. Hey, Heathmont goal kickers, single goal kickers all to Campbell Evans with 1, Declan Brown with 1, and Jed Hansen with 1. And for Mulgrave, Booth and Sear Coolis, the 2 leading goal kickers with the 2 goals.
Thank you, Steve. So we'll take a quick break. It's been an interesting first term and plenty of footy to come in this one as well, as we'll come back in just a couple of minutes and wrap up all the action from the first quarter.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
So welcome back to the H.E Parker Reserve, where an interesting clash is unfolding out here. We're about to get ready for the second term, but at the moment it's an 11-point lead for the Heathmont side up against Mulgrave. We'll go down to the boundary very, very shortly, hopefully, and catch up with the respective coaches. But just before we do that, Scotty, what have you made of that first term?
Yeah, look, Heathmont wanted to start strong, and they have. And obviously we spoke about that centre mounts being the pivotal sort of point, and they're doing the domination right through the centre there. Mulgrave are just struggling. They're struggling to find that middle ground when they're coming back from their back line and looking out wide, and the numbers that Heathmont are piling out there is too strong.
Let's go across to Matt Fuddy, who's in the score centre this afternoon, keeping us up to date with all the important scores. Matty.
Yeah, absolutely. So Premier Division, the big score at the moment is Blackburn are out 50-19. They've absolutely dominated in that first quarter against Baldwin. So 8 goals to 3. Did not expect that. They've been averaging about 8 goals a game, Blackburn, for the last month. So they've kicked all of them in the first quarter. And then the other scores, Rowville by 2 points over South Croydon at 2 goals apiece. And then Noble by a kick over Park Orchards 19-13. Division 3, it's Glen Waverley 2-2 to Coldstream 2-1. Scoresby 1-2-8 to Waverley Blues 13. And then down in Division 4, Croydon North had kicked the first 3, but Churnside have come back and kicked the last 5. So it's Churnside 32 to Croydon North 20. And then the Basin in South Belgrave, the Basin early leaders by 2 goals, 25-14.
Interesting stuff. All right, well, we'll get to more scores as the afternoon unfolds, and I'll just wait for Paul to finish his drink before we chuck to him and get some stats from that first quarter. Paul.
Yeah, so Heathmont have been looking good going forward, 12-5 inside 50s. Heathmont have been good defensively, but a lot of the stats have been going Heathmont's way. So, but I think Mulgrave, thinking about the stats, I think it's a good sort of result for him at quarter time.
So let's get down to the boundary and catch it with one of the coaches.
Yeah, it's just with Mulgrave coach Ryan Webster. Bit of a tough start, under pressure early, but you sort of got the game back on your terms in the late first quarter. What was your assessment?
Yeah, they did put us under a lot of pressure early and had good run from behind, and we just didn't catch on quick enough to stop it. But as you said, the back half of that quarter, we got it on our terms a little bit more, and we're able to control the ball, and that's what we need to do for the start of this quarter now.
And just you seem to be quite focused on Boothie up forward. Is that the bit of an option to look for others that are open in the forward half?
Yeah, Booth is a great player, but as most teams do, they're going to drop someone in between the ball and him. So we just got to make sure we use the other blokes who are, working really hard to get to the right spot, and we kick them the ball.
And back six been pretty good, despite being under a lot of pressure with the inside 50s, but they've held strong so far.
Yeah, I think it was 15-7 inside 50s for Heathmont. So the boys did really well to stand up against that pressure. They've just got to make sure we limit that ball movement and give the back six a bit of a chop out.
Best luck for the rest of the game.
Thank you, boys. Ryan Long down there with Mulgrave coach Ryan Webster as we get set for the start of the second term.
Let's go to Matt Pody.
Yeah, just one more score. Division 1, we've finally got an update from someone there. Mitcham lead 3-2-20 to Bayswater 2-1-13.
Thank you, Matty. So ball in the middle, and we have a repeat stoppage as the ball is thrown up.
Boundary.
As we go down to the boundary and for an update.
Yeah, so Nick Riley was very happy with that start for Heathmont. The main thing that he wanted to focus on was dragging a couple of the Mulgrave defenders up the ground, creating a bit more space in the forward line, and improving those forward entries for Heathmont this quarter.
So ball in the hands of Quirk as he chips it out wide. So Heathmont just chipping it around. We'll just get some quick comments from Will because we didn't get his thoughts on the first quarter. Will, what did you make of it?
Heathmont strong start. I actually thought kicking 3-5 in the first quarter, I thought that actually might be a little bit further in front, but I think Mulgrave probably made the most of their opportunities. Not many, but made the most of them.
Well, there was a kick into the forward line, and Zach Bonney getting the spoil over Finn Brown, and first attacking drive there for the Jets, kicking towards the far end.
Just a quick one as well. I've just noticed start of the second quarter, that was Reuben Brown has now gone to Andrew Booth. Harry Isaacs was on him in the first quarter. They've made a bit of a change there.
So we'll keep an eye on that matchup as the boundary throw-in comes in. Over the top, looking for the hit out there was Peddle. It comes back in towards the middle of the ground. And Mulgrave stream forward, or making a meal of that nearly was Siakoulis. A couple of players go over. The Mulgrave Footy Club have the football. Here's the kick now in towards Jordan Falloon. Did well to take that one off the ground and give it by hand. Here's the kick now in towards the forward line. 2v1. Jets have the numbers there. Good grab there by Van Leeuwen. Goes back now here to Brown, running out of real estate, so he puts it onto the right boot. Up towards the half-forward back on the far side of the ground. Spoil over the top by Peddle. Here's a loose footy. Centering cross, and all by himself there is Connor Tilliard. And he takes a pretty uncontested mark directly in front, about 40 metres out.
Interesting change for the Booth matchup. I thought Isaacs did a great job in the first quarter.
Agreed.
So Tilliard looking for potentially the third goal of the afternoon here for Mulgrave. And coming onto the ground now looks like Harry Isaacs, as we were just discussing.
Looks a little bit ginger.
Yeah.
Warming up on the boundary.
So here's the kick by Tilliard. I don't think it's going to have the distance. Oh, it might do so in the end, and it does, just by about a metre or so. Slowed down quite a bit there on the entry, but it's a goal to the Mulgrave Footy Club. 3 straight 18. They trail Heathmont 3-5-23. We played 2.5 minutes in the second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So Mulgrave hanging in there, 5-point margin. As the umpire gets the ball, going back into the stodgy looking middle, but it's obviously holding up okay. It's the middle of winter, so I guess we can't expect too much as the umpire gets set to throw it up. Up it goes, so we're back into play. Up they fly. Might have been a Heathmont winning the ruck there as the ball bounces around, and that might be in the back, I think. No? Is it? Yes, it is. So in the back it was. Carden coming into the Heathmont players back there. So free kick to the Jets. Quirk it is. Little chip out wide. So Heathmont just trying to chip it around, looking for the opening to find a way forward. Now the kick forward. A little bit overcooked though, I think, as it's bouncing around there. Nicely picked up there over there by Giovasoni. Haven't called his name too much today, but he's tackled well and truly on the bottom of that. And we'll have a stoppage.
Boundary.
As we go into the boundary.
Yeah, we were talking about Harry Isaacs testing out that right leg. He still is, but looking to come back onto the ground very soon.
Thank you, Jared. Ball up in the middle, knocked out. And I think it's Giovasoni in there again. Now it comes clear. Mulgrave, get it forward. Scrubby will kick out towards the wing. Off hands. It's all pretty untidy at the moment. Scooping it up over there nicely. Now the ball in the hands of Pereira. For Heathmont, gets it back inside. That was Burley of the Joel variety. Little kick forward. Chasing through there.
Good take.
Nicely done. So a bit of this and that way. It's Verdi with the ball. Gets it inside. And the umpire's whistle's gone.
Giovasoni's running to the boundary there, boys. Looks to be his shoulder.
Okay, well, the boys will keep an eye on that on the boundary, I'm sure, for us.
As boundary throw in now. Attacking 50 here for Mulgrave. In comes the rocking contest. Evans had the front spot, couldn't get the footy though. Booth picked it up over the top. Now here's Lease. His snap was partially smothered. Drumming over the top there was Nelson Lane. Picked up now here by Williams. Moving in, centering kick, but it's all Heathmont. Almost went right through them. Almost went right through everyone and through for a major. 3 Heathmont Jets players. That'll be a minor score. 3-5-23, Mulgrave 3-1-19. Let's go to Matt Fodia.
Yeah, quickly around the ground. So Croydon North 27, Chirnside 34, Kilsyth 8, Sylvan 15. All level at Scoresby Waverley at 14 apiece, and then Coldstream and Glen Waverley the same score. South Belgrave at 2-3. They trail the Basin 4-1. And Mooroolbark lead by 3 goals over Lewdale. Croydon by 5 over Wanturna South. Mitcham by 7 over Bayswater. Nord 8 lead Vermont 2. Enthralling game out there at Mulliamullam. And Noble have kicked the last couple of goals, so they lead by 3 goals over Park Orchards, 31-18.
So thank you, Batty. Keep it locked here. Well, not just the game this afternoon, but all those important scores around the ground, so you can literally be in 2 places at once as we get into the boundary.
Yeah, Jackson Jeffersoni holding that right shoulder, so could be out, but we'll let you know once we have further details.
So it's Burley who gets the kick forward. Looks like it could have been a dislocation. He looked
well
pretty unhappy, but here they come forward again now. Here's the kick, bouncing around, trying to get hands on it, does well. Here's the kick inside by Brown. Can he hit a target? It's not a great kick. Bounces past everyone, but it's still there to be won. Little chip out to the far side. There's Brown again. He's going to get his hands on it for the second time in a couple of minutes. There's the kick into the hot spot. And Mark not taking it. It's gone through. It has. That's a goal.
Ryan Young.
So Ryan Young it was, as the ball just bounced, an awkward bounce. It was a bit of an untidy piece of play, but Ryan Young joining on the spot, got his hands on it, and he's put it through for his first of the day, and Heathmont get their fourth, and they lead by 4-5-29 to 3-1-19 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Early stages of the second quarter. As we go boundary side.
Yeah, Harry Isaac's right back on and straight on to Adam Booth, as was the case in the first quarter.
I have to say, I was admiring Harry Isaac's running style as he's coming onto the ground, very upright. It reminds me of a bit of a Usain Bolt, but whatever.
I thought you were going to say Forrest Gump.
No.
Terminator.
Well, I couldn't see Jenny down there, mate. So anyway, wasn't running into the end zone. He's running into the forward 50. But anyway, here's the centre bounce, slapped forward there by Evans, right through the mud patch. Well done on hands and knees there by the Jets. Couldn't take it there, but drags his man to the ground. Great tackle. Play on, says the umpire. And that was Davidson going in for the footy, and finally we got a whistle, and that's probably taken the wind right out of the sails there. I didn't see who was the tacklee. I think that was Castaneau. Was it Sam Castaneau? Yeah, he was the recipient. And he's pretty ginger. Well, he's going the wrong way now. He's been told to come off the ground. And a short pass now affected there. Nathan Lee taking the grab on his own half-back flank. Oh, Castaneau staying on the ground. Lee, short chip pass, just found his target there in Tilliard, who's the goal scorer from a few minutes ago. Calling for it downfield there is Troy Hanning, decides not to go to him, puts a right boot on towards a contest. It's 3v2 in favour of Heathmont. Evades everyone, slapped forward there by Isaacs, grabbed by Hanning. Contested footy, Hanspark comes out to Isaacs now and he's off to the races, puts it onto the right boot. It's a 2v2 now inside the Heathmont forward line. Well done there by Peddle, going back with the flight to drag it in, but dragged to the ground in turn by Finn Brown. Right on the edge of the circle, and we'll have a ball up. 45 out from the goals as far as Heathmont are concerned. Here's the ball up. Peddle now. Just paddled that one forward. Kick in towards the centre square. Coming over the top was Savoury, but having the front spot was Hanning. Good jukes from him. Turns and surveys the scene. The kick now in towards the direction of Falloon. Is he going to win it? No, he can't. It's spoiled from behind. Onto the right, a good smother there affected. I think that was McDonald. Loose footy to Van Leeuwen. Handball over the top. The Jets now breaking out of their own end. That's well done there. Steadying the ship there was Joel Burley. His kick finds a teammate there in Ryan, and a sibling in fact. And off come the Jets down the far side.
So, a little bit of interesting play. The ball goes over the top to Quirk. Now they've got it on the outside. Kick forward into the inside 50, bouncing around over there. And it's on the ground. They've got, getting his hands on it there was Hanson. He shrugged the tackle and he's got a shot for a goal. And I think, no, hit the post. He did pretty well, Hanson there. He shrugged off the tackler and he did pretty well to get the shot in, but just finding the woodwork. So another minor scorer. 4-6-30 plays at 3-1-19. Back into play from Mulgrave. So game being played at a decent pace. Having said that, though, Mulgrave are just going to slow it down for the moment as they try and look for some options to kick forward. There's the kick out towards the wing. Up they fly. Good mark taken over there. It's Hanning. So Hanning just taking a bit of time. Gives it off. Kick forward there from Collins. Down the line. Up they fly. Goes right over the top and it's been turned over. So here's Heathmont again. Through the middle they come. Nice little flick handball over the top. Now they go back inside. They're playing at a heck of a pace. Good kick forward there. Inside 50, but the ball is bouncing around. Is that a high tackle? No, says the umpire. Hanson gets a handball out. Scragged away. They've still got control of it, though, Heathmont. Going all over the place at the moment, and Brown has the mark. So Brown has it, and he will go back.
Isaacs doesn't seem to be feeling much of that that niggle. He's had a few good plays running through the centre and really created this goal. Oh, sorry, created this mark. Don't know if it's a goal yet. I've mossed it already.
Done very, very well. That's not easy running off a player like Booth to go out and be aggressive and run down the middle of the ground.
So Declan Brown's already kicked one today. This is his chance to make it serve, and I tell you what, it's okay. It's
I haven't mossed it.
Reverse moss.
So Declan Brown gets his second of the day, and Heath might kick away a little bit on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we've had about just over, in fact, I think that clock stopped on the scoreboard over there. But anyway, it's 5-6-36 to 3-1-19, and we're in the second quarter of the big clash out here at the H.E Parker Reserve.
Let's go to quickly. Paul Yukoni.
Yeah, so it's Heathmont are winning it out the middle still. They're 5 clearances to 4 in this quarter. It's 2 marks inside 50 apiece for both sides, 1 each in this second quarter. But Heathmont have kicked 2 goals from their 2 inside 50 marks.
Thanks, Paul. Brown versus Leolis in the ruck. It's probably 1 inch taller than me, being 5'6". It's not something a matchup I would have seen too commonly. And McDonald gets the kick now down the far side. And it's just kept in over the right side of the line there by Quirk. He goes by hand over the top. Well roved now here by the Jets. Hand pass in the middle of Young. He's collected by a couple of Mulgrave players, held onto it for an eternity, and finally he's pinged. And Mulgrave win themselves a free kick just on the half-back flank on the far side of the ground. Quick kick there by Ruskas. His kick finds a teammate over on the far side. And Mulgrave stream forward. They've got plenty of players there on the centre wing. They've got Williams alone by himself in the centre square. Here's a high kick now towards centre wing. Brown goes up there for the Jets, evades him. Taken brilliantly off the deck by Bird. Gets a hand pass out over the top. Here's the kick now. All Jets players and Declan Brown. It's been all over the ground this quarter and the previous one. He takes the mark right on the edge of the circle. Joel Burley now. Gain of about 10 metres. They switch the play down here the near side. This is better from the Jets. Van Leeuwen now steadies the ship. Thought about the bounce. Puts it onto the right boot out towards centre wing. 1v1 contest. Couldn't take the mark there. He's carrying in his Isaacs. Lays the tackle. Mulgrave come away with a footy now. Here's Corey Williams. Little chip over the top of it. And a good take there by Mulgrave. And away they come now. Here through Davidson. Davidson now. Couple of Jets on him. Taken brilliantly there by Bird. Centering pass. Oh, great mark almost by Tilliard. Did well to gather it in regardless. Puts it onto the left. Mongrel up and under punt. And almost taken there. Falloon probably should have taken that one. And we had a pretty heavy clash. And I can't see the player who is down. And he's not, just trying to see who that was. Oh, well, he got shoved out. It didn't look, it probably looked like he got something in the back. But let's go to Matt Fodio in the score centre.
Yeah, just a couple other scores coming in. So Division 2, Ringwood 52, Oakley District 1, Templestowe 31, Knox 14. The other Premier Division game is Doncaster East and North Ringwood. Donny East lead by 31 points, 37-6. Doncaster leave Berwick 20-15. Mentioned those Division 1 scores already. And then Kilsyth lead Sylvan 20-16, and Nuttawading lead Surrey Park 14-12. And we've just had an update from Ryan Long, who will be giving us Boronia scores all day. Just need the phone to unlock here. This is on-air sort of stuff. East Burwood lead 31-28.
We have the highest amount of technology here. We go to the boundary, speaking of Ryan.
Yeah, it's actually Jared here. So it was Callum Pereira who was involved in that clash that resulted in the free kick before in the defence for Heathmont. He's come off and he's looking pretty worse for wear at the moment.
So a little bit of an injury told today. There's been 2 or 3 reasonably serious injuries, but let's hope he's okay as the ball is out of bounds on the far side of the field. So we're coming up to 5 minutes gone in this second term. Margin currently is, it is 15. So and the ball goes along the boundary. Trying to keep it in over there was Brown, couldn't do so. And it's a throw in on the far side. So umpire to throw it in. H.E Parker reserve, bathed in cloud at the moment, but at least there's no rain as the umpire throws it in. Gets nice. There's Finn Brown coming over the top, wins the ball from the head out into the tight stuff, and well and truly wrapped up. I think it's Haynes at the bottom of that.
Mulgrave still a little bit too Booth focused. They really butchered that goal there. You could see Jack was looking for Boothie when he probably had the chance to take a shot. I think Mulgrave needs to take more opportunities just to get a few more points on the board.
Yeah, they have the confidence to go for it themselves as the ball is won out of the middle there by Carton. Now the kick forward down towards the over on the far side, a bit of a juggling act over there. Nice work though by I think it was Hook over there, gets it forward. Still in control Mulgrave, but they're a bit panicky with some of their kicks. There's the ball going back inside Williams, he went without it. Now it's in the hands of Quirk, he's been quite good today for Heathmont. Ball on the ground once again in dispute, really untidy piece of play, and in the end they do get it out, but it's overcooked over the head of Van Leeuwen.
They've got numbers here, Heathmont.
It's worked out for them here. Oh, shot, terrible kick. Heathmont with a real opportunity going back there was Hook. It's cries of ball as the tackle is made over there. Haynes it was to tackle it, but the umpire says we will have a ball up as we go boundary side.
Yeah, Cal Pereira should be fine. He's copped a knock to the back, and they're saying that he should be back on the ground this quarter.
And just an update on Jackson Gervasoni. He's out for the game. He's got his jacket on. It is the shoulder. Can't lift his left arm, so he's out for the day.
Thanks for that, guys. As the high up and under kick comes in towards the half-forward league, but arriving there was the coolest to try and get the crumbs, but ball going back into the hands of the umpire for a ball up, edge of the centre square towards the Heathmont attacking end of the ground.
Great tackling pressure by both sides. Paul, do you have the stats for the tackle?
Sorry, I've just taken the headset off him. I've just taken the headset off him quickly, Scotty, because Upper Gully 4-2-26, trail Montrose 4-5-29. So a good start from the Kings. And then I'll hand over to Paul now. What did you want from him, Scotty?
Just the tackle count.
The tackle count. What have you got here for tackles, Paul?
In this quarter, Heathmont lead at 6-5.
Well, that was a shot on goal there from Lucas Grierson just to the right. And that's just a minor score there for the Jets. So 17 and a half gone here in this second term. They're really trolling us over there on the scoreboard. 7 minutes and 30, and we get vision of that. But 5-7-37, Mulgrave 3-1-19 as we approach time on here in this second term, and we wait for the suburban football ritual of returning the footy from 50 metres over the fence.
Down in the creek.
Yes. So Mulgrave bring the footy back in. Here's a kick now. Carden was the target, but plenty of Jets players there. Over the back, Hanning almost dragged it in by himself. McDonald arrives late there for the Jets. Ball pops out the back. Socket off the ground. Trying to pick this one up now. Here's Falloon. Just hugs the boundary line and goes by hand there to Hook. Nice hands of his own. Here's the kick. Bounce a high up and under. Travelled higher than it did further. Savory's under it, can't drag it down. McDonald leading the foot race for the footy for the Jets. Did well to drag it in and get a hand pass out. Savory tried to pop that one over the top. They're looking for Jordan Haynes. Siakoulis, he puts it onto the right. A mongrel kick. It evades Brown there.
Well done.
But it comes up to the deck, and well, players are struggling morally to get their hands on the footy and keep their feet on the ground. Brown is dragged to the ground, and a good tackle applied there by his opposing number there in Griffin James, and we're going to have a ball up as the Mulgrave, really scrappy piece of play from both teams there, but Mulgrave, we had more of the touches. As Brown, nice tap over the back there, grabbed by his opposite number there in Davidson. His kick is cut off there by Joel Burley, and he goes in short now here to Haynes wearing the helmet. Players streaming forward now here for the Jets. Kick up towards the centre wing area, almost dragged in over the boundary line though. Rippingale was the intended target, and we'll have a boundary throw in.
So Rippingale, didn't see much of him today. He's kicked 15 goals for the season, but he hasn't had much of an opportunity as yet. But still plenty of time to go on this one as we wait for the umpire to get it back in. Good wrestling in the ruck there. Might have been Carton who got a tap to it. It's gone to ground though as it comes clear. And they've got possession now once again. Heathmont as they go back inside through Wynn. Wynn goes back into the middle of the ground. Coming across there, almost taking the mark there was Rippingale, the guy that we were just talking about before. On the ground in the contest. And that'll be well and truly wrapped up. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So we've had, who knows how long we've had. I believe it's about 19 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. As we go down to Paul, he's got some stats.
Well, Mulgrave are winning enough of the ball and they're having enough inside 50s, but they just need to be cleaner because Heathmont are leading the intercept mark 6-3 at the moment. So they've had enough opportunities at the moment. They just need to be cleaner going forward.
Thank you, Paul.
Heathmont seems to be having a bit more composure compared to Mulgrave. Mulgrave seem to be rushing their kicks a little bit.
Let's pop into the score centre too while we're here with Matt Fodio. No, he's not ready for us, Matt, so we'll come back to him in just a moment. So, Heathmont, away they go again. Chasing it there was Pereira. Throws his man out of the way. That was good stuff. Now it's in the hands of Brown, and he takes it over the boundary line.
Boothie was free out the back there.
Yeah.
Great attack on the ball.
I was going to say, Isaacs continues to do it. He's run as far as 60 metres off Booth to go offensively and make some plays. As we said before, leaving him so dangerous like that, pretty gutsy, but he's done it flawlessly so far.
So it is in fact a free kick by the looks. No, in fact it's not a free kick. I thought the umpire had his arm out, but no. It's been Win with the possession of the footy. Get it out again, they do, Heathmont. Little ball out there for Haynes, who knocks one over the top, close to the boundary, and in fact it's over the boundary. So we'll throw it in. So 18-point margin, 3 goals in favour of the Jets. They lead 5-7-37 to 3-1-19.
Everyone in the forward half of the ground at the moment.
Yeah.
So a fair bit of wrestling as the ball goes in. It was won there, nicely by Evans, coming over the top.
Oh, good tackle.
Huge tackle over there. Coming, it was Lacey made the tackle, and he lets his opponent know all about it too. Bit of pushing and shoving. But nothing to see as the umpire gets set to throw it back in again. There it goes. Up it goes. So one by Mulgrave out of the middle and taken across the boundary there again is Wynn. It's been heavily involved in the last couple of minutes. So just waiting for the umpire to throw it on again. There's Ryan Burley over the back. Such a key figure in this Heathmont side. Haven't seen too much of him today. The ball goes in, a bit of pushing and shoving, and that'll be another free kick. There's a lot of infringing in the game going on at the moment.
High contact on that one, I think.
So it's in the hands now of Carden, who gets set to go forward. He's calling for players to come to him. He said there's no one to kick to, and then he puts in a pretty ordinary kick. Going back there nicely was Brown, and he's lost it. And they've got it again, Mulgrave. Here's an opportunity on the boot of Hanning, and he's made a complete mess of it. And it should be marked over there, and it is easily by Savoury, and Heathmont will come back.
So real comedy of errors there from Mulgrave. The kick in and then the kick on goal. Yeah, real tunnel ball stuff as this one now moved out now here by Burley. Shakes the tackle. Nice little delay and then switching the play out now here to Brown, and probably just need to steady the ship a little bit. And well, they go into the centre of the ground, right into the Brown area of the ground. That evaded there his teammate in Grierson, but picked up brilliantly by Wynn. Wynn now had to shake a couple of tackles. Evans gets wrapped up, well taken there out of the midair by Hook. And Mulgrave stream forward. Here's the kick. It's an awful one. The skill's really going to town in the last 5 or so minutes. But Haynes now gets the kick in towards the forward line. It bounces right out towards the half-forward flank. Rippingale trying to win the footy, and the footy goes over the boundary line, courtesy of Nathan Lee. Will get a boundary throw-in. And yeah, well, the skill's really declining in the last 5 or 10. Let's go to Matt Fodia.
Yeah, just a couple more scores coming through. So Park Orchards get the first of the second quarter. So they're 5-2-32. Noble Park 6-4-40. And down in Division 4, it might be upset central today. All of the lesser knowns are in front. So Croydon, or lesser knowns, the underdogs. Croydon or them like a 51-47 over Churnside. Nuttawading lead by 2 points over Surrey Park, and Kilsyth lead by 4 points over Sylvan. So it could be upset round down there.
I'm sure the lesser knowns will be sending you angry text messages the next 5 minutes there, Matty, as a pump. Here comes the kick now from Lane. Takes a bounce. Thought about another bounce. Puts it on to the right. And he kicked it to the right of goal. And there goes an opportunity there for the Jets to get another one. And with 23 minutes and, well, 24 minutes played now, 5-7-37. They lead Mulgrave 3-1-19 as we are deep into time on in this second term.
I thought you were going to say it's an opportunity for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, because we haven't had too many contenders so far today, but that certainly would have been up there. As the ball comes back into play, up they go. Huge fly over the top. I think it was Booth who was coming over the top. And umpire's whistle's gone, so free kick. They play on quickly. Now it's Joel Burley. It goes right across the other side of the ground. Nice mark taken. So just happy to slow it down here, Heathmont. And an opportunity now for them to go back and maybe nail one before the break. And so Holloway it is, or Holloway, sorry, Nick Holloway. I don't think he's got the journey, has he? It's not a bad kick. It's going to come up just a little bit short. Knocked away. Ryan Burley chases home, manages to keep it in. A little bit of ducking and weaving. This will be the goal of the day if he puts it through, and he can't quite do it. I mozzed him. So Ryan Burley, that was very clever play. He's a terrific player, Ryan Burley, but he just couldn't quite, a little bit too tight in there to get the kick on goal, and he's put it through for a minor score. So the score advances by 1. Margin 20 points. It's 5-9-39 to 3-1-19 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in the closing stages of the second quarter.
So Mulgrave bringing the footy out. Here's the kick from Lee, excuse me. There's a bouncing footy. It's picked up now here by Lane for Heathmont. His hand pass is cut off though, and coming back the other way is Baxter Lease. Got collected there at centre wing. Good tackle applied by Lane. Loose footy on the deck. Players converge in a pile, and this is going right back into the hands of the umpire for a ball up centre wing area, far side of the ground. 25 minutes played here in time on. 5-9-39. Heathmont lead Mulgrave 3-1-19. Hope you can join the broadcast on SEN, streaming around the globe on YouTube, Facebook, and on Radio Eastern 98.1. Haynes in the foot race there for the footy. Couldn't drag it in. Did well, though, to pick it back up off the ground and get a hand pass away. Jets streaming forward now. Here they come. Here's the kick in towards Rippingale direction. It's going to go over his head. Couldn't take the mark there. Could Finn Brown. Loose bouncing footy for Mulgrave. Kicked in towards the centre of the ground. Evades all comers. Lane's in there now for the Jets. But the footy comes back now here to Savoury. Puts a left foot kick into the Haynes direction. He takes a pretty safe mark on the edge of the centre square. His kick in towards the Finn Brown direction. At the back spot, couldn't drag it in, excuse me. Lease in there for Mulgrave. And a real pack of players. And I think that's going to be a ball up on the far side of the ground. And it's a pretty long quarter so far. We had 24 minutes, I think, in the first. It's 26 played so far. Here's the throw. Boundary to throw the ball up. Finn Brown now won the tap down in towards the Rippingale direction. Good fist over the top there from Bonnie. Loose footy. Bonnie now puts the right boot onto it, up and towards the edge of the centre square. It's all blue and gold jerseys though. And Heathmont, 30 seconds left. As, well, good mark. I didn't see, I thought that should have been paid. Rippingale has paid it, I think. Well, there's a bit of a pause there. I think everyone sort of realised that, well, maybe it was a late whistle, but regardless, he dragged it in. Whoa,
that is not a mark at all.
Okay, I stand corrected. And this one's going to, well, this could be a potentially, a bit of a controversy. Well, it is a controversy because it wasn't a mark. What am I talking about?
Great bit of camera work there as well.
Just overcomplicating something very simple. Here we go. Here's Rippingale lining up from about 35. Onto the right boot. It's going to come back and not enough, and probably got the to the justice it deserved. And that's going to be 5-10-40. Heathmont get the minor score going into half-time. They lead Mulgrave 3-1-19 after a 27-minute quarter, Besto.
So just the one major goal kick, and that's Brown for Heathmont. He has a couple, singles to Evans, Young and Hansen. And for Mulgrave, just the 3 goals for them. Tilliard and Siakoulis, along with Booth to go for this 35 for the season. Time for a quick break, and then we'll come back and analyse all the action from the first half on EFNL Game Day out here at the H.E Parker Reserve.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome to the halftime show. This is Will Faulkner. I'm currently joined by Ryan Long, Jared Beelan, as well as Matt Fodier in the score centre. Boys, what do we make of that first half? Heathmont up by 21 points.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Obviously, 5-10. They've had plenty of opportunity, especially in that first half. They dominated the centre clearances, gave plenty of options to their forwards with their inside 50 count. And again, it was sort of maybe a similar thing in that second quarter, but they just haven't made the most of their opportunities. But look, the signs are good. You can talk about guys like Declan Brown, Jed Hansen. These are guys that have found plenty of the football, and I think something's got to change quite dramatically for Mulgrave to really get back into it, because I can see Heathmont starting to open this game up in the third quarter if they take the most of their opportunities.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with the way Heathmont have been setting up behind the ball as well. I mean, obviously, Will, you've mentioned Harry Isaacs a couple of times. I've loved his game, playing off Adam Booth. It's strategically brave, but it's paid off in dividends. And I'd love to talk to Nick Rutley about sort of like his role, Isaacs' role today and what the plan was. The same can be said as well for Nelson Lane. He's been playing off Siakoulis, and Siakoulis hasn't had much of an impact on the game either. He's a great player, and Nelson Lane has, he's had the speed and the dare to run off of him and take possessions in the same way that Isaacs has. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, taking out two of their key players has really gone a long way for them so far. They've had 15 scoring shots to just the 4 for Mulgrave. And yeah, you talk about Isaacs, I agree with you completely, as you've heard. I think he's had an outstanding game. He's played him just about flawlessly. As well, was there anything structurally besides Isaacs that you guys saw from ground level in the first half that you think Mulgrave could be doing better in terms of maybe their inside 50 work, contested ball, any point of difference that you saw down there? Well, I think they're being a little too patient going down the wings. I don't think they're playing with as much dare as Heathmont is, and it's leading to just sort of like a more congested forward line for Mulgrave. The Heathmont midfields are very willing to work back. They've got good defensive running. I've noticed, Declan Brown down there a couple times. Joel Burley is always going to be down there. McDonald as well. He's been down there a couple times as well. So I think Mulgrave, they just need that speed, and they haven't been able to find it, which might be a testament to the way that Heathmont has set up, not just defensively, but also just like through the corridor and, when Mulgrave's trying to exit their own defence. Yeah.
And that's how they probably beat them the last time. They linked up really well. They were able to hit up targets, and today I think they've just been a bit slow to get it down to Boothie, and then when you've got someone like Isaacs and someone else can also float in as well and make a contest, it's hard for him. And Ryan Webster talked at the quarter time break that there were a few times in that first quarter that they had players open and they just didn't see him and didn't look to make the hit up, and it probably cost them in the end.
Do you think it improved in the second quarter or after what they spoke about at quarter time, or it really just stayed constant?
I don't think it's improved dramatically, maybe a little bit, but they probably just haven't had the opportunities that much, and that's probably been just the dominance of Heathmont in the middle, and they've had probably controlled majority of the play in this first half.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you as what you're saying as well earlier, Jared. Set up behind the ball, I think, has been flawless as well. Yep. I reckon we'll throw to Matt in the score centre. You've got a fair few for us at the halftime break?
I've got a few for you, Will. Just a quick shout out, first of all, to East Ringwood's senior women's side. They knocked off Knox. So Knox have been undefeated up until now, and the East Ringwood girls have got up there. So they were obviously in fine form about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and you watched them, Jared, against Montrose, and they've carried that on. So quick shout out to them. Premier Division, so still waiting on a couple of games. Their quarters have obviously gone quite long in Premier Division at the moment. Deadline Davis is usually flicking through scores when he's got them for us, so he hasn't done the halftime score, but the games we do have scores. So Park Orchards 38, Noble Park 48, so we spoke about that game yesterday, Jared. It's living up to expectations. Bourne have closed the gap, so it might be a scoring end out of Cherry Road. It's 42-65. Blackburn's still in front, and Roval at the moment, late stages of the second quarter, lead 38-25, 4-1 South to 5-8 Roval. So Roval had more chances. Division 1, the only real updated score that's coming through consistently is Mitcham, just holding a 2-goal buffer. It's just edged out to 3 goals actually against Bayswater. So they lead 46-29 at the halftime break. So things pretty much going to schedule. No updates on the other scores since I last read them out. The Basin still in front at the moment over South Burrow. That score has changed drastically to what it was originally. So I had 34-30. It now says 35-12. So we know the Basin are in front. We're not sure by how much. Baronia have had a big second quarter, COVID or not, doesn't matter about them. They're 59-31. So kept these builds scoreless in the second quarter. That's a big quarter for them. The other 2 scores haven't changed since we last updated them. And then in Division 3, Waverley Blues lead by 8 points, 34-26 over Scoresby. So the Magpies putting up a good show. Domvale lead by 14 points over Fair Park, 28-14. Coldstream have kicked away. They lead 50-17 over Glen Waverley, so 33-point leaders there as we close in on half-time at that venue. Cherney have hit the front, 9-6-60 to Croydon North, 8-5-53. And Sylvan and Kilsyth playing a pretty decent game out there. It's 48-34 in favour of Sylvan. So Kilsyth doing themselves no harm in their reputation, Will. So some interesting games around that track. Still waiting on a couple others. Upper Gully, as we mentioned, only 3 points down around their game at Montrose. So a sniff of their first win for the season. And then obviously Templestowe comfortable leaders along with Ringwood in their respective games.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that, Matt. Reliable as always. Boys, just looking forward to the second half now. It's a 21-point margin, as we said. It probably isn't reflective, I don't think, of how well Heathmont have played and how much they've probably outclassed Mulgrave. Is there a way forward for them?
For Mulgrave, yeah. Look, honestly, I think it's been the clearances. That's where Heathmont, it's really started from the clearances. And you can talk about setup and all that kind of stuff. If you're not getting the hands on the ball from the clearances, then you're not going to get a chance to sort of have those setups that you have the setup that you want, I guess. And I think that's where Mulgrave really needs to clean it up. Heathmont, on the other hand, I think they just need to keep doing what they're doing, essentially.
And if there is a positive, it's only 21 points. So despite all that dominance by Heathmont, they're still in this game. And if they can start getting their hands on the footy in the middle and move a bit quickly, there's still a chance to get back in.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it. I think we're going to throw to a break now. But, boys, thanks for having us.
Thanks
for being here. It's been good. Looking forward to your perspectives in the second half from the boundary line.
Yeah,
good work. Love your work.
Thanks, guys.
Come back after the break and we have all the action for the second half. Thank you for joining us.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
So welcome back to the H.E Parker Reserve. It is half-time out here in the big clash this afternoon, and currently a 21-point lead. My math is terrible. Heathmont in front over Mulgrave, but you feel like Mulgrave not that far off the pace, but Heathmont just getting a couple towards the back end of that quarter to give themselves the lead. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. We're coming to you on the SEN app, of course, Radio Eastern 98.1, Facebook and YouTube, and a good chance perhaps to go into the score centre and get some updates from that where we're at in the other games around the traps with Matt Fodio.
Thanks, Besto. Caught me a little bit off guard there, but we have had some updates since the half-time. So our man Davis on the ground there. So Doncaster kicked away that quarter. They lead 45-24. So the Sharks on track for their 4th win of the year. As I mentioned, Park Orchards just trailed Noble by 10 points, 38-48. So a nice game out at Domini. Baldwin won that quarter, but they still trail by 23 points. They're 42, Blackburn 65, and then it's half-time out at Cheong Park. Roeville on top, but aren't kicking straight. So similar to this game, South Croydon 4-2-26, Roeville 5-9-39. No updates from the other two games there. Mitcham 46 lead Bayswater 29. Still waiting on a couple of updates. We haven't heard anything from Beaconsfield and East Ringwood. And then Montrose have kicked away to lead 51-26 over Upper Gully. So no score from the Gully in that quarter. Mooroolbark lead Lilydale 54-8. So disappointing result there from the Falcons. No update from Corey and Monty South at the moment either, which is disappointing because that's the game we all are itching to get our fangs into. Half-time, the Basin 41, South Belgrave 36. So they're holding on at Batterham, but the Saints did win that quarter. As I mentioned, Baronia had a big quarter. They kicked 5-1 themselves to East Build's no score, so they lead 59-31. Ringwood lead 79 to Oakley Districts 2. And then Templestowe Knox at the moment is still 31-14, according to our score centre at the moment. Division 3, Coldie have kicked away over Glen Waverley. They lead by 33 points, 50-17. And then Waverley Blues 41-27 over Scoresby, and Donvale by 14 points over Fair Park. And then before we go down to the boundary quickly, Croydon North and Churnside. It's Churnside by a goal, 60-54. Nuttawading still 2 points over Surrey, but that hasn't updated in a while. And Kilsyth 5-4-34, Trail Sylvan 7-6-48 as we go down to Jared on the boundary.
Just quickly, questions over James Rippingale. He started on the bench, and Nick Rightly says that he copped a knock right in that last quarter. And as Heathmont kick a goal. And it was touched. It was touched.
It was touched.
Not sure if to take over calling or not.
Thank you, Jared. So we've got our first score of the second half, and it is a point. There's been plenty of those so far today. 41 plays 19, 22 points margin. Opportunity to go to perhaps go to Will and see what Will's comments. What did you make of the first half, Will?
I think Heathmont probably should have been up by more than 21 points. I think Mulgrave at the start of the game made the most opportunities, but since then Heathmont have dominated.
And Scotty, your thoughts on that first half?
Yeah, just composure. It's a game of composure. Heathmont's taking it.
Well, that's going off of the sea container
I was just looking over the boundaries, the ball went over there. My car's over there somewhere. Let's go to Paul with some stats.
Yeah, I mean, Heathmont are dominating all over the ground. They've had all the inside 50s, 26-13 as they've had that first inside 50, 16 clearances to 10, 8 intercept marks to 3 for Heathmont. Mulgrave are just blazing the ball in there at the moment. 3 marks to 2 inside 50, 11 free kicks to 7 in favour of Heathmont, same with their marks inside 50, and 20 tackles to 13 in favour of Mulgrave.
I'm not kidding, my car is over there somewhere. As Sia Corliss takes it and spins out of the tackle, gets a little kick forward, mark taken there, nice work. So Verdi, what's he going to do? Decides to chip it back, nice kick, kick, and he finds his teammate in Hanning. So Hanning, just a bit of a slow build-up. It's a very slow build-up from Mulgrave, but Hanning's going to have a shot, I think. I thought he was going to give it off, but he's obviously got the confidence to have a crack. It's a tight angle. In the end, he gives it off to Booth, who runs around probably even on a worst angle and fires it across the goal, and it's gone through for a minor score. That was pretty ordinary.
No, marked on the line.
In fact, no, marked on the line it is, but Boothwell didn't have the confidence, but no score, and we get the ball back into play with Heathmont.
I think Booth was just trying to wrap up leading goal kicker for the club there. I think you're pretty safe. The current stats tell the story. Anyway, here's the kick back in. Jets trying to force it forward, going backwards to go forward, and they switch the play now across the half-back flank. High floating kick. Brown's going to beat a bouncing footy. Turns around, had the corner cut off there by Lease, and he goes all the way back into the back line. Savoury takes the mark in the back pocket, and the Jets build right from the back. This is Grierson now. He switches the play, and the Jets come back now here down the far side of the wing. Well taken there by hand there by Holloway. His kick over the top. Had to be quick there, did Heron. And they come forward to the Jets. Here's a kick in the Finn Brown direction. Couldn't take the mark. Play continues. Ball on the deck. Well roved there. Almost there. Picked up off the ground there by Hansen. The kick now floats in towards the centre of the ground. Mulgrave with the numbers. Here's Verdi. Goes by hand now. Good kick up towards the unattended Siakoulos. But now 1v1 versus Savory. A couple of vets colliding and just couldn't keep it over the line. Good Savory. And we'll have a boundary throw in on the near side of the ground.
Just from the centre bounce, they've moved Booth into the ruck and into the centre, and he's looking like he's going to go to this ruck contest as well, so he's all over it.
So 5'11", plays Mulgrave 3-1-19. Winning the tap out of the ruck there was Evans. It goes about 20 metres forward. There's a check side floating kick. We've got a whistle though downfield. I think Booth is going to get the footy. Must have been a ruck infringement of sorts. And he has the footy about 80 metres from home. Puts it onto the right boot. Keen to Siakoulis, who's hugging the boundary line. He's probably the shortest target on offer up there, and that's gone over the boundary line for a boundary throw-in. Let's go across boundary side.
Despite the questions of James Rippingale, he looks like he's about to come back onto the ground.
Thanks, Jared.
I don't mind this start with Booth in the ruck. I think it could be an inspired move. He's obviously a big presence in the Mulgrave side, and it wasn't quite working in the first half, so good change to see.
So we did talk about that, didn't we? He said Ryan would have to move the magnets, and he's done that as the ball is hooked back into the field. It's into the middle of the ground at least, but Heathmont able to repel at this stage. Little handball out wide. It's a bit untidy towards the boundary. Trying to get a hands on it over there as one of the Heathmont players who's taken out of bounds, and we'll have a throw in on the far side. That was Haynes underneath that one. So a bit of a scrappy first half, you'd have to say, by large, but hopefully we can get a bit more pattern to the play in this second term. Taken out of the ruck there by Evans. He just absolutely there was no one anywhere near him. Fires it into the middle. Now mark taken there by Savory. Savory looking around for options. And chips it out wide. Nice work in the back pocket there by Isaacs. He's been pretty good today. Now they go down that far wing again. Long kick. This is better from Heathmont. Maybe this is what they discussed at half-time, just trying to keep possession of the ball instead of blazing away. Put on the boot there as they go inside 50. It's still there, but it's bobbling around. Going in there trying to get his hands on it. I think that was Rippingale. Now the ball is loose. Batted away there by Verded. Out they come. Here's Heathmont again. They've made a good solid start to this. And a good mark taken out from the far side by Eckert. He's had a reasonable game, Eckert. But he's going to have a pretty tough kick on his hands here. He's right out on the boundary. So this is going to take some kicking.
That play started with Savory in the back part. That's his fourth intercept mark for the game. So he's been getting himself in good positions.
Yeah, it's the old boy doing a ton of work. I tell you what, I'll call this now. If this goes through, this is the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
Thank you, Ben.
You really want to say it's not going to be.
So I've just absolutely mozzed him. So let's see what Eckert can do. It's a tough kick on its way. And the umpire was moving pretty much as soon as he kicked it. So apologies to Harry Eckert there in his comment.
It's the not Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
No anti-mozzing there.
Ben says with 3 mozzings today.
Absolutely. I'm leading the Moz patrol. So 5-12-42 plays 3-1-19 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we go down to
Paul Uconi.
Well, Will was just talking about how Savory had 4 intercept marks. Mulgrave have had 3 as a team for the whole game so far.
Gosh.
Not very good.
Almost an intercept mark there for the Mulgrave Footy Club. It's a shot from Conan and he's put it right through. One end of the ground to the other. Mulgrave, that's the start they wanted here in this third term. 4-1-25. They trail Heathmont 5-12-42. 6.5 played here in this third term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, good composure there by Carden. He had the option to go over, but decided to back himself, and a great goal. Besso will be happy that's probably a goal.
That's the goal there.
Well done. That's the definite contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
Jared's touch from last week.
All right. Well, plenty of other awards we've got to give out too, but they're not till the end of the game at least. So we can't moz them yet, unless there's going to be injuries. We don't want to moz them either. So 5-12-42 plays 4-1-25. Let's go to Matt Fodia.
Yeah, a couple more scores. So Baroni are actually kicked further away in that second quarter. They lead 78-31 over East Burwood. That's an incredible 50 points to 0 since we updated at quarter time. Out at Mullum, Norwood 34 to lead Vermont 31. So a bit more of a free-flowing game in that second quarter. And Donny East.
What a mark! Sorry, I had to cut you off there, Fodia, as Hanning just got the hang time.
And then clearly Donny East lead comfortably over North Ringwood.
As play continues, here's the kick now in from Davidson in towards the goal square. Chopped off, though, at the back by Heathmont, and they come around down the near side. Absolutely sprayed that out of bounds, and Haynes just escorts it over the boundary throw-in.
disappointing by that kick. They were on there, Heathmont, and obviously did a good intercept mark, but yeah, just out of bounds.
I was actually just really excited about that scoreline, Matty.
So unfortunately we don't have a mark of the day, but if we did, that would probably be up there. As the ball is come out of the contest, Heathmont bring it forward. Kick down the wing, bouncing in the no man's land. It goes past everybody, in fact. Nice pick up over there, roved away by Isaacs. Sorry, not Isaacs, it's Ruskas. Kick down the line. There's plenty of players there up. They fly. Mark not taken. It's on the ground. Untidy period of play. Good tackle there by Ryan Burley, getting his opposite number and throwing him to the ground. And I think he's going to get penalised. I think it was more the second tackle that was the problem.
Yeah.
So Burley it was, but then Brown came in and gave his 2 cents worse, and the umpire said, no, that was just a bit overzealous. Ball back inside. There's the other Burley. That's Joel. So little kick forward. Here they come, Heathmont. This looks dangerous. Out there towards out towards the wing, bouncing around. Can they get on the end of it? Not at the moment. And nicely done there. Mulgrave play going back, but it's still bouncing around. This is reminiscent of the last term. Ball on the ground over there by, I think it's Holloway, sorry. And in the end, the tackle is made, and the umpire said, we'll throw it up.
Mulgrave just need to pull the trigger. They're just not looking in the middle, or they're afraid to make that kick. They're looking out wide and just bombing it, and those intercept marks are racking up.
So Brown with the tap over the top. Siakoulis dives on the footy. He gets dived on in turn. The football comes out on Brown. Gets a hand pass out now here to Eckert. Here's a right foot kick. Bonnie missed it. It misses everyone else too. Trying to rove this one here is Hansen. Got a couple of players to beat. Blind handball there. Intended target was Evans. He couldn't pick the footy up. Hansen gets dragged to the ground and dragged into the point post. And he looks to be okay, but that looked probably worse than it was.
Yeah, it was accidental, wasn't it?
And we can thank Sportsland Eastland there for saving Hansen's shoulder with those padded goalposts. We'll have to drag those off the ground anyway later after the game. Here's the boundary throw in. Rippingale missed it off the tap. Tried to pick it up there, could Holloway. And he lays a pretty strong tackle there on Carden. We'll have another ball up.
Just a quick note on the Mulgrave ruck situation. Booth has gone straight back to full forward, so they've reversed that change from the start of the third quarter.
Evans tried to tap that one out. Players converge. Bonnie spoons this one out. So only got about 5 metres. High tackle though. High contact, the call. And Mulgrave will get themselves a free kick now here through Davidson. Switches the play out wide, finds Williams. He just steadies things down. Has a lead on offer now here out the back there. I think that's Hanning, ran into the back too. Play continues. McDonald in a one-on-one foot race. Hanning beats him to it, loses his footing in the end. Well done there by Van Leeuwen to keep that on the right side of the boundary line. His right foot kick in is marked pretty comfortably there by Peddle, and he pumps it forward. Taken now here by Hook. It's had a pretty good game, actually. Hook done some good things at good times. Lane couldn't take the footy. Well grabbed in there by Falloon. He gets a hand pass out now. Here's the kick in towards the direction of Gervasoni, who's back on the ground. I'm sorry, McGiven. Excuse me. And well, it is paid. Okay.
Very close to playing on there. But see what Mulgrave then looked for the centre, took the risk, and now are rewarded with a shot at goal.
So McGiven, not to be confused with McGovern, obviously the Indian Bollywood version. No, that joke just fell completely flat. No one here is a West Coast Eagles fan except me. Anyway, McGiven's going to line up from about 35 out. And a chance for Mulgrave's fifth. And he comes. Off the right boot. Oh, the kick looks very good. It's gun barrel straight, but it just doesn't have the distance. Or does it? No, 1 point. One behind there to Mulgrave at just another metre or so. There would have been a major. 4-2-26 Mulgrave trail. Heathmont 5-12-42 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And so Heathmont to bring the ball back in. That would have been a big goal if that one had gone through. But they're looking a little bit better, Mulgrave. Over there on the far side. That was when he got rid of it. Bouncing around towards the killer coming in there with Lee. He showed a lot of bravery coming in there as the ball goes forward. Bouncing around over there. Nice little handball out. Here they come again, Heathmont. Here's the kick forward. And it's a 2-on-1 and nicely read there by Verd going back. Takes a comfortable mark. So now Mulgrave can get something going. They send it forward. Another long kick goes right over the back. As the ball is being contested over there towards the boundary. Good tight stuff on the ground. It was Leolis who was under that. And that'll be probably a ball up, I would say. If they're holding the ball, you can take your pick, which he's done. He's pinged him. Okay, so Siakoulis gets it on the outside, shows a bit of candy. That's good work by Siakoulis. He goes inside 50, but the kick was not so good, and it's easily marked over there by Van Leeuwen. Oh, sorry, it's Savoury. Now the handball inside, and Heathmont will rebound.
So here's Burley, takes a bounce, puts it onto the left boot, across half back. Target there is Haynes, and he takes an uncontested mark. Just a chip over the top there, trying to find his teammate there in Brown. And he plays on quickly, puts it back onto the right boot. Oh, kick was a shocker there. Burley did well to drag it in, got dragged to the ground almost, and here come Mulgrave with the footy. Siakoulis, his kick was a poor one in the boot direction. Grabbed it off the deck. Great tackle applied by Isaacs. Unlucky not to win himself a free. Isaacs gets the ball off the deck. Handball out now here to Haynes. Turns to the corner. Back to Isaacs. And on now here to Burley. And the Jets break out of their own end. Here's the kick there. Intended target there was Brown. Couldn't drag the football in. Eckert's in there. Good tackle from him. McDonald tried to get that one out of midair. Braden James in there as well for Mulgrave, and the Jets managed to get a loose footy and pump it forward in towards the Hanson direction. Good spoil over the top there from Nathan Lee, and he gets it out of the boundary line. Will.
Heathmont really taking advantage of Robert Savoury while he's hot. He's now playing as a free down back. That was pretty noticeable when when Mulgrave tried to go inside 50 last time. 2v1 going to Adam Booth.
Let's go to Matt Foddy in the score centre.
Yeah, a couple of quick scores. So Beaconsfield 12, Trail East Ringwood 29 at half-time. Templestowe lead by 19 points over Knox 52-33, and H.E Parker have kicked away. They lead by 55 points over Nunawading.
Thanks, Matt. 14 minutes played in this one. 5-12-42. Mulgrave 4-2-26. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on the SEN app or streaming around the globe on YouTube or Facebook or listening on Radio Eastern 98.1. Loose footy. Siakoulis popped a hand pass out. Almost went there in the direction there of Williams, but picked up now at the back here by Burley. Just a short stabbing pass now here to Ethan Wynn. And he's about 60 from home. Puts it onto the right boot, in towards the lead there of Evans. Oh, ran into the back there by Bonnie. Got himself a free kick. They play on, and Brown's kicked it. And they're going to pay advantage. Yes, they are. So Finn Brown gets the 6th goal of the game there for Heathmont. 6-12-48. Mulgrave 4-2-26. We played 15 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Free kick was definitely there. Came over the shoulder, and good use to use the advantage.
So you can go from 0 to 0 with the advantage because you play on, and it doesn't work out. But on that occasion, it did. It did. Sorry.
That's not a contender for Kelvin Brothers Goal of the Day either.
No. It's not.
Just to clarify.
So back in the middle, margin is 22 points. 48 plays 26, and we've had about 15 minutes on the third quarter. So Mulgrave still hanging around. They're not completely out of it yet, but they need to get maybe the next goal, you would think, or maybe get a couple of quick ones just to stay in touch. Umpire to throw it up. Once again, nice height on that one. Up they fly. One by Heathmont out of the ruck on the ground, and there's no way that's going to come out anytime soon. Well and truly wrapped up, and the umpire says we'll have a secondary ball up. So it was Ryan Burley on the bottom of that. Umpire to throw it up again. Up she goes. One again there by Heathmont with Evans coming over the top, knock forward. Good work there by Quirk. He's been pretty good for Heathmont today. Now it's in the hands of Mulgrave. They work it away through Leolis and the kick forward. Trying to find a target, but again it's just a no man's land. There's plenty of players out there, but they're all Heathmont players as they pick it up and they get the kick down the wing. Very close to the... coming over the top there, almost a great mark. All spills away though, and eventually it is over the boundary line, and the umpire's whistle has gone. I think he blew the whistle before it went over. No, didn't. I thought he'd blown the whistle just before it went over. Thought it might have been a free kick, but in the end it's just a boundary throw. So umpire to throw it in. Up it goes. Over the top there comes Rippingale. Ball on the ground, nicely roved in. Here's a chance now. Siakoulis on the outside. Can he hit a target? Goes long, but there's just plenty of Heathmont players. Beautiful mark back there, taken by Brown, doing a bit of defensive work. Now across the other side of the ground. Now it's Van Leeuwen. Switching the play right to the outside. Kick almost finding lane, but it went through his hands, but he recovers nicely. Comes back inside. Strunky old handball, finds a target in Holloway. Holloway gets it forward, trying to find a target, and he does. Great work. So in the hands of Rippingale. He's come into the game a bit in this third term. So the big man Rippingale, 15 goals for the season for James. And he's going to have a crack here, I think, from a fairly long way out, it's fair to say. So you give him a chance. He's a big man, looking for goal number 16 of the season. On its way. And I'll tell you what, no, he's missed it. Put it to the right. put it to the right. So another missed opportunity. There's been plenty of those misses today. And the margin now out to a 23-point margin on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And we've had coming up to 18 minutes in this third term.
Let's go to Paul Uconi.
They've been very good defensively, Heathmont. 13 intercept marks to 4. Mulgrave have been a bit better in this third quarter going up forward. They've had 2 marks inside 50, and they've been winning the clearances 6-2.
Thanks, Paul. So 6-13-49, 23 points the margin. Mulgrave trailing and really up against it going into this fourth term. They're starting to slip away. 4-goal margin almost. As Jack Collins ready to bring the footy back in now here for Mulgrave. His kick now down the far side of the ground. Plenty of players in that pack. Couldn't drag it in. Good Hanning there for Mulgrave. Oh, paid there to Evans. Okay, interesting. I thought Hanning got forward front spot on that. And the Jets now pump this one into it. High up and under. Eckert's the smaller player. Double fist there from Collins. Good work. Sees it over the boundary line. Boundary throw in. So we're approaching time on now here in this third term. The Jets with a pretty comfortable lead so far in this Division 2 clash. In comes the boundary throw. Just a little short there, but won by Peddle with the front spot for Mulgrave, but not going anywhere except back to the field umpire for a ball up. 20 metres out, slight angle. Jets with another opportunity if they can capitalise here. Siakula spins out of trouble. Did well to get a hand pass out now. Bonnie trying to pick up a bouncing footy. Did well, puts a high up and under out towards the centre of the ground. 3v1 in favour of Heathmont. They couldn't grab a mark regardless. Booth sends a hand pass forward, now looking for James to run onto the footy. Eludes him. Well done by Falloon. Evades a couple of tackles, goes backwards to go forwards there. Here's James. Griffin James kick in towards the goal square. 1v1. Well done there by the Jets. And picked up by Callum Pereira. His kick. Oh, grabbed off the deck almost by Haynes, who was on hands and knees. Here's a kick there from Falloon. Chipped over the top, but straight back into the Jets. Not the required distance, says the umpire. Play continues. And a tackle applied there. And, really desperation stuff there from both teams, I would say, in that last passage of play.
It probably wasn't the right option going in the forward line there. Yeah. Griffin was out wide and probably an easier shot.
There's the knock off the ruck. Trying to burst through there was Davidson. That's going to ground. And, well, the play cut out. Umpire letting it go. Almost a bit of a scrum. Let's go to Paul Uconi.
Mulgrave are going good tackle-wise. 23-17 in tackles in favour of Mulgrave.
Thank you, Paul. So umpire to throw it up again. We've had some just over 20 minutes, just over the 20-minute mark, so we're into time on at the end of this third term. Heathmont to get it out. The kick is not a great one, though. Running past it there was James. Gets a little kick inside.
Good kick.
Oh, good kick and a very good mark taken over there. That's terrific work by McGurvin. So James, he'd get the award for best hair on the ground, I reckon, today.
Dead ringer for Cameron Link, don't you reckon?
I don't know about dead ringer, but he's... maybe.
So yeah, I reckon there from that angle anyway.
So McGurvin, he's going to have a crack from, I think he's pushed it to the right. He struck it pretty well, but he just leaned off, but he had the distance comfortably, but just off target. So an opportunity goes begging. And we're 21 minutes gone, and the margin 21 points. It's 6-12-48 to 4-3-27 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Let's go to Matt Fodio in the score centre quickly.
Yeah, just quickly, Bayswater have kicked their first couple of the second half out at Walker Park, so it's back to 10 points. Mitcham 8-4-52, Bayswater 6-6-42.
So Ryan Burley, a little chip out wide. Nice mark taken over there by Haynes. Can't miss him in the headgear. Very much like, looks a bit like Caleb Daniel. He's sort of a similar stature too, as the ball is chipped out wide. Mark taken over there by Lane. Now they try to work it out, Heathmont. Burley's there, but he doesn't get it. Now the sweeping ball into the middle. That was Evans. I think he got the kick forward into the middle of the ground. Going back there. Was only a Mulgrave player, and he's well and truly wrapped. That's holding the ball shortly. The umpire gave him an absolute mile of time to get rid of it, and he did pretty well in the end. And the kick finds Davidson. They're a bit lucky there, Mulgrave. And now we've got a downfield, have we?
25.
25. So Mulgrave a bit lucky there, but they're going to get a shot.
Talking about McGivern, I'm picking him as a Steve O'Dwyer sort of might look like your 90s style Melbourne player.
So there's the shot for goal, but I think it's off target. So another opportunity goes begging.
Or maybe Alan Jakovic, maybe not.
There's a few.
So margin is exactly 20 points, 48 plays 28 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So 20-point margin in this Division 2 clash as the Jets run this one out of the back here through lane, puts it onto the right boot. Is a one-on-one. Brownbury over the top there, looking for it was Williams. Dragged the footy in underneath, tried to get a hand pass out, couldn't do so, but it finally comes out now here to Verdi. Shakes one tackle, gets a hand pass of his own out. Two Heathmont players, great tackle there by Brown. Wrapped up his man there in Leolios. And the Jets come back the other way and trying to keep this on the right side of the boundary line there is Brown.
Probably should have been rewarded the free kick
Yeah.
there. He took the man on. A great tackle by Heathmont, great pressure.
And not letting their foot off the accelerator despite the margin this stage of the game. It is only 20 points though, so 3 kicks essentially. Here's the throw. Evans doing the ruck contest, knocked his man over. There's Cassino on the bottom of that pack and going nowhere. We'll have another ball up edge of the centre square. The attacking side of the ground for Heathmont. 23 minutes play, well into time on. 6:13:49, plays 4:4:28, third term. Evans to take on Leolios here in the ruck. Run there, picked up now here by Verdi. Gets a kick away despite the tackle over Haynes' head. Couldn't gather it cleanly. Davidson did so in the end, and he's taken the ground solidly there by Haynes, and we'll have another ball up pretty much 10 metres to the right of the previous one. So, battle of inches here at the moment. Here comes the ball up. Give that one there to Mulgrave as that socket off the ground there by Haynes, looking there for Grierson, to ran onto brilliantly there by Lane, kept his footing, kept the footy and kicks the one in towards the direction, looking there for, I think, for Hansen, and he went to ground, and the kick comes back out now to the edge of the centre square. Under that was Grierson, did well almost to drag that in with one hand, but didn't get the first touch. The hand pass now goes forward about 20 metres. Looking for it was Hanning, beaten to it. Comes back onto the far side there by Van Leeuwen. His hand pass over the top to a teammate, and here's the kick now in towards the forward line. Sitting under against Rippingale. Out-muscled his man there in Lease and got a better spot. His short pass now in the Brown direction. And well done there by Bonnie. Check side kick, right off the grid. And it's just behind. I didn't see who made that effort at the end. I think that might have been Hansen. But regardless, just the minor score there for Heathmont, and that takes their total to 6:14:50 versus 4:4:28, 25 minutes play.
So another near miss for a goal of the day as the ball is kicked out from the restart. Heathmont will get it back again though. They've been starting to dominate a little bit, Heathmont. Great work there, ball on the ground. Mulgrave, they really need the next one you'd think, or maybe even the next couple, just to stay in touch, close to the boundary line over there. And in fact, it's across the boundary line, so that is three-quarter time out here at the H.E Parker Reserve, and a 21-point margin currently in favour of Heathmont. They lead 6:13:49. They have been a little bit wasteful against Mulgrave's 4:4:28 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So goal kickers there for Heathmont, 2 to Declan Brown, singles to Campbell Evans, Finn Brown, Ryan Young, Jed Hansen. And for Mulgrave, Tilliard, Siakoulis, Booth and Cardinal with single goals.
We'll take a quick break and then we'll come back with a bit of a recap of the third quarter and all the action from an intriguing last term out at the H.E Parker Reserve. Back soon.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday game day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
So welcome back to the H.E Parker Reserve. We have 1 quarter to go. It's a 21-point margin in favour of Heathmont. Good opportunity to head into the score centre. Haven't been there for a while, just to catch up with some of the scores from other games today. And Matt Fodio.
Yeah, absolutely. So quickly, the Blackburns game to lose out there at Ball, and they lead 90-53 in the late stages of the third quarter. So a bit of an upset there if it comes to fruition. Park Orchard to kick the first 2 of the third quarter, so it's 57-73 out there at Domini, but Noel Park looked pretty comfortable. Rowville, similar sort of comfort level against South Croydon. They lead by 24 points, 53-29, halfway through the third term. And of course, at halftime, it was Norwood by 3 points over Vermont, Donny East by 35 over North Ringwood, and Doncaster by 21 over Berwick. Division 1, Croydon lead at Wanturna South at halftime by 9 points, 25-16. So a bit of a scrap out there, Besto. But we have another score from there. Mitch and Bayswater. It's Bayswater, they edge back into it. So it's just 10 points the difference. 48-58 at the moment, but the Tigs just holding on a little bit. The Basin lead by 4 points over South Belgrave, 55-51, so that one looks like it's going to the wire. As we mentioned, Boronia killed the game in the second quarter with 50 points to nothing to lead 78-31 over East Belwood. Ringwood comfortable leaders over Oakley District, and Templestowe by 3 goals over Knox at halftime. No update since then. Division 3, Coldstream, they're going to win comfortably. They lead 72-23 over Glen Waverley. Waverley Blues are doing it a bit tougher than they thought. Only 7-point leaders over Scoresby at Scoresby. Scoresby have actually just kicked a goal, so it's back to 1 point, 46-47. Donvale by 38 points over Fair Park, 79-41. And down in Div 4, after a tight first half, it looks like all those games are starting to blow out. Churnside lead 84-52 over Croydon North Hemlock. Surrey Park led comfortably at halftime by 55, and Sylvan by 5 goals over Kilsyth as we head into three-quarter time.
What was the Fentry Gully
Boundary,
score, Warren?
Absolutely nothing for Warranite and Fentry Gully as we go boundary side.
I've got Nick Rotley, coach of the Heathmont Jets. Mate, you guys, 22 points. You got to stick with it. What are the main things you need to do in this final quarter to make sure you put them away?
We can't play slow. So we think that the chaos, move the ball forwards work for us. We've probably just been a little unlucky in executing that last piece. So if we try and play kick and catch and hold the game up, they'll probably get an opportunity to defend better and play off that. So we need to get the ball in chaos mode going our way and then play a real front half game.
We've been big raps on your defensive structure up in the booth, specifically Savoury and Isaacs. What are your thoughts on them?
Did Matty Fodio give us a compliment? Yeah, when you got Rob Savoury and Harry Eckert's doing the job on Booth, a bit like what Van Leeuwen did on Drake a few weeks ago, that was the method around that. But yeah, no, you're seeing it well up there. Robbie plays a big part in that, setting us up behind the footy. But it's about forward pressure in front of it so we can keep it there.
Perfect, thanks Nick. Good luck for the rest of the game.
So Jared Beelan with Nick Rutley as the final quarter gets underway. There's the ball into the middle and the tackle made there. So you'd think that Mulgrave would have to strike pretty soon here, or pretty early in this fourth term. I'll get it out in a minute, just to stay in touch. Umpire sends it up, and up they fly. One there by Booth. Sorry, it wasn't Booth. Yes, it was Booth. As we go boundary side with Ryan Long.
Yeah, Ryan Webster had a similar sort of message. Was happy with the pressure in that third quarter. They got more inside 50s then, but just couldn't quite convert. So he wants a bit more of that and a bit more hard work around the ground when they haven't got the ball.
So ball comes out of the contest, won by Mulgrave as they hack it forward. Bouncing there nicely gathered by Savoury. He's been one of their better players for Heathmont today. Bouncing around there, and a good strong tackle there by Eckert on his opposite number. Comes out for Tilliard. He was good early. He's gone over the wee bit. It's a nice kick forward though. Mark taken there by Hook. Hook just looking for an option. You can hear hooky from the players around him. Kick down there to Hanning. This is good. This might be a 25. No, the umpire says play on. I think Hanning thought he was going to get it. Gives the handball off though, and it's Hook again. Hook gets the boot to ball, but he's kicked it away, and the mark is taken by Savoury. Good play by Mulgrave, but in the end, all accounts to nothing.
So Lane has the footy now here for the Jets. Little short pass finds Declan Brown, who's been one of the better players for Heathmont this afternoon.
I like having Booth in the centre, but then who does Mulgrave look for in that forward half?
Yeah, it's robbing Peter to pay Paul, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Lane. Back to Savoury. He's been a rock this afternoon across the back line for the Jets. Short pass finds Joel Burley, racking up the possessions now across the defensive third of the ground now here are the Jets. Here's Reuben Brown, has to be quick as he had Verdi on his hammer. Here's a rubber of a kick that just bounced over Hanning's head, and he's going to go 1v2. Miss Booth. Hanning still trying to fight for the footy. Burley did well to grab that one in. His hand pass though chopped off, and it ends up with Hanning. Couple of quick handballs now here from Mulgrave. They kick it forward. 4 Heathmont players, one of them finally drags it in. That's Lane, his long-range kick in towards the forward line. And taken brilliantly there by Finn Brown, who had the front spot. And he's going to line up for potentially his second. Slight angle, about 35 out.
That is another play that has ended up on a shot on goal that has started from Matt Savoury intercept mark. He's up to 6 now for this game.
So Brown already with 1 this afternoon. And this to potentially extend the lead by another 6 here for Heathmont. Well, no. It's only going to extend it by 1. That was a real disappointing effort there by Finn Brown's standards. So just the minor score. That's Heathmont 6-15-51, Mulgrave 4-4-28. Let's cross boundary side.
Yeah, Jack Davidson has just come off with a bit of a collision. Looks to be a bit winded, but he's having a walk now, so hopefully he'll be back soon.
So ball back into the contest, nicely taken there by Bonnie, and needs to get rid of it quickly as we go down to go into some stats, I think, with Paul.
Yeah, Heathmont are just dominating the inside 50s. I was about to say 42-23, but 42-24 now, and Heathmont have just been dominating the intercept marks all day as well. 17 inside intercept marks to 5.
Thanks, Paul. So comedy of errors there as Isaacs took the footy, but then it all went a bit pear-shaped after that, and in the end it's gone over the boundary on the far side.
Heathmont have got enough of a lead, but it's just that inaccurate kicking. Is it going to cost them?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We'll probably know in about 20 minutes, or we'll definitely know in about 20 minutes as the ball is on the ground. Comes out now, Mulgrave. What can they do here? Sweeping handball forward from Carden. Finds Lease. And then they go down the far side. That's a nice kick. Now they'll go inside 50 here. Can they get a target? No, they can't because that man's Savoury.
Oh, we got a bit of a scrap.
He's taken the mark. He didn't take the mark. The umpire said it must have been touched or didn't go far enough.
Yeah, Evans on Booth.
Handball to his teammate in Van Loo, and that's one of the biggest hospital passes you'll ever see. And he gets wrapped up, and we'll have a ball up on the far side. So early stages of this final term. And Mulgrave just not making any impression on the scoreboard, which they desperately need to do as the ball is over towards the far side. Sirkolis is there, and he just sees his opposite number across the boundary. That's Isaacs over there, and the umpire will throw it in again.
It's a little bit of a tussle there with Evans and Booth just off camera about near that ball up as they collide again there in the ruck. It evades both of them and picked up now here by Sirkolis, met pretty solidly there by Van Leeuwen. Got a hand pass out. Booth's in there, loose footy. Mulgrave can't really get a clean possession, and we'll have a ball up about 30 out directly in front of the Mulgrave goal. 6:15:51 plays 4:4:28. 5 minutes played here in this fourth and final term out here at H.E Parker Reserve. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on The SEN App and Radio Eastern 98.1 over the top. They're not a ruck infringement, said the umpire. Kick out towards the centre of the ground. Brown there, 1v1, got tackled there by Bonnie, almost dropped the footy. Hansen did well to pick that one up out of the mud. Got a handball out now here to Eckert. Handball into vacant territory. Burley's going to run onto it. He puts it onto the right boot. High chip kick, 1 versus 1 contest. At the back set, almost couldn't drag it in there, could Holloway. And that's going to be a ball up. And, well, that was a good transition there from the Jets through the centre, but they just couldn't finish it off.
Yeah, they had 2 spares out on that left wing and just chose the wrong option there. It could have been an easy mark and another shot at goal.
Smart handball from Eckert as well to open up that play.
Absolutely. There's the tap there, trying to drag it in with Tilliard. Haynes in there for Heathmont as well. Kick there is deflected, ends up in the clutches here of Zach Bonney. His kick down the right, and a bit of time and space now here for Davidson to go to work here for Mulgrave. His right foot kick in the Williams direction, beaten to the contest. Couldn't drag it in, but he gets it eventually. Well done by Williams. Has a bounce, puts it onto the right. Nice short chip pass, but steady hands there from Evans. And that was a real anticlimax there for Mulgrave that deserved a bit more with that passage of play from Williams. Here's the right swinging kick out there here to Burley. Chip is an absolute Barry Crocker, and that's going to go over the boundary line for a boundary throw.
He's had a great second half, Evans. He's doing it all. Obviously had the tussle there and then stood strong for that contact and clearing kick.
Looks like it's both him and Savoury across the back line, but Evans into the ruck there, wins the tap, gets it out now here to Declan Brown. His kick now in towards the centre of the ground. It's all Mulgrave though, and a pretty safe mark taken there by Peddle. He switches to play, has to be quick, and Mulgrave now trying to move the footy forward. This is Cassagno, takes 1 step and puts it onto the right boot in towards the lead there. Couldn't take it cleanly, could Verdi. Heathmont have the footy, hot footy. Young got dragged to the ground and he's going to be pinged for it. It's a good tackle there. I think that was initial tackle there from Verdi.
That's got to be 20.
And potentially 25, no, says the umpire. So about 55 out are the Mulgrave Footy Club. Oh, it sells a bit of candy to Verdi, but didn't sell it well enough. He's turned the footy over. Haynes gets the loose footy. Handballs it out now here to Eckert. Pursued there by Bonnie. Lane with him as well, avoids the tackle. Settles down, has McDonald to his right. Elects to go further forward in the Hansen direction, and he takes the mark just inside the boundary line. Still about 50-60 from home is Hansen. Couple of leads on offer, puts it onto the right boot. This is going to go to the top of the square. It's a thumping kick. Brown's under it. It's fisted over the behind line, and just the minor score. That was a good passage of play again from the Jets, but a minor score result, 6-16-52. Mulgrave 4-4-28. 8 minutes played, fourth term.
Again, it's that difference in kicking, it seems, that Heathmont, just the cleaner of the kicks, finding their targets much more than Mulgrave are.
And so you can see Mulgrave at least trying to take the game on, which they have to do. They're not going to die wondering. That's not a great kick at all. It's gone out of bounds off the boot of Pereira over there on the far side.
We can go to Matty Foddy in the score centre.
Yeah, a couple updates. So Doncaster lead by 3 goals over Berwick at 3/4 time, 60-42. Mooroolbark look to be home, 67-28 over Liddell. Montrose similar scoreline, 71-32 over Upper Gully. South Mulgrave hit the front, 58-55 over the Basin. And the other update, Waverley Blues in front by 10 points over Scoresby.
So Heathmont back in possession of the football. Here's Ryan Burley taking the ground. The ball spills away. There for Falloon, and it's on the ground, and there's a good strong tackle in there. That was McDonald on the ground. The other little chip out wide. There's Burley of the Ryan variety. Sweeping handball right out towards the far side, does well. Finds Van Leeuwen. Van Leeuwen goes inside 50. But spoil over there from James. Ball goes to ground, but they've got it here, Mulgrave, as they decide to go back into the corridor. Nicely worked there by Williams. He spins and gets his kick in. Oh, strong body. That was a huge hit, but when it was, he went in there really strongly. Ball on the ground in the muddy part of the ground. Spills out though, and they've got it again. Heathmont really are winning the tough ball on the ground, and they won't come out this time.
They might stop play at the moment. He's still down, the Mulgrave player. I can't pick out who it was.
Like a clash of heads.
Yeah, he doesn't look well, does he? He's just starting to put his head up now. I think he's going to try and get to his feet. Let's just see who it is. And
is it
it's Carden, yeah. So they can't afford to lose him, Mulgrave. He's been a key player in their lineup today. Looks like he's okay. That looked worse than it was, and the umpire will get us back underway.
So Mulgrave with the footy. 10 minutes played here in this for fourth term. 6-16-52 plays 4-4-28. And Williams going to take the footy here for Mulgrave. Dead in the centre of the ground. Plays on quickly now. Finds Davidson. Gain of about 15 metres to his left-hand side. Plenty of players to the left there. Elects to go short and find Lease. Trying to go in the Tilliard direction, and he takes the mark on the edge of the centre square. Just a game of inches here from Mulgrave. Here's a deeper kick now in towards the forward line. Booth the target. Too many Heathmont jerseys there. Savoury takes a strong, safe mark, and he switches the play across the back. Now here to Brown. Have to be in the top 3 for best players on the ground. Here's Van Leeuwen. His handball out wide. Wasn't a good one, but relled in by Burley. Short pass. Looking there for Van Leeuwen. Going to be beaten to it there. Hanning couldn't take it cleanly, but Van Leeuwen's going to come away with the footy. Has a bounce. Puts it onto the right boot. No one really home there for Heathmont. It's all Mulgrave. But coming over the back late was Eckert. Beaten to it though. Good strong mark at the back from Peddle. Left kick I should say. And that's finds Rauskas, who's been pretty quiet by his standards this afternoon. His kick now in towards the direction there has dropped what he probably should have taken for Loon, but he's going to be paid the free anyway. And let's quickly go to Matty Fodio.
Wanty South have dominated the third term. They've hit the front 6-8-44 to Croydon 3-10-28.
Well read there, Matty. I'll give you a compliment because Nick Rutley won't. There's a kick now in towards Booth, and he takes the mark.
I missed that. What? I didn't have headphones in. What?
Okay. All right. He said he was just surprised that you paid him a compliment.
Oh, I'm always nice. Is it about his haircut?
Oh, just escalate. When in doubt, escalate. Here's Booth now. He's going to line up a tight angle. He's going to back himself, kick, but this is going to go to the top of the square now. At the back, trying to take the mark there was Lease for Mulgrave, and it's just spoiled over the boundary line. We'll have a boundary throw forward pocket here for Mulgrave.
Boys, I would have said Mulgrave have probably played the middle of the ground better this quarter, and I just find it unbelievable that they haven't hit the scoreboard yet this quarter despite all the inside 50s they've had.
Yep, no, fair comment. They certainly have plenty of endeavour, but unfortunately the score not reflected on the board. As the ball is back into play, knocked away there by Hanning, and it's going to come out. And once again, Heathmont, they've been good at that. As the ball has come clear, they've managed to get it again. That's a good mark up there on the far side. Is that Brown? No, it's Eckert. Eckert sends it down the line. Mulgrave players back there, but again, you can see the more urgent Heathmont players dump. Hansen managed to keep it in. Not sure how he did that. It looked to be going out for all money. The other sweeping handball back. And the kick inside from Young. Can he hit a target? Yes, he can. Beautiful kick. And the mark is taken there by Burley.
That should have been taken out of bounds by the Mulgrave. I'm not sure who it was, the Mulgrave player that kept that in. In hindsight, not exactly the best move.
No, absolutely. It looked to be going out for all money. So Ryan Burley it is, who's taken the mark. So he'll go back and line up, and this will give them a very good lead. This will give them a 30-point lead. If he can slot this through, and we've had 13 minutes of play in this last term. Here he comes. Bit of a stutter step. Now he gets onto the left boot. I reckon he has shanked it a wee bit, or has he? No, it's just come up a little bit short. It's still in the goal square though, and it's been hurried through as we go boundary side.
Rob Savoury just came off off the ground, and he said they're just kicking it to me every time. So clearly the intercept marks are really racking up for him down there.
Well said.
Clearly they don't want him racking up any more stats.
I've got a Furniture Gully score for you, Scotty. Furniture Gully 54, Warrendot 51.
Oh, that's a close one. So here's the kick now out of defence. Plenty of players there. Over the top, couldn't drag it down there. Could Pereira. Been quiet tonight. This afternoon, I should say. Good tackle applied there by Lane. Unlucky not to win a free. The ball goes over the boundary line in front. The Mulgrave interchange will have a boundary throw in. 6:17:53 plays 4:4:28. Fourth term, 14 minutes gone. Not many stoppages to speak of, so probably a short time on, I would say. Brad, the front spot, the umpire saying let's have take 2 of that boundary throw in as it was a little short. So here it comes again. Brown to do the rucking, had the front spot, basically just a repeat of the last boundary throw. Win there, got shouldered to the ground, got a kick away before he did it. Here's Rippingale, his little right foot kick over the top. Can it be taken on the bounce there by Holloway? It can't. Handball out. Here's Ryan Young onto the right boot, and that's a contender for Tobin Brothers. Goal of the day. Ryan Young kicks Heathmont 7th. They move to 7:17:59. Mulgrave 4:4:28. 15 minutes played in this fourth and final term, and that should be the game for the Heathmont Footy Club.
Yeah, that's what you want to sort of. I'll probably put it away now. That finally get that goal after peppering, and that's created a really big lead here.
So just about all she wrote out here at H.E Parker Reserve, but Mulgrave may have something to say. They're going to have to pull finger pretty quickly. They've got 5 or probably about 10 minutes or so to make an impression. They've hung around for a lot of the day, but you kind of just feel that the game's been largely on Heathmont's terms, to be honest, as the ball goes up into the one by Evans out of the middle. Back into the tight stuff now. It comes out. Swiveling there and the little kick forward to about half forward. Can someone get on the end of it? Almost. Ball's on the ground. It was Evans. He's been good. Goes in and gets it on the second attempt. Gets it out. Now the ball in the hands of Ryan Burley. Gets it back into the middle, but a nice intercept mark taken by Ruskas. And Mulgrave will be able to clear for the moment. Not that far though. Over the head of Wynn. Bouncing around. And
hell without it.
A free kick's going to be. So it's going to go the way of Haynes. So pace really gone out of the game now, you can see. So Haynes just going to take his time. He's got all the time in the world because his side are comfortably in front. 31-point margin, on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Had 16 minutes of play in this final term. Hasn't kicked one today, Jordan Haynes, so this will be his first if he can slot this through. Be kicking from outside 50, so he'll have to give it a decent nudge, but he didn't really try in the end. In fact, he's dragged it into the pocket, and the ball will be out towards the far side there. Hanson it was. Spins around the kick inside. There's Burley. No, he can't get there either. Repelled nicely, James, and they get it out for the moment. Good mark over there on the far side by McGurvin. In fact, it wasn't a mark. It went loose. Now it's over there. So they've still got it, Mulgrave, but they're just struggling to get out of their own area, or their own defensive area. Ball on the ground, and you can see once again around that contest, but well done. Lucky row by Verd. He's been pretty good, actually. It's a kick out wide. Should have been taken there by Carden, but he just dropped it cold. That's poor on the ground. Savoury's in there as he's been for much of the day.
Free kick.
And it's going to be a free kick going the way of Mulgrave.
So here's the free kick now over the top. Good mark going back with a flight there from Peddle. It's about 70 from home, puts it a short pass on, McGibbon the target, taken invertedly there by Lease. He puts a long kick, it's just going to be the sit there for Isaacs. Takes a pretty comfortable mark, hand pass over the top to Brown, and the Jets are away out of their back line. Here's a short pass there in the direction, I think that was Van Leeuwen, that's lost the foot race, so excuse me, that was Quirk, and let's go to Paul Iaconi.
Well, they've just been too good today, Heathmont. Defensively have been very good. They've taken 20 intercept marks to 8 for Mulgrave, and they have taken 47. They've had 47 inside 50s to 28.
Thanks, Paul. As the boundary throw in comes, here's a kick in towards the forward line. Taking a short mark there is Verdi, and he's hugging the boundary line. Not much on offer. Booth got 2-on-1 there. Savoury and Isaacs guarding them there at the bottom of the goal square. It looks like Verdi's going to go back and have a crack himself. Sorry, go ahead.
Just saying, it's been a day for Mulgrave's back half. 47, that's amazing.
So Verdi, see if he can make something of this. The Mulgrave Footy Club need everything they can get at the moment. The Chicks did a bit short. Booth at the top, couldn't take the mark, and it's going to bounce over for a minor score. And that pretty much sums up Mulgrave's day at the moment. 7-17-59 Heathmont lead Mulgrave 4-5-29. 19 minutes gone as we approach time on in this fourth quarter.
So Heathmont to bring the ball back into play. When it is, who gets a long kick forward. It's not a particularly good one out towards the wing, and it'll probably stays in over there. Nice little handball back inside. Heathmont, they've had the control of much of this last term. Over towards the boundary, and eventually it goes over the boundary line. So we're getting close to time on, a 30-point margin, so Heathmont have this one in the bag. But as we mentioned, it's taken them a bit of time to really sort of wrap it up, to be honest. Mulgrave have somehow managed to stay in the game for a large part. Ball on the ground again. Is that a free kick? Yes, it is. Going the way of Mulgrave, so it's going to be Lee. He's going to take it. Here's the kick inside, trying to hit a target. Who can he find? You can see there's just tons of Heathmont players back there. It's like about a 3-on-1. Very difficult to win the ball in that situation as they go forward again. Heathmont kick down the line. Might go out of bounds, and it does. front of Hanson there.
They've learnt obviously from that previous booth. They've a number on him there, 2-3 generally up, and obviously with the scoreline, 24 scoring shots to 9, it's always going to be a victory generally that way.
Let's head into the school centre. We haven't been there for a while. Matt Fodio.
I think we're going to Paul, are we?
In fact, we're going to Paul by the looks.
Well, one stat that Mulgrave can pride themselves today, 32 tackles to 25 in favour of Mulgrave.
So at least they've been good on the tackle count. Ball goes past Savoury in the hands of Siakoulis. Siakoulis gets it inside. A little soccer off the ground. That's a goal.
That's a good goal.
That's a goal. I just couldn't quite see who was it. McGiven, yeah.
Ling Junior.
Indeed. So it was Siakoulis. He did the good work in McGiven, got on the end of it, and that's probably another one for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
That is the contender, actually.
Yeah, I like that one. Gives it the little dribble. Probably could have sent it properly.
Let's go to Matty Fodio.
Yeah, so a couple of big wins coming up in Premier Division. Blackburn lead by 40 points halfway through this last quarter over Baldwin, so that's a massive win for their finals hopes. Noble look like they're going to keep a hold of top 2 spot. They lead by 34 points over Park Orchards. Roeville by 5 goals over South Croydon. Vermont are trailed by 10 points over Norwood, so it could be season over for the Eagles if they lose here. And then Doncaster East lead by 68 points at three-quarter time over North Ringwood, and then Mitcham and Bayswater is the one we're keeping our eye on, along with Wanty South and Croydon, and it's still 10 points, 71-61, so trading goals out at Walker Park.
Well, that hand pass intercepted there by Van Leeuwen, and the kick now in the direction of McDonald. Did well to keep that one on the right side of the boundary line, puts it onto the right foot, in towards the direction there. A Wynn took the mark at the back, read it better than his opponent, who just went forward with the footy, and Wynn's going to have a chance to line up.
Just another quick score, guys. South Belgrade 9-10-64 lead the Basin 9-7-61, so that game's still seesawing out of Batterham. And East Burwood, they gave Baroni a bit of taste of their own medicine, so East Burwood kicked 5 unanswered goals, so it's back to 59-78 at three-quarter time. So anyone's game out at East Burwood again. Baroni are looking to cling on. Of course, 7 COVID changes for the Hawks today, so it'll be a massive win.
So we just had a 25-metre penalty shortly a while ago as Wynn puts the seal on that. That's 8-17, Heathmont 65, Mulgrave 5-5-35, 22 minutes played. Let's go back to Matty Fodio.
Yeah, so Waverley Blues by 2 goals over Scoresby, so the Magpies hanging in there. Donvale look to be cruising to victory. They lead by 38 points over Fair Park. As we mentioned, Ferntree Gully just held the lead over Warrandyte by 3 points. So if they can get that win, Donvale could lock in top 2. Coldie lead by 10 goals over Glen Waverley. And then down in Division 4, the last division, of course, for this little mini update. Churnside comfortable 46 over Croydon North Emlock. Surrey Park are doing it easy over Nuttawading. And Kilsyth have run out of steam. They're still 6-4-40. Sylvan 13-16-94.
When was the last time Vermont didn't make the finals? Was it 2010, 2009?
2003, wasn't it?
Longer than that.
I'm just kidding. It seems like a long time ago, yeah.
I think it's about 10 years, 10 or 11 years.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah. So there's the kick now out of the side there from Lease. Kick in towards the direction. Van Leeuwen did well to drag that one in. Hand pass across to his defensive compatriot Burley. Got to be quick. Got a good handball out to Savoury. He's been absolutely outstanding for the Jets, but beaten to it by McGiven. The last goal scorer from Mulgrave. Quick hands there. A high soaring thumping kick now in towards the forward line. And Isaacs is going to clean up the crumbs there for the Jets and pop it out now here to Haynes on the far pocket. Going back, well read.
Steve, that question you asked about Vermont, you were correct. Well, not the last time. They missed finals in 2010 and 2011, and that's the only time they've missed finals. Before that, the first time before that was 1987. So they've missed finals 3 times in almost 35 years.
Unbelievable.
So here's the kick now from McGiven in the booth direction. Good fist over the top there from Van Leeuwen, and it's over the boundary line for a boundary throw-in, and Mulgrave just can't generate anything. Booth held to 1 goal this afternoon, one of the storylines for this game.
Yeah, it's been a great effort by the backs there. Credit to them.
I think the delivery's probably been pretty average as well, with a mixture.
Fair comment, but we have given the Heathmont defence a big raps this afternoon, and they have been superb. And Booth has only, as you say, kicked 1 goal, Steve, to add to his 35 for the season. So that's been a massive factor as the ball is marked by Brown. Sets off to the races, Brown. A couple of bounces. Is he going to get rid of it now? He fires it in. Who can he find a target? Yeah, Marker's taken over there. Nice work. So, opportunity for Heathmont to swing into the attack again. There's a long kick. Beautiful mark, and it's been put through Finn Brown, I think it is. Brilliant play. And admittedly, Mulgrave were probably slackened off a wee bit, but that was brilliant play. The kick inside 50 and Finn Brown running onto it perfectly, slotting it through, and that's a brilliant goal to add to the score. So the margin out now to 36 points, 9-17-71, playing 5-5-35, and the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 25 gone in the final term.
Like we said, like you've got 26 scoring shots. The backs have had an absolute mare of a day down there. It's just come in so much. So you can understand these goals, and credit to Heathmont.
There shouldn't be too much left on the clock. Not too many stoppages this term. 25 minutes played here in the fourth as Heathmont keep their season alive. And there it is. There's the final siren. The Jets convincing winners over Mulgrave out here at H.E Parker Reserve. They close out 9-17-71 over Mulgrave, 5-5-35. Quick wrap of the goal kickers for the respective clubs. 2 apiece to Ryan Young, Finn Brown and Declan Brown for Heathmont. Singles to Campbell Evans, Jed Hansen and Ethan Wynn. And for Mulgrave, just the 5 goal kickers, Josh Carden, Adam Booth, James McGibbon, Dean Siakoulis and Connor Tilliard with 1 apiece. So, pretty convincing win of the Jets, and they keep their finals hopes alive going into next week.
Yeah, just too good in the end, weren't they? They certainly, Mulgrave hung around for a while, but you always got the feeling that Heathmont were going to get it done. And in the end, they kicked away in that last quarter, and they've won pretty convincingly, and they certainly look to be right back to somewhere near their best. Scott, what was your impressions on that, the final term?
Yeah, really impressive by Heathmont. Like we said, we thought it was going to be a really tight contest. It was for a stage there, but they, like you said, they always sort of seemed to have it in their control. It didn't seem like Mulgrave was ever really pressing them. I think Mulgrave probably just, were looking a little bit too wide when they probably just needed to take the corridor on and cause a bit of chaos in there. Heathmont, like I said, just getting it in too much and too easily, looking for the correct targets and finding a good win.
And Will, your thoughts on the match?
Yeah, very similar. I think Heathmont, they did everything very, very well. Defence held up well. Midfield, they won the contested possessions. Going inside 50, I think the scoreboard, they would have liked to hit a lot more. Both hit it and also convert better than what they did. But overall, I think, everything besides that was pretty flawless.
It's not often we talk about defences. They tend to be the sort of the unsung heroes. We tend to talk about the midfield and the big guys kicking the forwards, kicking the goals up forward. But Heathmont absolutely fantastic today in their back six.
Yeah, Rob Savory really turning the clock back there. Not trying to disrespect him, but he was just an anchor across that back line. And also, Isaacs and Van Leeuwen as well had some really good games, as did Joel Burley. They just, particularly when they were swinging it wide and switching the play out of the back line, the delivery along the wings was excellent. Let's go down the boundary side.
Yep, I've got Nick Rutley right now. Nick, fantastic win for Heathmont. Few hiccups, but at the end of the day, you got the job done.
Yeah, there were a few hiccups, but really happy with the method and just the attitude this week to respond, A, and B, stick to what we were trying to do for the majority of the day. I just felt, execution, that's what really killed us a lot. And just some fundamental things that probably, I spoke to Maddie and the boys upstairs before the game, and we talked about experienced players and how, I don't know what's going on, if this gap that COVID's created has now seen experienced, smarter footballers just rise that extra level. And our guys have got, 10 senior games, 5 senior games, 15 senior games. It's not a lot of footy. So once they keep going and keep building, they'll get to that. And that's probably what's the difference between the good teams in this comp and where we're sitting at the moment.
And context of the season, this could really start a bit of a run home for you, do you think?
Super important. You need to get this one. If you don't get this, the air goes out of the sails and she's a long haul back. So I think we go to Bahrain next week, which is going to be a task out there. But at least our season's alive, so we're really happy with that.
Cool. Thanks very much, Nick. Let's go enjoy the song.
So, as the boys head down to grab the song, maybe just some quick scores. Maddie, if you've got anything there?
No, he's not here.
He's gone.
He's completely gone. If he's got a headset,
I can't see down there, so we'll go to Paul and maybe some stats.
Heathmont were too good. 49-32 inside 50s for Heathmont.
Boundary, got the song.
Okay, I've got the song
down for you right now.
Let's go to the boundary.
like that song.
That was the 200 beats per minute version. The fastest version of the club song I've heard.
That's the 12-inch mix.
yeah. Besto throwing them in the remix there, mate. That's all right. Paul, go ahead. Just some more stats.
Well, Mulgrave actually won the clearances 24-23. Heathmont dominated the intercept marks over Mulgrave 20-8. Marks inside 50, 8-6 in favour of Heathmont. Free kicks 16 apiece, and tackles 32-26 in favour of Mulgrave.
So it tells the story, but in the end, a convincing win to Heathmont. Boys, do you think they've been a bit patchy throughout the season, but do you think that's Heathmont back now, or have we is it just perhaps we can't, it's too early to say?
Yeah, it's hard to say, I think. Just like I said, they've gone from the win-loss, and this was due for their win. So, look, they just need that consistency, and obviously, for that Mulgrave sort of performance, they'll be disappointed, only having five goals. But, yeah, look, hopefully they can build from it, but they don't have easy competition when obviously they're facing Boronia next week. I
think they've got Knox and Oakley districts in the next couple of weeks as well. So you would hope that if they could get those two. Well, I mean, they think now. You know, if we say this week was the you've got to keep your season alive, but now it's every week, and then Boronia just gets that the stakes go just that much higher, particularly that score coming in against East Burwood.
It's a remarkable score, isn't it?
Yeah. So that'll be a potential game of the round next week.
Yeah, both sides. I mean, Mulgrave, that might be the end of their season, but they've got to play South Belgrave next week, and as you say, Heathmont against Boronia. So the Heathmont match next week, I guess that'll be. Oh, no, it's away. Sorry, it's at Boronia. It's out at Tormore Reserve, and they're tough to beat out there.
Yeah, similar ground structure though, muddy in the middle and long and wide wings. So that'll be an interesting tactical battle between Matty Clark and Nick Rutley. Let's go to Matt Fodia.
Yeah, so a couple of interesting scores in Premier Division. So Blackburn, they might have locked away top 6 with a big 40-point win, or the game's still going, but they're going to get home over Baldwin, 113-73. South Croydon making a late run at it here. They're 9-7-61, back to 13 points against Rowville, 10-14. Noel Parker home against Park Orchards, 101-66, and then no update from the other 3 games, but still gnawed by 10 points. Donny by 18 over Berwick, and Doncaster East are home. They're 68-point leaders over North Ringwood in Division 1. Montrose should get home against Upper Gully. Mitcham have kicked away to a 3-goal lead over Bayswater. Mooroolbark will get home over Lewdale. Wanty South 16-point leaders at three-quarter time over Croydon, and we haven't had an update from Beaky and East Ringwood for a while. Into second division now, South Belgrave, they're kicked away in the last, so they're going to run out winners 12-12, 84 to the base and 9-8-62. Ryan Long hasn't got a text through from Boronia yet, unless you guys have heard anything. Templestowe look to be up by 34 points over Knox, so they should get home. Ringwood will beat Oakley District. And then down in Division 3, results going as we expected. No update from Warrandyte Ferntree Gully as of yet, but Waverley Blues by 23 points over Scoresby. Domvale by 38 over Fair Park, and Coldstream continue to kick away. Glen Waverley haven't kicked they've only kicked 1 goal after quarter time. Glen Waverley 96-23. So Coldy adding a bit to the percentage, and then down in Division 4. As I said earlier, it's starting to just sort of blow out a little bit for those bottom 3 sides. So Chirnside Park now lead by 51 over Croydon North, 111-60. No update since half-time at Koonung, so we're at 15-70. So I'm assuming it's gone from bad to worse for the home side if they're not updating it. And then Kilsyth, the scores changed there. They were 6-4 and then they're gone to 4-4. So Sylvan are stealing goals off them. But Sylvan are comfortable winners there too. They're 14-17, 101.
Maybe they've evoked the mercy rule. They've taken 2
I've never seen that before. Maybe they're saying you can't go. From now, it's like indoor cricket. If you lose a wicket, you don't go out. You're losing. So if we kick a goal, we don't get 6 points. You just lose them. We haven't seen anything really on social media. I'll chuck onto a couple of socials, guys. So if I hear anything, I will just yell up over the top of you. But carry on. Have you done your votes?
No, we're just going to do
you need to get into that.
Yeah. Let's get into the votes. Now, someone can keep tally here because my math is pretty poor. So we'll start off with, Will, your thoughts on the 3-2-1 for today?
Yeah, pretty simple. Honourable mention to Savoury. I thought he was really, really good. 7 intercept marks. He was in the right spot all day. 1 vote to Eckert. I thought his forward pressure in the first half was really, really good. Probably set a bit of a tone going forward. 2 to Brown. He was consistent throughout the whole day. Had a lot of run going back and forth.
Which Brown?
That would be Declan.
Declan, yep.
Yeah, kicked 2 of his own.
Yep.
And then 3 Isaacs. I think he set the tone. It was pretty clear that Mulgrave were going to Booth. throughout all of the first half. And I think he shut him down really, really well and gave them awesome run going down the middle off half back.
I was just in the rooms, they were really getting around Harry Isaacs. South Courtney kicked another goal, 67-65, 20-minute mark of the last quarter. So the Doggies steaming home at Cheong.
Can we cross there for the last 10 minutes or so?
Well, we have got Kate Green down there of LKLM Media, but I don't know whether she'd like to. I've got another score update. Best they won't like this one. I might have called the game for Noble early, Brash.
What?
14-6 Park Orchards 90 closed the gap to 11 points, 15-11, 101. So a couple of really tight games now starting to open up, but we're still waiting on some other scores. So carry on with your votes, gents.
Scotty,
you're 3-2-1?
Yep, 1 for Declan Brown, 2 for Savory and 3 for Isaacs.
Okay, who have we got left? Oh, it's me, I suppose.
Clear front runner at the moment, best known.
Well, I'm just going to go a little bit different. I've gone for...
we've got an interview. Sorry.
Okay, we've got an interview. Let's get out of the boundary with Jared.
All right, I've got Robbie Savory down here with me. Robbie, there was one point in the last quarter where you came off right in front of me, actually, and you said, they're just kicking it straight to me. So your assessment on not just your defensive work, but also, your setup behind the ball.
Yeah, I heard you giggle and I thought, crap, that's probably going to get caught. Listen, it was one of those days. Like we addressed it early on that Booth was a big target for them, and he's kicked a lot of goals for them. So we thought the idea was to try to get some boys behind the ball and to and just fill his lanes and stuff. I thought Harry did a really good job on him. Kept him pretty quiet for most of the day, and that just allowed us to peel off and intercept when we could. So that really helped. But that stuff is secondary to the ball up the ground. I thought our pressure really was top notch around the ball today, and that obviously impacts how the ball comes into the D50.
And in terms of the bigger picture for Heathmont, this is a huge one for you guys to get. A team that's also fighting for a position in the 5, and a bit of momentum as well.
Yeah, listen, it's been a rocky road this year. It probably wasn't as easy as we thought it would be. Oh, not easy, but we've had it a lot more challenging with some injuries and so forth. But today was one of those days where we set it out to be kind of like a final. And we were pretty lucky that the boys were switched on. The address from our coaches was really top-notch today. And, we came away with the chockies, which is always handy. Got past players day today, which is, I know probably more boys up there than I do in the change rooms, given my age. But so it was really good to get the win for the boys, yeah.
And I reckon the boys upstairs will have some questions as well.
I reckon, yeah.
I'll have a crack first. Well done, Robert. Well played today, mate. Harry Isaac.
Robert.
Sorry. Big raps on Harry Isaac today. How much easier did he make your job today playing sort of your setup behind the ball?
Yeah, listen, he's really important. Him and Ruben Brown, the other tall down there, are the young boys that haven't got a lot of football behind them, but and they were both missing the last time we played these guys. And Harry's, he's come leaps and bounds. A couple of years ago, he was struggling to get a game, and now he's easily our most, lockdown defender, and he's really important to our structure. So having him there and knowing that he's going to stop Boothie from putting a knee in my head really helped. So.
And we spoke to Nick pre-game, and he obviously spoke about sort of reviews and looking at each game and learning from that. And obviously last time you played Mulgrave, you obviously had the loss, but now it's flipped, and you've obviously taken a lot from that. What did Nick sort of give as instruction today?
Yeah, listen, today was just more about us than them. In the past, we probably got too caught up in putting numbers on the board and worrying about certain players. But today we just thought if we do our structure, we play our game. Really making sure that we're coming up at the ball carrier and putting that D50 pressure on, then it makes it so much easier for all around the ground. So I thought our forwards and our midfield today were really top notch in pushing up at the ball carrier, and that just helps us down back. So that was the message today. It was just more about structure or about us. If we can get the ball from stoppages, because I think we lost the stoppages quite clearly the last time we played them, and they were just walking into the their forward line. And we were able to stop that today, which obviously, if we can set up around the ground and we slow them down, it helps our D50 setup.
Robbie, congratulations in your own game. I reckon you hit a magnet on that footy today, because every time it went inside your defence, you seem to be there. I mean, in terms of the club overall, you've been there for a little while. You're one of the more experienced players. Where would you rate this current squad compared to maybe, say, 5 years ago?
Yeah, well, it's an interesting question, because I think you can rate squads, but then I think the competition changes as well, and the style of football in the last. I've been playing seniors for 15 years, and the game's changed heck of a lot since then. But this side, it's up there. I think that it's just the problem or the positive about it is it's such a young side. I think there's me and one other bloke that are north of 30, and then the rest just lucky to get off their P's. So, yeah, listen, there's so much growth there, and it's just when you have a young side, it comes down to a lot of belief. And we had the belief today, and that just changes their attack on the ball and the way they see the game. So, with such a young side, it's just about making sure that we can get to them and build them up, and you can see that it obviously worked today. So,
all right, mate. Well, listen, we'll let you go because it is getting a little chilly down there. So, congratulations on the win today, on your own game, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Awesome. Thanks, boys. Thanks for coming out today.
So, Robbie Savoury, of course, who had a terrific game today, plenty of intercept marks. I don't know what his final count was in the end. Paul, do you know what? In fact, Paul hasn't got the headset on. So Seven intercept marks. He was absolutely colossal down the back. So we'll go back to the votes. I've got for Harry Isaacs with 1.
Yep.
Declan Brown I gave to 2, and I actually gave Robbie Savoury my 3 today for his work down the back. I thought he was brilliant.
Okay, I think Harry Isaacs is going to be the clear winner here because I gave one vote. I gave one vote to Nelson Lane. I thought he was really underrated across the half-back line. Had a couple of good bursts of play, particularly supplying in the front and the forward line as well. So I gave him 1 vote. Robbie Savoury, I gave 2 votes. A rock across the back. I could have given it to Burley or Van Leeuwen as well. That whole defensive line was outstanding. And I've gone 3 votes for Harry Isaacs. He's got 9 votes, and he's the clear winner as far as I'm concerned as per the democracy here as Player of the Day, Eastland Player of the Day. So congratulations.
Well done to Harry Isaacs. All right, guys, what about your goal of the day and your workman of the day?
Well, I think Cameron Ling Jr. is going to have the goal of the day.
I'm with you. I'm with you. Getting that goal, he's confidence in the lad to dribble it through rather than just taking the full shot.
So McGivern in the fourth quarter, that's the one we're talking about?
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
What about the workman of the day, boys? Who do we think might have got that?
I had Eckert as 1. I thought his work rate was pretty good. Brown as well, and as well as Haynes. I thought was all right.
Yeah, I actually went with Jordan Haynes personally. I thought he was up there. I mean, he battled away hard all day, and I would have put him in that bracket. Scotty?
Haynes and again Declan Brown. I felt like Brown was doing everything that he possibly could, stopping Booth and then obviously going into the centre and running around every part of the ground.
And Steve?
Yeah, that's a toss-up. I'm actually going to go Haynes. He went in for the hard footy. I think Brown, I could have flipped a coin between the two of them, to be honest, but I think in terms of work rate, Haynes was in the bottom of packs as well, so I'll go with him.
All right, so the 4 weekers Eastland Workman of the Day is Jordan Haynes. The Eastland Player of the Day, I think we've gone for Isaacs. I think that's pretty much unanimous. Goal of the day we've done, so I guess just maybe some more scores down with Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. The internet's just it's gone out. Here we go. Final score from Cherwell Park. Roval have done enough, so they hold on to top spot. They've won 11-16-82 to South Croydon, 10-7-67. So a big last quarter for the Dogs, but they let it slip early. So with the Blackburn result over Baldwin, you would say Blackburn's in 6th. Doncaster East are going to get the points over North Ringwood, so they'll move into 4th. Noble Park are going to beat Park Orchards. It was just a bit of a scoreboard error there. The game day system, it's just sort of they're adding goals for different teams and so on. So Noble are actually pretty comfortable winners. So don't think we'll see too much ladder change. Doncaster have got the win over Berwick as well, 73-50. So their 4th win of the year, Doncaster. So that's probably exceeding, or they're about their expectations, I think. With still 5 or 6 games to go for the year, so Chris and Arcus doing a good job. They've done the double over Berwick, and then we're still waiting on Norwood and Vermont. So the winner of that will stay alive, you'd think. But after Blackburn's result today, it might just be a bit meaningless there. We've got one more interview too. The boys have grabbed, might be Harry Isaac. It's a very rough haircut as we move into Division 1. So East Ringwood have got the chocolates as well, so they keep pace with Mooroolbark. So we'll be doing East Ringwood Mooroolbark next week. We'll go into that one with East Ringwood only having lost 1 game against Mooroolbark after they won 49-3 straight 18. Beaky, 3 scoring shots. They didn't miss Besto, but they you probably need more than 3 shots to win a game of football against East Ringwood.
Indeed. Let's go down to the boundary side where the boys have got Harry Isaacs.
You had a big task on Adam Booth today, and you performed well, and the team got the win.
Yeah, I'm just glad we got the win. Move forward from that. But hey, we got the win, 4 points. And now we go on to Boronia next week. So it's good. It's good to get going.
How much does this do for the team's confidence? Obviously, in the rooms, everyone's pretty pumped up today. Real positive vibes. You've put yourself back into finals contention. What does this do for the rest of the season on your run home?
Oh, we just build on it, honestly, because we know if we play a good football, we can match it with the good teams. We did it with South Belgrave 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, Ringwood last week for a half a quarter. But when we play a good football, we can beat anyone. So I reckon if we can just move forward onto Baroni next week, and big confidence in the rooms right now.
And how good is just to be playing in this back six? Obviously, defensive structure behind the ball, you're set up very well all day. Robbie Savoury, as we talked to him before, had a really good game as well, intercept marks. Is that sort of you have the confidence that not only yourself, but the 5 blokes around you are going to perform and do their job just as much as yourself?
100%. Van Leeuwen, Savoury, even Pereira, they're all just, I can back them in. I can tell them to come back and help me, but I back them in front of me all the time. So I'm confident enough to run off and they can just hold my position, and, they're doing well, and I can't wait for next week anyways.
Up to you, boys.
Yeah, I'll have a crack first. Well played today, Harry. Firstly, we were mentioning throughout the coverage, you obviously had a big job on Adam Booth throughout the day. Was it a conscious decision from the get-go that you were going to play off him when you had the chance, really coming up the ground as far as 50, 60 metres, or was it just sort of instinct, and that's just how you naturally play the game?
Look, honestly, probably instinct, I reckon, because I love to run off, and if I can do that with, my player just, doesn't run after me, I'll do it all day, and he didn't really do that today, did he?
No.
No, and you copped an early knock, which took you off, but didn't seem to affect you too much. You ran through the middle really strong, and like you said, ran off Boothie. Have you copped anything from that injury, or you?
Nah, I'm all good. I think it was just a bit of a roll of the ankle, and the adrenaline ran off for a little bit there, but hey, I came back on in about 2 minutes, and it was all good after that.
Yeah, you played extremely well and had that great support down back. Hopefully, going forward for Boronia, obviously tough competition as well. Is that going to be the same for next week, sort of using that same sort of structure, or are you going to make a few tweaks, do you think?
Look, we'll see how the game pans out, but I loved a few tweaks and stuff like that, but other than that, we'll see next week, see what happens.
And you had a little bit to say to Adam in the first quarter, probably in the second as well, a little bit chirpy in his ear. Only obviously got the one score. Did you have much to say to him after that?
He's actually a strong boy. I didn't realise. For an older man, he's a strong boy. But all credit to him. It was good battle, but it is what it is, eh?
So Harry, that win today, I mean, obviously it's a big confidence booster for you going into next week's game against Boronia. Your form had been a bit patchy coming into today. You feel that's sort of that's going to kickstart the rest of your season heading into finals?
100%. We're starting to get players back on the park, and we just build confidence from this and bring on Boronia next week, I reckon. Can't wait.
Good stuff, Harry. We'll let you get into the changing rooms with the boys because you're looking a little bit chilly out there.
I know, a bit chilly.
I think there's a certain reserves player that's about to cop a full force here. He's still going in here. Effects Mike can catch him.
But a great game,
boys.
From you. Congratulations, mate.
Thanks, mate.
All right, Harry Isaacs, of course, who has taken up the Eastland Player of the Day today, and one of the many great defensive efforts.
To the Bronx cheers, Vesto. Look at him, he's a fan favourite. There was a bit of confidence about the responses, wasn't there? Yeah, I did pretty well today. Couple more scores, Besto. So we got the full card in Premier Division.
Yep.
So Doncaster winners over Berwick 73-50. Park Orchards 84 have lost to Noble Park 116. Blackburn big winners on the day 113 to Baldwin 73. South Croydon, as we mentioned, came home but couldn't get the job done. Lost by 15 points to Rowville. Norwood big last quarter. They kicked away there to win 12-84 to 6-12-48. So they won by 36 points over Vermont. And like we said before, Vermont have only missed finals 3 times in the last 35 years. But it looks like we're going to add to that tally this year. And Donny East big winners 121 to 36 over North Ringwood. So North Ringwood, they're not mathematically destined for the drop, but I think we can all agree that it's a downward trend for the Saints at the moment. And no real updates from Division 1. We're going to assume the Mitcham Bayswater score is final, given it hasn't updated in a while, and they've been pretty good all day. So 12-8-80 Mitcham defeating Bayswater 9-11-65. So if Wani South hold on, Mitcham will move a game clear in third spot, and it'll probably mean Croydon and Bayswater will be the two battling it out for fifth.
There's some permutations in the ladder. It's probably pointless reading it now because we haven't got an updated ladder. But in terms of, I'll just lost my.
Give us a division, Stephen. I'll work my wonders off the top of my dome piece.
It's second division now.
So second division at the moment. So South Mulgrave got the win by 4 goals over the Basin. So a good effort from the Basin. Heathmont will be in 5th. So the Basin have lost. Heathmont have got the win. So incredibly, after all their injuries and their inability to win, I think, back-to-back games at all this year, Heathmont, they will be in 5th at the end of this round. We haven't heard much from Eastfield and Baronia. Like we said, Eastfield came home strong to make it a workable three-quarter time margin, but we haven't really heard any updates there. So if Baronia hold on, they'll probably lock in 4th spot. If they were to lose, all of a sudden there's a 4-horse race for those final 2 spots, whilst obviously Ringwood will be hoping Baronia get up because they'll lock away 2nd, because obviously they're playing Oakley District today. And by lock away, I mean move a game clear. There's obviously a lot of rounds to go, and Templestowe have got a strong win to stay a mathematical chance, but if we're being serious, I don't think they're any real chance. Update from Warrandyte and Ferntree Gully. The dream's over. Warrandyte have got up 77 to 58. We're going to have to find something else to talk about because Warrandyte... Sorry, swallowed a bit of my own saliva there.
Tonsils.
Yeah, exactly. Tonsils tendon. No, Warrandyte, so they keep their 100% record at home going. They'll stay comfortably in 3rd spot, just percentage behind Domvale. Second time they've beaten Ferntree Gully all year, and it looks like the dream run is over. So Coldie will get a chance at Division 3 finals, and Division 4 scores. It's all wins to the top. The top 3 sides all get wins, so the ladder shouldn't really change. If anything, Forest Hill will just get a bit more of a buffer with Kilsyth percentage taking a hit.
Indeed. All right, some interesting results from today. So, boys, as we look ahead to the remainder of the season, particularly next week, as we said, Heathmont have had a good win today. They take on Baronia next week, and it looks like Baronia may have got up to it. Baronia did win, didn't they? We don't know.
We're waiting. Ryan's feverishly texting.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the updates now. They were 15 points up in the last quarter, but that was 10 minutes ago.
That does mean that Eastfield have been kicking the goals. They've been eating away at it. So, and the Rams, as we saw last week against Mulgrave, came from a big margin down to win in the second half. So, I wouldn't count the Rams out of it.
Score update. They've run away with it, 94-67, 25 minutes gone in the last quarter. So
that's Baronia running away with it?
Yeah,
right, so Baronia are comfortable in 4th now. Ringwood will be a game clear in 2nd. And then it's just Heathmont and the Basin, it looks like, duking it out for 5th spot.
Interesting stuff. Just watching this dog go screaming across the ground. He's having a little game boy. He just needs a ball out there. Anyone got a ball?
I'll tell you what, the rain stayed away the whole 4 quarters, but
actually.
It looks like it might just be a bit of a mist.
Oh, he's got a ball. He has too.
Is this where we've gotten to on today's broadcast?
Just padding it out till 4:56.
Leave you guys in charge and look what's happening.
Just went inside 50 and Sandwich just intercepted it.
Yeah, how are you going to get the intercept mark stuff? He's playing on his own.
Savory will do it.
Well, it'll be a great contest then. I'll get back onto footy, but a great contest then next week for Heathmont and Baronia. That'd be something to tune in for then, just to at least sort of see where that's sort of going to play out now, that 4th, 5th position.
Yeah, well, if Heathmont get the win, it would finally be 3 in a row, and they'll feel pretty comfortable. But last time they played Baronia, they got their asses handed to them. I don't know if is that Bruce hasn't looked at me, so I'm okay saying that. But Baronia, they said they thought that Baronia were the best team in it after they played them. But Mitch Mellis was dominant that day, and he hasn't played for about a month. And from
is he a chance to come back?
Well, we're not sure on the official injury, but from what we're hearing, it wasn't a great one. So it could close the gap.
Next week.
Wouldn't count him in. No, they will get. You'd say they get it, and then depending on COVID technicalities, if the boys have all tested positive this morning, it depends on your definition of 7 days. Is 7 days till the end of Saturday? Or is it till Friday night? So Bruce is saying the boys will all roll out on Friday night. And we'll see how they go. There's coming back from COVID and there's coming back from COVID, Besto. So maybe Heathmont will get a chance to turn the tables on Baronia. And if they do that, you'd say they're pretty comfortable in the finals.
Not to suggest anything untoward, but how do people... I mean, you sort of go the 7 days yourself. I mean, it's not like it's an official thing, though, is it?
No, it is official still.
Is it?
I don't know how hard they're policing it, given that...
Because I think they have sort of eased back on that side of it, haven't they?
I think it's still technically a rule, but you don't have the cops knocking on your door as much nowadays. I think they've got other things to worry about, you would hope.
So what about this division, boys? I mean, we've seen 2 sides today. One who looks to be like they're probably going to be in the finals mix. The other probably not. Who do we like in this division?
Well, South Belgrave Ringwood show, really, surely, in terms of...
You can't see anyone challenging those two sides?
That's my finals. I think they've just been the 2 dominant sides. Ringwood particularly got to be in their bonnet. Still 2019 grand final as well of Mitcham. I think they've they're my hot tip. I think they're the ones that most motivated to go to flag.
So you see Heathmont maybe as some nuisance value only?
Yeah, I think that last spot nuisance value.
I think watching today, you can see why Heathmont are at the lower end. They set up really well behind the ball. Paul's stats showed that, and then their midfield competed really well today. When they get their height back, they'll be a lot better. But their ball use, both sides' ball use, seems like they were just one possession too many sometimes, both teams, not only by hand and by foot. Mulgrave countless times had it about 60 out, and then they were intent on trying to find someone 45 out. Whereas I think if you watch a South, Belgrave and a Ringwood and even East Build, they're once they get in open spaces, they're pretty direct. They don't overpossess. Having watched Ringwood and East Build and then watched Heathmont, Boronia and now Mulgrave and the Basin across the time, I think there's a pretty clear divide between the top three. Heathmont set up well behind the ball, like we said, but their skill level is probably just not up to it and don't have a power forward. And I think Nick rightly mentioned it on pre-game. South Belgrave got 3 of them. But then also Ringwood don't really have a power forward, but they do have Jordanov back to give them some height. And then their goals come from Burton and Jackson. And then obviously East Builder got Barlow and Marcus Young. So I think you can see there's a top 3 battling it out.
But at least Boronia are sort of close, we spoke
Boronia have got Robertson, so I think at full strength, Boronia have got a right sort of match-up for South Belgrave. They've got a strong ruckman, so Mitch Garner seems to be the difference a lot this year, but Hannon can compete with him, and then if they get Malice back with Luke Hannon, and they've got some other good midfielders like Duke and White and so on, they can compete, and they've got the forward dominance, but I think you're relying, and then obviously Leggett, but I don't know. They don't put it together consistently enough, and whereas you look at Ringwood, East Build and South Belgrave, they lost 5 games between them. So
Boronia is a funny team over the last few years. They seem to have always been there or thereabouts come finals time, but they've often just lost that key game going into finals, or they've just missed finals somehow. So it's been they're there, just about there, but not quite, are they? I just don't see them going all the way. Paul.
I think South Belgrave and Ringwood are 2 best teams at the moment. Heathmont, they were good, but I think they would rather be 17 goals 9 than 9 goals 17. But I think it's down to those 3 teams at the moment: South Belgrave, Ringwood, and East Burwood.
And just a quick sort of crystal ball gaze while we just.
Boronia also going a bit under the radar at the moment.
Indeed, they are. Just about, as I'm going to say, as the rain comes down, we've managed to avoid it all day, but it's come down now, but we don't care anymore. Just a quick crystal ball gaze to Premier Division, which is really interesting this year with no Vermont, of course. We've got so used to saying that they're up there. We haven't seen Roval, though. I mean, does anyone sort of think Roval are going to be there at the pointy end, or do we think maybe they're flying a bit above the radar at the moment?
No, well, they've stayed strong throughout the whole season, so you can't sort of say, well, they're not going to be there, or that they're not the deserving sort of if they are going to be the top. But look, obviously going up against other sides similar, Noble Park and Bourne are obviously your top ones. But I think from what we've sort of seen or what they've put on the park so far, then you have to sort of give them credit.
All right, well, boys, just about time for us to wrap up out here at the H.E Parker Reserve. It's been a fascinating afternoon and a very good win for the Heathmont Footy Club. They did it tough. They were held to, they stayed in the game, Mulgrave, for large parts, but in the end, Heathmont just far too good. So time to start wrapping up out here. A big thanks to everyone who's been part of the coverage today. We've got, of course, Scott Hardy and Will Faulkner who've been on special comments. Fantastic effort, boys. Well done to you.
Thank you for having
us.
Boundary today has been, of course, it's often in one of those tough days, particularly if the rain falls, but no such thing today. So Ryan Long and Jared Beelan have been down on the boundary. Matt's been on scores and Paul on stats. Fantastic job from you guys as well. And my co-commentator today, Steve White. Steve, always good to call with you.
Good banter as always. Looking forward to next week.
Indeed. Have I missed anyone out? No, I haven't. I've got everyone, I think. So thanks to Lee Green, of course, from LKL Media, and Bruce Press from Lost Productions, who make it all happen. They're the unsung heroes behind the scenes, although we do hear Bruce from time to time.
And the goalpost as well.
And the goalpost as well. Yes.
There was a joke from about 5 minutes into the second quarter, so don't worry about it.
Fantastic. And I can tell you that the dog is still roaming around too, but he's had about 10 touches while we've been talking. So just about time to wrap it up. It's been a fantastic game out here today. And we'll see you all next week for more EFNL footy coverage. Have a great week, and don't forget to tune into all the podcasts during the week as well.